Okay, so here I'm going to do something weird like how I was doing it in the driving session where I was trying to play chess with the voice command. So what I did is I made just a fresh new account so that we don't get fucked over by those ratings too much with respect to having lost some games for that. So like I was trying to do it with voice. So I'll still try to do that, but I'll try to do it maybe on here. So I'll do it with a fresh account, fresh rating. So what I don't get though is... So there I'll have to do classical, and I'll have to take it very seriously. So maybe here I'll just do rapid. And so we're starting at a base. It's a new chess account. This will be just for this channel purpose. And so what's fun about this is, again, even if you can't see what I'm doing, it's weird that I'm doing it like this, but even if you can't see what I'm doing, I can just say what the moves are. And so you could easily input that, or I could even show it, later, just based on what we're saying. So I'm going to play a couple 10-minute games here just to get a vibe for it and try to keep it so that my rating is actually constant. And the 30-minute game, like I said, I can do while I'm driving. So I was disappointed because that last one I was winning and playing well. And then I guess I started to blunder myself too. I started to blunder because obviously I hung a couple pieces. So we start the game, we're white. So I go 1 to e4, right? And then then he goes 1 to c5. Then I go bishop to c4. Then he goes knight to c6. Then I go knight to f3. Right? This is a good way to learn notation because I don't really know it. But the one good way to remember, I have a couple Spanish teacher tricks sort of that you would learn, weird phrasings. This guy's 1660. I have, ladies first. So you know that the queen side is always going to be the lower number, the letter, right? So ladies first. So A is going to be on the queen side, right? That's how you know that. Or white goes first so that you know that 1 is on the white row. So white is 1 because white goes first. So you know that black's going to be 8 and the higher number. And then you know that the queen is going to be... So what did we say here? I castled. Right, it was knight f3, then it was g6. And then it was castle. He's giving me time. It was castle, and then it was... oh my god, it was castle, then he goes bishop to g7. He doesn't realize that I'm trying to explain a fucking format here. Now we raise the pawn to a3. So he gave me a few minutes extra, so let me try to make it match. So I don't need that as an advantage. Then he goes pawn to e6. So now I'm going to go knight to c3. But yeah, again, ladies first would tell you that the queen side is going to be the lower letter, if you will, the earlier letter. So ladies first, meaning A is on the queen side, not the king side. And then, so he goes now knight to e7. And then I'll go pawn to d3. So that's number 1. And then number 2 is you get to basically... Again, ladies first, so you know the earlier letter comes on the queen side, and then white goes before black, so you know that 1 comes on the white side as opposed to black. So those kind of make sense. So now he goes to d5, and then I'll capture on d5 with the pawn from e4. So e4 captures d5. Then he captures back with e6 onto d5. Then... if I capture, he captures, I capture, he still captures. So I don't have to do that. I'm going to pull my bishop back. So he goes, obviously we already established what he did. So I'll pull my bishop back to A2. Okay, now he castles. And so now... I don't know, this is kind of a messy game, and this guy is actually pretty good. We'll go ahead, we'll pin this down. So we'll go, he castled, and I go bishop to g5, right? So we're just kind of working out the notation. And then I don't really want to do it, so now he goes pawn to h6. And then I think I better do it. That tends to benefit me more. So now Wait, couldn't I have taken that pawn then? Because he's already... I don't know what happened. Okay, he captures with the knight, so he captures from knight on c6 to e7, where I just took the knight with the bishop from before. And so now I move the rook to e1, attacking the knight. And so now I could almost double attack on here. If the knight wasn't there, I could take on d5, which makes me think I could have already done it if I really wanted, but I don't know what's happening. So they went to b6. Now I go rook to b6 with the pawn. Now I went rook to e2, and then they went bishop to b7, and then I'm going to go queen to e1. Then they go knight to f5. It's truly one of the most boring, irritating things about chess that I don't like is the notation and just the implication or expectation that you would even be doing that. I really don't like it. Not even that, oh, you think you're too good to need to do it. So they've gone knight to f5, and I'm a little perplexed by this position. I don't understand. I don't really get what it does. I mean, this whole thing is weird. So they could raise the pawn, so I raise the pawn to h3, right? Sometimes you don't really need to say what it is. Like, just by saying h3, there's only one thing that could have moved to h3, so you know it's a pawn move. Or that's where the notation becomes confusing. There is no notation thing for actual pawn. So here he goes knight to d4, and then I capture with my knight from f3 to d4. Then he could take with the bishop itself. He doesn't have to take with the pawn, because the pawn would kind of be an ugly mess of structure. And so now we get to... He captures with the bishop from g7 to d4. And so now we get to... I'll ignore that, and I'll move the rook all the way up to e7 to attack the uncovered bishop on b7. Again, these are all like basic things. I'm not doing anything too advanced, but it should be enough to succeed here. Although with the whole time consideration that he gave me, maybe this hasn't been the greatest. So now... I don't know. He moves the bishop to c6. Then I move the rook back, I guess. Or no, let's leave it. I'll move the... So c6, then I move the pawn to... No. Yeah, actually. I move the pawn to b4. And so now if he takes the knight with the bishop here on c3, I still have cover of the queen. But it could mess something up, nonetheless. So that's a dangerous thing because it's pinned to the thing without any other way to get covered. So that's actually probably a horrible move. And I like how I realized that even as I'm doing it. So he's 1665. He's not provisional, which means like he didn't just make his account. He's played 671 games and stuff. So now you have... there's nothing I can really do about that bishop, so I don't know why I did that. Like, I guess I could just move the rook, then it's not an issue, but then the queen has to cover this basically forever. So they went queen to d6, and then I'll go rook to... Actually, I'll go queen... No, I don't know what I'm doing. I'll go rook to c1, I guess. Or I went... Whoops. Okay, dude, okay. I went to... Okay. I don't know if I want to do this after all. It has nothing to do with... Okay, so I accidentally went queen to c1 when I was trying to go rook to c1. And then they captured the uncovered rook then on e7. And then now I'm going to capture an uncovered pawn on h1. You need to calculate your moves, bro. Like, clearly I wasn't, and that's not even a lie either. Like, I wouldn't have done that otherwise. And in fact, I even would have lost the knight too. Okay, I'm not even going to say the rest of it. Maybe I can sneak something through here. I like how egotistical people get about the thing, though. It's like, it's a fucking board game, whatever. It's annoying because I'm a lot better than what you would expect. It's just, they can just mate from here. Like, I don't give a shit. He's up for a rematch. Like, I could easily beat this fucking clown guy, dude. He didn't play badly, but god damn it. I made this whole thing just so I could do better. Like, just so I could have a better rating moderately and, you know. So I can't blame the voice thing for that, but that is so frustrating. I'm just trying to take advantage of provisional boost. Okay, next game is E4. I won't even say the end of the last game because it doesn't matter. This is, he goes E5. I'm obviously white. Then I go knight F3. Then that guy was all kind of cocky and trying to show off and give time and shit. Then he goes C6, knight C6. Then I go bishop C4. Then Wagner guy, and he's like, so now at least you can even look up my account. It's the same as my channel name, Cinephile Continuum. He goes knight F6, and then I go knight C3. Right, so everything's perfectly fine, and then you could have maybe almost gone to G5 here, because then he'd be in a position to, in fact, you can still do it. So he goes queen E2, and then I go knight G5. He goes queen E7, I mean, and then I go knight G5. And the reason why is because now you're double attacking that, and you don't have anything you can't stop it. You objectively can't stop it. I guess you can bring the pawn maybe to D5, but then I have way more than adequate cover to take it. You should at least be able to do something here. So he went queen E7, and then I went queen E7, and then I went knight G5. Then he went D5, and then I went knight. Okay, hold on. He went pawn to D5. Then I capture with the knight from C3 to D5. Then he captured from the knight from F6 to D5. And then I capture with the bishop again from C4 to D5. And so now he captures the knight with the queen, which doesn't make any fucking sense at all. Okay, man. Okay, dude. So they capture with the knight from the queen on E7 to G5. Well, I might just make another account because this, it's only a -2. I don't really understand what's happening. So now I castle, and then they bring the bishop to H3, which seems like a good cheeky trick type of thing. But then I go queen to F3, thereby covering everything. So you actually can't do it. Right, that only works if you can't bring anything else there. Then you'd have to raise the pawn and give up the rook. So now we're also threatening mate on, or it won't even be mate now, but we're threatening some sort of mate on the actual F7, or like a strong threat. And we're also threatening the bishop itself. And we're also threatening the, I don't know, like if I just win a couple in a row, I want to be like around 1800, which is probably where I actually am right? And then I can measure it a little differently. So now he goes knight. He goes knight to d4. So I'll go queen to f7. Even though I could have probably just taken the thing. I could have probably just taken the actual bishop, which now I can't, which now I'd have to give up the rook, right? So this is problematic, but like, because now I can't give a follow-up check, even as good as that seems. So I went queen f7, which is maybe fool's gold, because now I can't go back, because now the thing is there. The actual knight is there, so that wasn't a very good move, actually, even though it seems like it. So now I have no choice, so I'll go pawn to g3, and then they'll take the rook, and they can give a check even with the thing. They can give it, oh wow. They can give a check with the knight on e2. Why don't I just play for them? Thereby, then I can't cover the stupid-ass thing with the stupid-ass rook with the king. So they can go e2 with the knight, give a check, I move away, then they take the thing for free. They take the thing, okay, dude, okay. So they gave the e2 check, I moved the king to h1, and then now they'll take the bishop, the rook on f1 with that. So they go f1, they take with the bishop on h3. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to move the pawn from D. I'm going to move the pawn from D, whatever it is, D2 to D4. So now we're threatening the queen with the bishop on C1, and we're also threatening a nasty check, which could be very close to a mate, because of the simple fact that you have that diagonal. If you go to, so we're threatening the queen, but we're also going to G5. What? So they capture on D4, and then with the knight, and then I capture on G5 with the bishop, thereby capturing their queen. And so now it should be very much close to a mate, maybe. But I mean, they gave up their queen, so I guess you can come back from this. So this better give me that 150 right back, because that first game was bullshit. I love that guy trying to talk trash. Or no. Now what you can do is you can go on the back rank here. So I went bishop to G5, and now I'll go queen to E1, E8. And the reason why is because that should be mate, and it is, so I get the 142 back. Is that exactly what I'm missing too? I'm exactly 15? So I want to win at least like 1 or 2 here. And the reason why is because I'll be able to obviously get to a slightly higher rating onto here. It is fascinating that so they're white and they go E4, I go E5, then they go knight C3, I think. Or no, knight F3, then I go knight C6, and then they go bishop B5, and then I go pawn D, they go bishop B5, and then I go pawn D6, and then, let's see, now I'll go, they castle, then I'll go pawn H6, pawn A6, I go pawn A6, then they go bishop back to A4, then I go pawn to B5, then they go bishop to B3, then I go knight to A5. This is more so just me practicing notation than it is anything else. But I mean, I'd like to explain some of this in a destructive way. So you have the ability to, I'm not 15 exact, I'm 1490 now. I have the ability to take that bishop no matter what. So I kind of like doing this, where you sort of quote unquote trap the bishop, even though it's not really trapped, because you can obviously it's still a trade, but I always revere, and it's objectively true, that bishops are better than knights. So you should always try to do that trade, and I just like to trade in general. So now, no matter where they go, if they stay where they are, I take with the bishop. If they go with the knight, if they go to a4 I can take with the pawn. If they go to c4 I can take with the pawn. Okay, so they sack the bishop, which they didn't have to do. You would rather destroy your own beloved than let a knight. That could be one of my titles or something. You would destroy your own beloved bishop rather than let a knight steal its glory, or whatever, like the line from Amadeus. So he takes on f7 with the bishop. Then I take back with the king on f7. And because his development is so bad, it could very easily be a case where, okay, he moves the pawn to d3. Then I will move the pawn to h6, thereby stopping both the knight and the bishop from coming in, although he could maybe sack one to enable the other one to come in. I was sort of tempted to go knight to f6, but I feel like then he could pin it down and do certain things that could be nasty. So now we get to go, I'll go bishop, oh no, he goes knight c3, so now I'll go bishop to e7, so that reinforces that pawn thing, reinforces the pawn that's attacking, so the g5 square is very safe. If he brings the knight, I take with the pawn. If he brings the bishop, I take with the bishop. So my bishop is on e7. So again, he sacked the bishop for seemingly no reason, and so I wouldn't mind trying to do this here where I could try to win a couple games here. Even if I win this, I'm probably satisfied. I just want to be around 17, so I feel like, it's about where I should be. So now he goes knight to d5, and then I'll go knight to d5, then I'll go bishop to b7, attacking the knight. Nothing really crazy going on here. That first guy is a fucking troll. I'm clearly a new account, new player. He's trying to talk shit. He's trying to give me time. I misclicked the thing. So he went knight to d5. I went bishop to b7. But no, it'd be so fascinating to play other games like that. Although it might be harder to convey. I guess I could say like what all the cards in my hand are or something. Now he goes knight to e3, which is kind of an awkward position. Now I'll go knight to f6. So I finished my development. We're out of the opening, whatever. So now all you have to do is like let me slide my rook over. So I go knight f6, slide my rook over to like f or e1 or e8. And then at that point, I'm able to put the king back behind like on g8. And then it's basically like you've castled anyway. So he goes knight to knight to h4, which leaves us very vulnerable if I simply move my own knight. But I won't worry about it yet. Like, if I move my knight, then I'm double attacking with that. That's almost like I could sack it. I could go knight to e4, but then he could give a check and take with this stupid-ass thing with the queen. So let me go rook to f8. So he went knight h4, and now I do rook to rook to f8. Now, next move, I'd like to go almost king to g8. Then we resolve everything, and then we can just figure out. We're already up a piece, so we don't have to worry too much. So we have the bishop eyeing on the light square on b7. So now he goes knight to something. He goes knight, so this is an easy win here as well. He goes knight to g4, so now I can capture the knight with my knight on f6 captures his knight on g4. Then his queen takes back on g4, but now I can double take, so I take the knight for free on h4 with the bishop. And the reason why is because the queen is also reinforcing. So now we're up 2 pieces. So that sequence was knight h4, rook f8, knight g4, knight capture g4, queen capture g4, bishop capture h4. Now he goes pawn f4. He goes pawn f4. Now, it's dangerous because obviously the king is in line with that, so I should probably just move the king. So he goes knight f4, pawn f4. So now I'll go king g1. Right, my bishop is, so king, or g8, fucking, he'll take the pawn, but I can take back, so it's not a big deal. So, king g8, and now he keeps going with the pawn instead, so he went pawn to f5. He goes pawn f5, and now I'll go bishop c8, so you sort of pin that pawn to the queen since he seems to be so interested in doing it. So bishop c8 after he did pawn to f5. Okay, he does a cute little maneuver with the actual... He does a cute maneuver with the bishop and he takes on h6. So even though I'm up 2 pieces, this is an interesting dynamic for sure. So he goes bishop h6. Then I go queen to e7. And so I could also bring the bishop back, I guess, would cover this adequately. If I bring the bishop back to f6, right, that should be good. I just want to win this one. I'm +4. I've been playing fine. Now this one I can just take their queen, which is why it's interesting. And that would, okay, they even resign because they went pawn to f6. I really want to see how I could get other stuff to work here. So we get to 126. Maybe I should do one more because I want to be closer to 17. So now I'm only 1600. Right, so we could do, well, but see, I won't even be playing this mode, though, so it doesn't matter. Right, this mode is this is going to be rapid, but then I'll be doing classical. So I have to find a way. Let me actually see. I'll do it as I'm talking here. What if I download on this phone? I'll download, Hearthstone, and then I'll do... But how would it... No, I would have to do it with voice commands, right? That's the point. So I'll do... I'm actually uploading 2 episodes of this as I'm doing it too. So I'll minimize this, right? So we're still recording the voice. So let me go to Hearthstone itself, or an app store, and download something now. And then I'd have to use my mobile hotspot to do it as I'm driving, because then I don't have service on this phone, but I'm using Wi-Fi right now. So if you go to the app store, I could play Little Nightmares, but then I wouldn't have the footage to show for it, if I was to upload it or something. So let me test Hearthstone, for example. Right, this could actually be fun, but really, why do this is the question. Why do it? Marvel Snap, Warcraft Rumble. What the fuck even is that? Collect every hero. Oh, is that supposed to be a Clash of Clans type of thing? Is that new or what? Why have I never heard of that? Or, I know why, because it's on an iPhone when I don't normally use iPhone. Reinventing the RTS genre for mobile gaming. I'll probably have to try that at some point. Legends of Runeterra, but I won't be able to because it might only be on here. Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. Yeah, this is be interesting. Let me see something. What is the functionality where you can use, use voice to play, Hearthstone, let's say. Solution to play Hearthstone using voice commands only. Wanted to share it. Okay, so today I'll start with a couple different topics, and then maybe we can try another game of chess. And then with the voice thing, I made an account specifically now for this purpose, So it'll be my same name, so you can even look it up and stuff. And basically, I'll try to fit in something like that. So I'll do that, and then I'll also do, maybe we'll want something, react to something. So let's start off with an absolutist tendency, which is sort of like second guess and doubt everything. Doubt your perception, because human beings are flawed and ignorant and can easily be fooled, as we see throughout history, etc. And so doubt yourself, doubt your own perceptions, doubt everything. Always do a double take at everything, basically. Be extra sure. Doubt other people because they have their own incentives and duplicity, and the more they have to insist something, the less it's probably true. They have to overcompensate, place undue emphasis, things like that. And then from there, let's go into a few different things here. There's all like things I've spoken about in the past, but I kind of like doing this for that purpose, that at least now they'll be uploaded and recorded in some form, even if it's not ideal conditions, right? So that's a good tendency of mine to sort of counteract. It's like, oh, it's got to be just perfect and just right, and you got to make a special thumbnail for it, or you got to make a special video just for it. Instead, here it's just all kind of together, but I'd rather do that because then otherwise I'll never get around to it, right? So I never formally did it in any sort of recorded way. I've written it a lot, but we live in this age of like the sin and county that, oh, now at least I'll get credit for it because I can always point back to this video, because I get triggered when people say sort of similar things, like 10 years after I said it or wrote it or thought it, whatever, now somebody says the same thing, and it's like, I'm not saying they stole it from me because nobody knows who I am, and I didn't really record it unless, obviously, when I did it on live stream, they would have taken it from there. But at least here you have, it's stupid because, oh, look how impressive it is when they say it, but then when I say it, so at least now I have some form of record of it, so I can take credit for it that way. Again, not saying that they couldn't just naturally have come to the same conclusion. I'm not saying that they stole it from me. I'm saying just that it annoys me that, oh, look how much credit somebody gets when I didn't get that credit. See, normally I wouldn't care. I'm just doing it just to do it. But then when I see, oh, wow, look how smart this person is, look how impressive, now I feel like, okay, well, if they're going to get credit, right, then it's kind of inconsistent, and because it's almost like you don't think it's that special in the first place. You're just doing it for the sake of it. But then you realize how easily impressed people can sometimes be. Okay, so let's look at one thing here, like childhood experience, for example, like, oh, the only reason why you're this way is because of this, right? Because you went through this as a child, or whether it be positive or negative, like, oh, your parents were wealthy, so you can have an opinion on this, or all those things are fallacies. Like, it doesn't matter. The reason why you're there isn't as important to what you are. So just look at the actual action and practice. And so childhood experience doesn't matter. Idiosyncrasies don't matter. Everybody has them. So you realize that it's all interchangeable rather than defining somebody by it. It's like you could define everybody by it. You could define everybody by it, by one that they have, and say, oh, that's a weird tendency that they have, but then you have one too, and everybody has one. So you realize that everybody has those tendencies, so therefore you won't look at it from a sort of myopic, marginalizing way, where you say that basically like, oh, I'm going to define you by your weird tendency, as if assuming that nobody has them, as if assuming that I don't have one, the person making the judgment. You'd have to be very not self-aware, and you'd have to be like, you think you're perfect or normal or something, and you don't have any strange tendencies, and then only when you see it in somebody else do you see, you make a big deal and define them by it. But then if you were self-aware, you'd realize, oh, I have that too. So rather than using this myopic basis, oh, let's define everybody by some lowest common denominator or some idiosyncrasy, you realize we all have them, so therefore I'm not going to judge it or value it too harshly. And this also creates the whole sort of myopic media or just perception in general, that it's more about how you project yourself or show yourself performative aspects and dress something up. So basically, the reality doesn't matter. It only matters how you show it and portray it to other people. So it becomes more important to keep up an appearance, even though we all know within all objectivity and self-awareness that, well, behind closed doors, they're probably very different than that, but we don't think about it. So we just are initial and react and care more about how somebody presents themselves. So someone objective would just say, oh, we know how people are inherently anyway, so it doesn't matter, right? I wouldn't place as much emphasis on the superficial aspect that they portray to other people because I know it's carefully curated and done for that purpose. And then I also wouldn't do it on the basis of I also wouldn't judge it on the basis of I wouldn't assume that, all the things that just because I don't see them, I wouldn't assume that they're true. You understand human nature and basic tendencies and idiosyncrasies. And what you have to realize about sort of a half-mast state is, what is it in service of? It'll be some aggressive overextension, undue emphasis, insistence, but for what? It'll be half-mast zero-sum means just to keep somebody in a half-mast state. So like, for example, people being in a hurry, but they're in a hurry to practice a half-mast zero-sum flawed process. So maybe if they weren't in such a hurry, they might think about their process and measure a little bit more, and therefore not be so conflicted with it, right? So you're wondering why in this aggressive zero-sum practice that you do, why you suffer some conflict of contrivance, but the reason why is because you're doing it without question in the first place. Maybe you should question it, maybe you should be a little slow, right, and actually think about it a little bit. So that's what the absolutist tendency would be. You would kind of be always looking over your own shoulder, always thinking like, looking at yourself from the outside as if you're some other observer, right? Like somebody's always watching you and you're kind of aware of that, and you're like thinking how other people would think or how other standards would go, or again, you're always just self-aware, stream of consciousness, always looking at yourself from the outside looking in, so you would always have the sense of like being watched, but in a way that you're aware of. Like, I'm looking at myself not just from myself, but I'm looking at myself from outside, as anybody has the ability to do, and that's the power of objectivity and human thought that you have. But people often only do it selectively or hardly at all, or they sometimes stigmatize it and say it's a bad thing. But again, that's like shooting the messenger. Even if it reveals something negative, it only means that it's revealing that. So don't blame, thinking is bad, like, you get sad when you think too much. But that means there's a reason to get sad in the first place, and thinking is just simply revealing it to you. Don't condemn thought and say like, if I just don't think, then everything's fine. Instead, it's like, you should be aware of it, like, and then deal with whatever it is that's actually negative, that you're having a negative response to. So it's not the thinking that's the problem, it's what you're thinking about, or what it reveals about some tendency or process or structure. So that also goes back to the false absolute normal state, where like everybody is normal, and then somebody suddenly does something abnormal, so let's go ahead and crucify them, instead of realizing that norms are just mediocrity anyway, right? Somebody exceptional is never going to be normal, and that's part of the reason why they are exceptional. And so why would you want to be normal anyway? It's the lowest common denominator state, it's mediocrity, it's etc. And so therefore, and also it's not really consistently held accountable or defined. It's just like this sort of false absolute non-accountable half-mast state of just performative aspects, and we just take it for granted, but we don't really ever analyze or hold accountable what it is. So it turns into more like a familiarity reactionary basis. Like, if you're familiar with something, it's good. If you're not, then it's weird or it's bad. But that basis is so self-serving, kind of like the nearness postulate, where we have value comes from the self. So if you happen to be familiar with something through whatever limited experience you've had in life, you therefore, I happen to be familiar, so it's good. I happen to be unfamiliar, so it's bad. So you're judging all of existence and reality just based on your limited myopic perception. So you're just irrationally insisting upon yourself, if you will, that, I happen to have these experiences in childhood, so therefore what I'm familiar with as a result is valuable, even though it's just arbitrary. First of all, even by your own measure, you didn't choose those things, right? You were just exposed to them, non-choice reaction. So you're insisting both on non-choice reaction, like, for example, where you were born, experiences that you had, things that you became aware of and became familiar with. You're insisting upon non-choice reaction, and you're also insisting upon yourself irrationally, when, again, neither of those are based in a standard or criteria. They're just based on, you experienced it, so it must be valuable, or you're not aware of it, so it must not be valuable, instead of actually judging it on some other merit or term or standard, right? So you see how that can be arbitrary or interchangeable. Like, you love your country. Also, if you were born in a different country, then you would love that country instead by that same criteria, right? So it's just, you are most passionate about things which you have the least amount of choice in, as if to overcompensate and place undue emphasis. Like, the reactionary way that you become emotional about it or something like that. So the things that people are most passionate about are the ones they put least thought into, because if they did put thought into it, then they wouldn't be able to be so passionate, because then it's just a reactionary process. The only reason why you love your family is because you happen to be born to them, but you didn't choose it. Or the only reason why you love your country is because you happen to live there, you happen to be born there. So there's no objective higher standard criteria. It's merely functional or reactionary at best. And then you also have this idea of the way people express themselves. So in all the important, significant ways, you'll feel dejected or powerless, or you won't take action, or you'll do it only in a reactionary way, like, the media is talking about Black Lives Matter, so now you care about it even though it existed before, right? So you're just jumping on the bandwagon mindlessly, and no self-awareness, conviction of your own. But also, it's like people express themselves not in significant ways that actually have impact in their life, but they become passionate instead about things like with no burden of consequence attached. So like folly, favoritism, escapism, media, like TV shows or games and stuff, right? They care about that and they're passionate about that while ignoring what's actually impactful to their life. Or similarly, the way they express themselves, like, you express yourself by getting a piercing or a tattoo or wearing certain kinds of clothing. So you care about all those things and express yourself that way, as if to overcompensate for the fact that you're not expressing yourself in actually meaningful ways. So you insist upon the superficial basis as your form of identity and expression that have no impact on your life and no actual burden of consequence associated. Instead, you insist upon superficial basis that is completely non-impactful to your life, as if to overcompensate for the fact that you're not taking action in an impactful, significant way, actually, right? Like whether it be something politics or activism or whatever, something of more consequence. So you relegate your expression and identity to non-impactful things, again, like, you have a tattoo, you have a piercing, you like this kind of music, you have clothing choices, right? But all those things are actually non-impact in their nature. So you have the false absolute of normalcy that is not defined, not held accountable, and not even desirable based on any sort of observable standard, because it's a half-mast, mediocre state, right? Anybody exceptional would not fit into that, so you stigmatize it just for that reason alone. Like, again, just because something is common, it is good. Just because something is uncommon, it's bad. But everything really great would be uncommon as well. So you're kind of just insisting on the standard for the standards, or insisting upon the state for the state's sake, without any real standard that you have associated with it. That's why, like, again, if you practice something too fully, right, like, it's important to do well in school and to be smart or get good grades, but also if you do it too much, then, you're a nerd, and if you don't do it enough, then you're lazy. So you can neither value a standard fully, otherwise, that's a bad thing, or you can't not value it at all, otherwise that's a bad thing. So you can neither do none nor an absolute standard, right? You can't not practice the standard at all, nor can you practice it fully or absolutely. So you realize that you're in a half-mast state that doesn't truly value itself, nor doesn't value it at all. So now you're caught in the middle, right? So it's inconsistent and self-invalidating, because if it's worth doing, then it's worth doing fully. If it's not worth doing, then don't do it at all, right? But both sides get stigmatized, which shows you there's no real true value, and you're sort of splitting your value, and it's a half-mast state that is self-defeating. Because again, it's not even posing a standard that, you should value it fully or you shouldn't. But it means that if you are saying that it's valuable, then don't only do it halfway. Right? You say it's valuable, but then, if you value it too much, that's a bad thing. And then, if you don't value it enough, it's a bad thing. So it's inconsistent and arbitrary. So it's like where passion or value is actually stigmatized, but then again, held in sort of only pretense, but when it's truly held fully or all the way, then it's a surprise to people, or it's somehow a negative. So yeah, about idiosyncrasies, realize they're universal, and therefore you would only care about actions and practice and result, not just insist upon, look at this one idiosyncrasy that's absolutely defining of a person, that you could by that logic do it to anybody. It's like when you try to discredit somebody in the media, when they're like, in a famous position, you would say that, like, I could discredit this person because they said something bad in the past. So therefore you could do that with anybody, or they did something, or even if you're not aware of something that they did, I'm sure that they did. Like, nobody's perfect, so it's arbitrary. If you really want to dig deeply enough into somebody, you could always find something that you could discredit them by. That's why you realize it's arbitrary. And so you go just by the initial basis of like, oh, well, because this has been highly publicized, it can be used to discredit this person. But then you lack the imagination to say that, well, somebody else could do that too. Even if you're not aware of it, you would be aware that, okay, they probably did something like that too. If we dig deeply enough, we could find it. So you're going just by, again, this is where the media has so much control. You're going by the amount of effort put into looking into somebody, not actually what they've done or not done. So when somebody's under a microscope, so you got to be consistent then. Hold everybody equally accountable, or realize that everybody has those sort of same standards that you could follow. And now I'll get into a different subject, like the modern McCarthyism of race that we see, especially like in the United States, where anybody who disagrees with a certain party line or a mainstream perspective is called a racist just for that reason alone, right? You see so many fallacies with this, and I'm surprised that people buy into it because, again, anybody who disagrees with something, you're just a racist. It couldn't just be that you happen to have a different view. Even when it comes to the border, it's a fallacy. Like, oh, unless you let people in with no proper legal process through the border, you must be a racist. So every country in the world must be racist. Or, every previous president, like Bill Clinton was racist, Barack Obama was racist because they deported people and they had proper strict border regulations, as every civilized country in the world does. And so therefore you have the ability to realize that, it's just a normal process. If you want to even talk about how to make it even easier to come into the country, that's fine. But you don't just completely let anybody in with no restriction and don't enforce the existing laws. And so by doing that, you're saying, oh, anybody who doesn't agree is racist. But first of all, you don't even know what race is coming in, right? It could be all mixed races from all around the world and even the same race as you. So what does that mean? Like, how can it be racist when you don't even know who is coming in because you're not having a proper legal process? So it would be racist if you said, okay, every race can come in except for this one race. But you're not saying that, that you wouldn't even know who's coming in. That's the problem. It could be a criminal who escaped into another country from your country who's the same race as you, who now sneaks back in without being known. And so it's not a race issue. It's just, it's the same race as you. You don't even know, and people come from halfway around the world, right? So it makes no sense at all. But yet somehow that sticks as some sort of thing. And just in general, anybody who disagrees is a bigot or a racist or transphobic or homophobic or something. Again, it can't just be different positions that you hold on a subject. It must be anti-this or anti-that, like Bolshevik rhetoric. Or again, just McCarthyism to try to, discredit people and say that anybody who disagrees is going to be automatically labeled and discredited as such, which really doesn't make sense upon any sort of analysis, but also it ties into the idea of like a moral superiority type of argument. Like when somebody is elected as a leader, it shouldn't be because they're moralizing or because they're turning their nose down at people and lecturing you like, oh, you're all bad people and you're all racist, and or at least like a lot of people are, and so we need to hold this high standard and turn it into a popularity contest. And like, again, you don't elect people to sit on a high horse and talk down to you, although that seems to be a standard that is held now. It should be just that they're useful and they have good ideas and they have good policy. Here's how the economy can be better. Here's how this, international policy can be better, rather than, oh no, you're all racist, or everybody you disagree with is racist, so vote for me, and we'll kind of talk down to them and moralize. That's not what electing leaders should be about, where they're like some sort of almost like a parent figure talking down to you and trying to discipline people and, just go by policy. As long as you don't put anything racist in the policy, then it shouldn't matter to you. And it shouldn't be like, oh, everybody's racist who disagrees with us on the other side, and we're just feeling morally righteous and gratified and self-righteous. That's not what that position should be for, where you're talking down to tens of millions of people and saying, oh, they're all just bad. And then let's get to the media aspect. Like, misinformation or fact-checking, it's like the audience is the fact-checkers. I've said this one many times, but like, so you report, we decide basically. So the media can report on a subject, but then the audience decides whether they're credible or whether it's, makes sense or not. And then this one is from like Jesse Lee Peterson, where, he says a lot of crazy, wild stuff. And so I don't necessarily agree with that, but he says some good things. And he's also somebody like, you could never get away with saying some of the things he says if he wasn't black, right? Where even then he's called him Uncle Tom and stuff like that. But that's where it should be objective. Anybody can say anything. It doesn't matter what race you are. It doesn't matter what gender you are. It doesn't matter anything. If you make a good case, then you make a good case. If not, then you don't. But the argument should never be based on the individual or the identity. It should be based on the actual idea itself, right? So if you have a good idea, it's good regardless of where it comes from. If bad idea, it's bad no matter where it comes from, right? So like there's this fallacy of like, if you don't have a uterus, you can't talk about abortion or pregnancy. But then again, the doctor who delivered your baby, helped do that, is also could be a man. So you're trying to tell me then, no man should be able to work in that industry, right? Like it's not consistent. But also it's like, it shouldn't be about that. Again, focus on the idea. Anybody can say anything. So it shouldn't matter whether Jesse Lee Peterson is black. That shouldn't give you any special credibility. It's like, are you making a good argument or not? When you personalize arguments, it's the lowest form, because then it becomes about you, not what you're actually saying. So then when somebody of a certain identity or group says something, they're always right because they're part of that group. Or somebody says something who isn't part of that group, they're automatically wrong, right? So now you're not looking at actually the substance of what they're saying, right? So that is a definite fallacy. But no, like with Jesse Lee Peterson, he says like there are no isms, like no such thing as racism, sexism, homophobism, deadbeat dadism, whatever. He goes on a whole thing with that. But to some extent, he is right, and I would agree with it from an absolutist perspective. It doesn't mean those things don't necessarily exist, but it means that they're secondary. So he would say, like, there's good and there's evil. This is very similar to sort of things I would say an absolutist perspective would point to, is that, you're specifying the conflict, basically, so don't specify the conflict. It's not about race. Even if everybody was the same race throughout history, right, they would still kill each other, enslave each other, right? To some degree, that was always true. So it might be some other secondary factor that people focus on race, and they might even say that's why they're doing something, but in other words, it's just human nature. People will hurt and kill and subjugate each other and enslave each other, and they'll do all these things just naturally. This is a tendency that we've seen in every society, every civilization, everything, right? Every time period. And so, you're always able to identify that as human nature and tendency. And so it might take different forms. There might be different pretenses that are used to justify or explain it, but it is not a case where, again, if everybody was the same race, gender, everything, right, there's still going to be conflict. So that's a human nature tendency where you can try to blame it on race or something, but that still doesn't matter as far as, again, it's not the core cause, right? People still hurt each other regardless of what race they are when they're the same race. So, right, correlation is not causation either. Like, just because it happens to be, one person hurts another and they happen to be different races, that would imply that nobody of the same race ever hurts each other or something like that. So here's one thing too, like the insincerity, let's say, of social contrivance to a degree that you have, you have one person who wouldn't say thank you or something, or wouldn't make eye contact because they realize the artifice of it. So they're not really trying to practice it, or they're trying to minimize it because they realize it's artificial, right? And then the others will do that. So one of them is being artificial and one of them isn't. And so, or at least one of them is aware of the nature of the process. So when you see that, you realize that, you're not really doing anything positive. You're just doing it artificially, and it's just, you're refusing to play into it, but then again, people operate on the initial level where they would take that sort of seriously too. Well, let's go back to the ism discussion here for a second. Again, he would say there are no isms, which has a certain validity to it from a certain point of view, that the only race there is the human race, so all of that is just sort of specifying the conflict. The real conflict is, okay, that's inherent human nature. Just like with animals and Darwinism, like, people always have conflict with each other, even of the same race, different tribes in every society, different nations will have problems, different groups of any kind. So race can be seen sometimes as a factor in that, but even without it, you still have slavery, you still have conflict throughout all human history. The Arab slave trade, you have the African kings using slaves, their own kind, obviously, their own race as currency and trading, slaves for certain things. So there was slavery in Africa amongst, again, Africans. There was slavery with the Arab slave trade. So again, it's not to justify or normalize something. It's to say that just realize the nature of the conflict comes from human nature and that it would happen no matter what. And so that's the issue. It's not to say, oh, that makes it okay. It's to say that, again, race isn't the issue. It's just, the negative tendency. People will do good or bad things. And so there could be various reasons why, but again, it's not about any of those things. Like, in instances where everybody's the same race, there's still conflict, right? Throughout all of human history, you can observe this. Like, all of a sudden, oh, everybody's the same race, so everybody's just holding hands and everything's perfect. That's not how it works. And so it's the most base initial reactionary level at which you operate, from which you realize that you have, the superficial basis is the most shallow of all, because it has the least impact on anything. So it's not even like, oh, look what an open-minded, objective, equity person, whatever. It's more like, that this appearance, something like race, has no impact. First of all, they didn't choose it. So let's say even if there was something, this is an absolutist idea right here. Even if someone's race was, let's say, somehow bad, right? Like being born with let's equate it, so hypothetically, of course it's not, but being born with like a disability or something, you didn't choose it, right? They didn't choose their race. So even if there was something wrong with it, why would you hold that against them? You would almost sympathize with them and feel bad and try to help them, right? If anything, because they didn't choose it. That's number one, right? At least with other things, you could say, okay, they choose to be gay or something to some extent, so if you had something against it. But even then, it's like you don't even choose it, and it has no impact on anything, right? Because even if you want to argue like genetics or something, but that's still more specific to the individual, it's like you're going to argue that they didn't choose it and it has no impact, so you wouldn't care about it for that reason, not for some other, higher standard, or look how accepting you are, as if people even need your acceptance. So yeah, from that perspective, there are no isms, even though you can see that, obviously, throughout history, there are countless times where people even identify that, like, the white man's burden. So even when they're telling you, okay, we're doing this, we're the white man, and that's even what they call it, like, we're doing it where we have to kind of take these savage people and sort of teach them the right way of the world and whatever, enlighten them. So that justifies us enslaving people from Africa or murdering people in Native Americans and stuff. They would use that to try to justify it, right? So people always have that tendency where they're trying to justify their tendency. So people never think that what they're doing is wrong when it is wrong. Like, so like even Hitler, okay, he would say, you dehumanize a group to try to justify something, right? So, you might want free labor, the Europeans, so therefore we won't do it to our own kind, but then we'll say, okay, we'll do it to another kind because you this would be the thought process of them trying to sort of justify it or try to make it seem benevolent. So people have a need to justify it even to themselves. Like, we wouldn't do it to our own kind, but we're going to dehumanize this other group, whether it be, again, people in Africa, people in the Americas, right, Native Americans. We're going to dehumanize them based on, in this case, the color of their skin, and then use that to justify now we can use them as free labor and stuff. And so the point is that underlying incentive is still there, that, like, it might be used as a pretense to try to supposedly justify it, but that tendency would be there anyway. So even if it wasn't the case, right, of a different race, people would still do it. They might try to justify it some other way. And it's a case where, again, throughout history, there's so many examples of that, so we look at it more as a function of human nature than anything else. And then what else do we have? Like, it's a case where you have human nature will be, again, the primary thing. So it could just be a pretense to try to justify what you want to do it anyway. Right, so people always try to frame it as benevolent, like we're actually doing them, we're helping them, they're savages, Again, dehumanize something to try to justify it. Kind of like with abortion, how people try to dehumanize the fetus to justify killing it. So, yes, the no-isms thing is an example of, like, don't specify the conflict. It might seem like it's about that, but it's ultimately like, if all it takes for you to hate, hurt, or kill or enslave someone is for them to be a different race, then it's not really the fault of race or racism, it's the fault of you as a person. Like, you're just looking for an excuse to do it. And like with sexism, for example, people will point to like the inequality of women, how they're treated in society, like not being able to vote for a certain period of time and stuff. That might be fair to say, and certainly it shouldn't be like that, but we're observing the objective nature, like, at the beginning of humanity, right, when we start to become self-aware and, whatever, caveman, Neanderthal time, what you have is a case of, you can't really blame society then, because it's more like that's just nature, right? Again, that doesn't mean it should be like that in the modern day, but you're observing, like, who would you blame for it at that point, right? Like, who is sitting there in the time of cavemen when everybody's just, there's no language, there's no established society infrastructure, like you say, oh, well, society is just patriarchal, and it's against women, and there's this bias against women. Who is sitting there and saying, we have something against women, so we're treating them differently because of that? Wouldn't it be more of a natural recognition of, like, Darwinism, like, why didn't women then subjugate men, right? Like, it's an open level playing field. Human beings just simply exist in the form, again, Neanderthals, earlier state, but, there are men and there are women, and they just exist. And so why wouldn't women subjugate men and be in that position, right? Because they're on average physically weaker, and at that point that was the defining measure of society, which it's not today, by which it wouldn't matter as much, but in other words, nobody's sitting there arbitrarily and saying, let's make this policy that's unfair to women and not allow them to vote, right? Nobody's sitting there and doing that. It's just a natural way that people were, is that through Darwinism, men could be naturally more physically strong and so forth, and so therefore they could take that more powerful role, so that you can't blame people for that, like, society or men, that, everybody's against women. It's more just that nature itself then would be either against women or, again, women were not, at least physically, as capable, and so that was the natural result of just how nature is. Nobody is sitting there plotting that, we somehow hate women or something like that. And so that would have still led to, over eras in society and generations, that would still lead to this reason that it's like, why aren't women doing that to men then? Why aren't they subjugating men? And in some cases they do, but the majority of the time it's the other way. And so it's like, what is the you can't just play the victim. You have to say, okay, why don't women rise up then and, treat men that way and stop men from voting? And if they were more physically imposing or whatever the case may be, then they may very well have done that. So to make it look like that is strange. Now, that doesn't mean society should do it, because society isn't based on always the physical element. Right, when we have so much technology and so many other professions and so forth, it starts to matter a lot less, so it no longer has any value to look at it that way. But it would be hard to argue that, again, it's society's fault, that society is anti-women or whatever, when, again, at the baseline, inherent man, that position, the early state of people, nobody was sitting there arbitrarily saying, let's treat women, we don't like women. It would be a natural reaction to the physical state and other things that nobody controlled. So, again, it's not to justify it, it's just to look at, it's not about still the identity, it's about, that's just the result. So if you were a really big, strong woman, maybe nobody would, mess with you. And if you're a weak, frail man, it's broad. It's not like every individual is the same either, but yeah, that's the way you look at it throughout history, because there's at least like a functional basis to that it's not like race where that's just superficial for the most part, but with men and women, at least there's a physical element, like on average, certain advantage that people have or physical aspects that are different. So now I don't know, like, this is a fallacy that I always point out, too, from a historical basis. Like, the first time a race meets another race, let's say, like, Europeans meeting Native Americans or something, right, is also oftentimes the first time that those cultures meet. So they have different beliefs and views, etc., and different states of technology, like the machination process at the time. And so you confuse the two, like, if they happen to be the same race, like, let's say Native Americans were white, right, but they were still different in their beliefs, culturally, etc., and they had different level of technology, the same thing very well might have happened. So technology is defining, like, you have such a major technological advantage over them because of whatever, the remnants of the Roman Empire that made, Europe benefit and blah, blah, blah. So the reasoning is, because your technology is greater and theirs is lesser and their society seems more primitive now, and they have this ripe, land for the taking, if you will, they're like sitting ducks in a historical context. Now you come in to conquer them, and so it's not as important about the race. It's about, they have all this land that we want to take, and they have all this lesser technology that we could easily conquer them because of. Right, so those are the more defining factors, far less so than, they happen to be a different race, so therefore, we're going to conquer and kill them because of that alone. Like, it would be hard to say that it's not, like, for example, let's say Native Americans had, more advanced weapons than what they did, and a more systematic government, and centralized all the tribes. Now, all of a sudden, the Europeans would come and be like, okay, we'll just kind of trade with you and be respectful. In fact, that's the whole irony of it. They were trying to find a route to trade with India. Now, last I checked, Indians aren't the same race as Europeans, right? So, in other words, they respected India and they were trying to trade with them. Sure, they eventually taxed them later, but that's still different. Like, so they thought they were going to trade with the Indians, only once even knowing that their race was different. And so it's clearly not because of race. Then as soon as they discover, the Native Americans are, first of all, there's new land that's sort of ripe for the taking that isn't already conquered or established under an organized central government, etc., like India would have been. Now, all of a sudden, it's a sitting duck because all these tribes are just sort of scattered and fighting with each other, and so it dissuades the notion like, they were just holding hands and peace-loving, and then, the big bad Europeans came along. But, human beings just fight with each other no matter what. But also, it's the fact that, again, it wasn't about race. Now we see their lesser technology. It'd be so easy to conquer them because their technology is less. If their technology was equal to Europeans, or at least closer, and they were, again, more centralized, now all of a sudden Europeans wouldn't mess with that because it would be too difficult. Not because, they're a different race or something. Well, that's where you see technology is always the defining factor in that. Right, so I always use that expression. If I could go back in time and tell the Native Americans one thing, it could be one of two things. Would it be, oh, the Europeans are big bad and they're big bad people and they're racist and they're coming to get you, right? I wouldn't tell them that because that wouldn't help them at all. No, I would tell them how to make gunpowder. I would tell them some technological secret that would give them a better fighting chance. So, right, that's looking at it in the realistic, practical way instead of some, oh, well, they're just these bad people coming to get you. But why does that matter? That's not going to help save you. Right, so just look at the technological aspect that you're not able to do it then, even if you wanted to. So you see that race is far less important, or again, that's the fallacy. The first time they came upon this race happened to be the first time they came upon that land and that culture. So you're confusing the two, that because of their differences in beliefs and views, and because of their differences in technology, that's what leads to the conflict, not their difference in race. And the reason why is because, again, they were going to trade with India, etc. And that's why power is defining. You're putting yourself in a position that you're like a sitting duck to any potential invader. It would just happen to be the first time they met, and they happen to be different races. But if they had been the same race under the same circumstance with the same differences in culture and technology, very likely the same thing happened, and you can point to other examples where it does happen. And then, again, this is where race is sometimes even attributed. Like, you look at past writings of people, they'll even say it, like even the white man's burden. That might be what you call it. So the point is that you have a situation where even if people are attributing what they're doing to race itself, it's still like a secondary way to try to justify it. Like, we want to conquer this land, but we'll justify it by saying, well, let's dehumanize this group of people to try to justify it, or we want free labor. So I would still view that as the primary motivation, as people do that all the time regardless anyway. But it could be a secondary motivating or justifying factor to try to act like you're doing something benevolent, etc., and even justifying it to yourself. So this is also like hate crimes. Like, every crime is done out of hate. Like, what? Are crimes done out of love? So too much emphasis is sometimes placed on that. Like, if somebody graffitis a wall, right, with the N-word or something, that'll get more attention and coverage than if somebody actually kills someone, right? So two people of the same race kill each other. Oh, it's no big deal, just another normal day. But two people of different race kill each other, even if it has nothing to do with their race, it'll be attributed to that. Or two people are like, again, even if it is race is seen as a motivating factor, you'll give undue attention to, oh, look, he's spray painted the N-word on this door or something. That gets more attention than somebody who actually kills somebody. So it's the harm-house basis, like, which one is actually the more severe crime, right? You place undue emphasis because, oh, it happens to do with race. But murder is murder. That's more severe than graffiti, so that's still more serious. Or again, a crime. Let's say somebody murders somebody because they don't like them, versus somebody killing somebody because they don't like their race. The reality is it's the same crime, so should it really be treated like more serious just because, in other words, oh, I didn't like their personality or something they did, versus I didn't like their race? Again, that's worth noting as a motivating factor, but the reality is the crime is still the same. Or again, if somebody hurts somebody but doesn't kill them, they do that because of race. Oh, it's a hate crime, so it's more severe. And then somebody murders somebody, but it's not because of race. Oh, that's less severe. It shouldn't be looked at like that. Again, it's worth noting as a motivating factor, but it shouldn't supersede what the crime actually is. And so now you end up in a situation where again, it can be a motivating factor, but it doesn't supersede the crime. And so the severity of the crime should matter more. Or again, that's defining. And again, those fallacies exist. Like, two people of the same race kill each other, oh, it's no big deal. Two people of different race kill each other, or whatever. One kills the other. now you're going to say, oh, it's because of race, even if it had nothing to do with it. You'll just look at it that way. Right, and then you'll look at the motivation more. So that's the whole irony. Like, most crimes are probably done out of hate because, you're doing something negative. You're not doing a crime out of love. So it's kind of a fallacious term itself. And it's also like, you feel that, what if you hate their personality, or you hate their actions, you hate, something else that isn't just race, that they couldn't control or choose. So in a way you can sympathize with. Obviously that's not a good basis, but also by that logic, like if all it took for you to kill somebody is their race, that's obviously your issue, and so you can't, attribute it to, oh, well, like, what's the solution? If you want to blame race, it's still your fault. And also, it would make you think that anytime you encountered somebody of the same race, you would automatically have just done the same thing. So I'm surprised it would have taken them that long. So there's obviously other factors involved too, but it's just to put a simple point that again, it's worth noting that that's a motivating factor, but it shouldn't be the primary thing that you're talking about. And it's like a divide and conquer thing that is why it's talked about so much. And then here's another fallacy to do, like the modern McCarthyism of race, that suddenly, magically, like in the United States, tens of millions of people are suddenly racist. So the fact that you would believe that, if that's all it took, that means you had no faith in your countrymen and your neighbors anyway. You were just looking for an excuse to hit on them, or you're so gullible. All it took is the media. Like, who would you trust? A couple dozen reporters and anchors for corporate-owned media companies that are owned by a handful of wealthy, powerful people? Or would you trust tens of millions of your fellow countrymen? Just on the sample size and number alone. And again, it doesn't mean you have to agree with their exact position or candidate or something, but it just means, who would you place faith in? A couple dozen reporters, right, for a handful of media companies owned by a handful of people, or would you trust tens of millions of Americans when it comes to an accusation as serious as just blanket calling tens of millions of people racist or bigots? Right, you realize how silly that is. So that shows you have no faith in your fellow countrymen, and all it took is a couple talking heads on corporate-owned media to turn you against them and think that they're racist. Again, it's not just simply disagreeing with them, but it's taking it to personal attack levels and discrediting them and attacking their whole everything. So, again, it wouldn't be a very viable number, like, 74 million people voted for Trump. That's 3 times the population of Australia. That's the 20th most populated country in the world, if you just made it up of Trump voters alone. Would you really discredit any other full country of people like that, or that large a sample size? And of course you wouldn't, but somehow people are this dumb and brainwashed that they would. Again, you can disagree passionately without resorting to that or trying to discredit people that much. Yeah, how convenient that suddenly, magically, tens of millions of people are all racist, and they all happen to be on the same side of the political aisle, and they all happen to be, voting for someone that the establishment doesn't like. And just remember, the greatest evils in history don't come from ordinary people, like, tens of millions of apparently racist whatever people are the problem, instead of, no, it's the government that's going to be the problem. Like, they're the ones who commit all the atrocities, not just a couple handful of crazy people with crazy views. So you're all of a sudden treating 74 million as a marginal group, which is not marginal at all, just to try to discredit them again, instead of just simply disagreeing with them. Like any society, you must have faith in ordinary, everyday people. Otherwise, you're always looking behind your back, suspecting everybody, and that's no society at all. So you have to have a certain amount of faith. I have some expression like that. If I'm just walking down the street and some random person randomly just wanted to kill me, they could. I mean, I wouldn't be expecting it. They could just do whatever, shoot me, hit me over the head. So you can't fear that so much, where you're saying that, like, half your adult population, 74 million people out of 300 million, you cannot say that this insane number of people is just suddenly, again, completely discredited, completely just mad people. So that I find interesting because, again, it's all it took is a few corporate talking heads, again, a couple dozen anchors who work for a couple handful of corporate-owned media outlets owned by billionaires with their own incentives, ulterior motives. All it took is for them in unison to say, all of a sudden, oh, this is the case, that not only, oh, Trump is racist or whatever, and Republicans are just bad, and anybody who votes for them is bad too. The weakest argument in politics is to attack the voter themselves, because you can't convince them that the person they're voting for is bad, so you just attack them too and say, oh, they're bad too. What kind of a strategy is that? Speaking of dehumanizing things, like you're trying to label them and discredit them that way. So what it ends up being is basically like, again, you're trying to discredit and label tens of millions of people. Again, if your perspective requires that 74 million of your fellow countrymen are just bad people and racist and this and that, then perhaps your perspective is not, exactly accurate, or, again, it shouldn't be necessary either. Why couldn't you just win the argument on policy? Like, okay, we just have better policy or something, right? It shows some sort of ulterior motive or incentive. Just make your case. If your policies are better, you should win anyway. Right, it doesn't have to be a popularity contest or something else stupid like that. Right, so that's where it turns into something so dumb, because you have this desire and need to discredit tens of millions of people. So again, all it took to turn you against 74 million of your ordinary neighbors and citizens, because that's not a marginal group, 20th most populated country in the world, if it was just consisting of adults of voting age who happen to vote for Donald Trump, that alone would be the 20th most populated country on the planet, 3 times the population of Australia, right? But yet you would tell me that, oh, this is a marginal group to just be discredited, like it's no big deal. When would you discredit that many people in any other way? But again, all it took to turn you against tens of millions of people, 74 million people, is for a couple talking heads, for a couple corporate-owned media outlets owned by a couple billionaires to say a couple negative things about them over and over in unison, and now you believe them, and now you turn against that. Again, not saying that you have to agree with what those 74 million people are doing or saying. You can dislike it, you can disagree with it, but to take it to such a point that you would say, well, they're just bad people and I'm going to call them all these labels, right now that turns into something else altogether. Right, that's what I find so fascinating. That's in fact where I would certainly draw the line. No matter how much I would disagree with a particular side or have issue, I can't do this discrediting, like, oh, I'm going to discredit 74 million people just because why? Like, if I disagree with what they're doing, or if the media keeps saying how bad they are or something. It's just not a very good strategy. Right, nor should it really be necessary. You're not saying, oh, they're bad in terms of policy or something. You're saying they're just bad in terms of people. Maybe that doesn't matter. Everybody's flawed, so just, oh, but their policies are better than ours, so still you should vote for them, and it doesn't matter if they're bad people. Like, that's almost what you could take as a position. I'll try like that voice command and thing in a second, but what you have is the ability to look at it like, you can look at it from a perspective that, yeah, those are the two key phrases. Like, if all it took to turn you against 74 million of your ordinary, everyday neighbors and countrymen is to hear a little bit negative stuff about them in the media all the time in unison, right, that's all it took to turn you against them, then you have bigger issues and you didn't have much faith in them in the first place. And then if your platform requires that you're calling tens of millions of people bigots or whatever, That's probably not a very good sound platform either, and you shouldn't need to do that if your platform is policy or something actually good. And then you have again, like this attacking individuals and attacking voters and stuff. So you have the ability to look at it like you have the perspective of being able to say that, again, I'll say it again, I've said it a few times, but this phrase is very telling and important. You have the ability to say that who would you take sides with? Again, not agreeing with them, but just respecting their value or giving them credibility. Would you side with 74 million ordinary, everyday people, which they must be because that's not a marginal group? Or would you side with, again, a couple dozen talking heads in the corporate-owned media owned by a couple billionaires, right, for only a handful of companies, all saying the same thing in unison that, oh, those people are bad? Again, if that's really all it takes to turn you against them, then you have some other issues, because it's not that, they would convince you to disagree with them, or you might just do that on your own, but that they would convince you that, they're just bad people. Like, how does that make sense? So that means every other person you see, almost, in your daily life, assuming you're excluding children and whatever, people who just didn't vote, almost 1 in 2 people that you would see, or even 1 in 4 people that you would see, would just be, they're just a bad person, they're just a bigot. Like, how does that make sense? How is that actually a perspective that somebody would have? Like, it's too convenient, it doesn't make sense, it's inconsistent. It's selective, and then you see how the media takes clearly always one side, right? So that's one danger right there, is in a society where if the media takes a particular side and aligns with the power structure, you see the kind of things that can happen, like North Korea, like China, like Russia, whether it's state-controlled or state-aligned, is still dangerous. So what you have now is the ability to, let me try to get on this account, and then I'll try to take these seriously, but the problem is it'll always fuck up like one move in the game. And I'll have to keep hitting that button to I want to get to a decent level so that I can actually play like at a moderately high level, even again like 17-ish, which is always easy to do when you make a new account, because you have the ability to say that it is you have the ability to say that you get this provisional sort of boost element that, that would factor in, because you get to, you get a substantially higher or lower amount based on that, like, the first couple of games, or first many games. Well, let me see what I played so far. And again, now you can actually look up my account and look at these. So this could be highly instructive. Film Critic teaches chess. Not that I really know it that well, but kind of teaches and learns at the same time. So we lost the first one to beginners, 1706. So we lost, won, lost. So let me do like one 10-minute game here to test it. I'll test it with the voice, and then I'll do a 30-minute game, I guess, after, if I can actually get this to work. Let me see how the voice thing is going to work. I don't think I have it even enabled, though. So let me just try to figure that out for what we have here. I won't even say the moves. Let's just ignore it for now. I forget where it shows me this. I can't remember. Game behavior. Input moves with your voice, yes. So now can I go back to that and... Oh my god, this is so fucking annoying to navigate. It's just showing an X, so I don't really know. Okay, here we go. So, pawn d6. Pawn d6. Now you can keep hitting that thing again, like... Listen. Bishop e5, e7. Bishop e7. You know, I can just toggle on. It really should auto-toggle that, or even like during their turn. It shouldn't do that. So now we'll go castle. It even said castle like I did. So I'm not even saying their moves for this game, I don't care. But just for the classical one, I'll try to. So now they're going to... let's see. So I castled. Now I get to just continue developing. So I'll go knight d7. Knight d7. Or knight b, green. Knight from b8 to d7. Knight d7. Green. Well, that was one of those rare cases where the move is the same. Like I'm saying knight d7, but both knights can go to d7 from different squares. You have to specify which one, so that can be a little bit annoying. So pawn b7. Pawn b6. That was my fault because I said the notation wrong at least, so I can understand that. B7 is where you start, so how can you go to it? Pawn A5. So I have like a very defensive, sometimes reactive style of play where I don't try to attack too much or anything. Bishop B7. Yeah, there's a lot of things you could do like this potentially. Okay, let's see. I'm not even worried about saying what they're doing. But let me see here. Knight h7. Pawn f5. Pawn f5. So this person hadn't even used a minute yet, and I'm down to like 4 minutes, so partly I'll blame the voicing for that, but they're also pretty fucking fast. Like, even if this was a normal game, right, I'd probably be pretty worried. I'm not actually taking that long. Well, sometimes the input alone takes a while, but pawn e4. They're too fucking fast. Knight g5. Now we have a double covered by the queen and the thing. Bishop g5. And now they take again. Queen g5. Or yeah, they always accuse cheaters, like, oh, he took 3 seconds every move, that means he's a bot. But what if they're just using their voice command and they're doing it in their car, like me or something, right? There could be some other reason. They could just be slow at clicking or something. Bishop c8. Knight c5. Green. Knight e4. Knight e4. Knight e4. Fuck. Bishop g4. Green. Bishop g4. I'll just do it manually. I mean, I don't understand. It's so fucking horrible. Like, it's absolutely fucking trash. So materially it should be fine. I can't even tell exactly what it is, but or maybe not. I'm not going to blame that entirely. That's more so just a time issue, but somehow I gave up a lot there. So it clearly doesn't work at any sort of functional, usable level. And so it's way too slow, although this person was genuinely pretty fast. I maybe tried to be a little too aggressive and do too much there. With respect to, at the end there, I was trying to maybe do too much. It's just annoying, man. Yeah, their speed is incredible, so you'd have to do a 30-minute one. I do kind of want to test this in a proper thing, right, where I try to actually... Okay, that's fine. Again, the other ones that I lost actually weren't because of this, because I don't think I was using this even at all. I was just doing it to make an account, like, for this. So we're already wasting my provisional benefit that I would get, when clearly, again, I should at least be 16 to 17 range. So that was 87% accuracy by them, not that big of a deal. So let me try to start the classical one, and then I'll go from there, like... Or I guess we could do 15 plus 10. Maybe that was my point. We'll do 15 plus 10 and see if that's kind of good enough. It'll still be in rapid. Maybe not the greatest idea, but let me try it with the voice. It is going to fuck me over, I bet. Okay, so he goes 1. He goes E4. Oh, no. He goes E4, then I go E5. Now the... Okay. He goes E4, I go E5, then he goes knight F3, then I accidentally go bishop to B4 that I didn't mean to do. And he goes pawn to C3. So now bishop D6. Then he goes bishop to C4. So I'll go knight to f6. Knight f6. Purple, knight f6. Yeah, this thing is just bad, I'll just say it. Pawn, he goes pawn d3. I'll go pawn h6. So specifically, I always do that to stop the pin from happening with the bishop to the queen, even though it's arguably not that bad. So now, they castle. So they castled, I castled, and then let's see what they do. This might be not quite long enough, but it's almost long enough, and I like the fact that it's in rapid, so even though it doesn't feel like it. 15 plus 10 is pretty long compared to that. Alright, there's nothing rapid about that. So they go pawn to d4. Knight e4. So now they can take the pawn and I can't take it back. The e5 pawn. I just took some other random pawn on e4 there. And then, so they go rook to e1. Now if I go back to where I was, then I'll get forked, basically. So I'll go knight g5. Which means I could oh, wow. I think I maybe overestimated my ability to do this, like, under this circumstance at least. This is just not acceptable. So they go rook, captures on e4. So I'll go pawn g4. You'd be better off fucking just doing it manually. Right, even while driving, I'd rather just make the fucking move myself. So he goes knight to e5. Bishop e5. Bishop e5, green. Bishop e5. Let me respect it to play out all the way, even though I don't like it. Because I thought I was going to win a pawn there, I was going to lose a pawn there, but then I end up actually losing the knight, so I didn't have to do that sort of aggressive knight take. So they do pawn captures on e5. Now pawn F5. F5. Okay. It decided to go, I think A5. Even though it said it correctly in the text there, okay, alright. This will be tough. I mean, this will be a real challenge to get this thing to work, man. But no, I wanted to turn it into where I can talk about random subjects too as I'm doing it, but I mean, I can barely handle doing it, so. Oh my god, this is so fucking annoying. So they go rook on. They go rook to G something, G4. Then they go rook to G4. King H8. King H8. It gets confused when stuff sounds like another letter. King H8, it's saying, as if there's such a thing. And then they do bishop on H6. So I should maybe just do another one because this one's obviously not going to go well. Let me try to do another one. Which is just ridiculous because some of this is not really my fault. Although I did blunder the knight kind of on my own. Let me try one more. So now we're out of the provisional boost part, so I guess I won't worry about that then. We'll have to smurf and play at a lower level just because we can't handle the circumstance. Okay, so we'll go 15-10 again. And like the first move I always try to make manually because I'm not going to trust it. So they go, I don't know what it is, man. Okay, so they went, I think, they went D4, I went E4, I think. Or no, they went E4, I went E5, then they went knight F3. They went knight F3, so now knight C6. This is really fucking hard to do. I mean, I don't think I should even bother doing this. It's like not possible. You're going to be too distracted. You're not really going to be able to do it. Right, so now I went knight to I went knight to c6, and then they went bishop to c4, and so now pawn d3. I just want this to turn into something where it's actually fucking, like, I'd rather do this than actually reacting and stuff. Oh, it said it correctly, but then it didn't do it. Or because it's not 3, I guess. Pawn d6. So now they go to knight to c3, to which I can respond with bishop g4. Bishop g4. Some of it is my own fault for not knowing notation, but this is maybe a good way to learn it. It's kind of like how I learned typing. I would learn typing by playing like online games or having to type in there, right, MMOs or something, or even just by using the computer in general, like looking stuff up or whatever. They're doing it in kind of a fun way, so they go pawn to h3. Bishop f3. But again, think of this more in the context of people with disabilities or people who, whatever. It's a weird circumstance. And what's even weirder than just simply playing like this is also recording yourself playing it like this to whatever extent that has relevance. Because you're able to basically, I don't know, so they do queen on queen to f3, capture back on the, so I took the knight with the bishop, then they took the bishop with the queen. Knight f6. Knight f6. I'm not really getting much commentary in between either. Like, I can barely handle it. I probably won't do this. I was just doing it to try it. Like, it shouldn't be that hard. You have to manually toggle on and off the voice thing. You have to worry about the fact that it'll fuck things up. You have to worry about the fact that I'm not very good to begin with, but you don't really have to worry about time as much because like, this format's longer. But so they go pawn to They go pawn to to D3. And so now pawn H6. Pawn H6. Now they go knight to D5. Knight to D5. Bishop E2. Or it knew already because that was the only place it could go. And that's the only bishop that we have. So that's a low-key impressed moment there. So I'm down to 9 minutes already despite the 10-second increment. So the increment makes up for how long it takes just to fucking say it and get it to load the move. But now it is going to still somehow come down to time, which is nuts. It takes me like 5 minutes just to get through the opening, which is not really the fault of this. I'm just kind of slow like that, and I don't really know them too well. It's their move, they could capture, but we have enough cover, and I'm set up to try to castle here too. This is I'm not really the type to split my concentration like this, although I guess normally I'm sort of watching something anyway. Okay, they go bishop to E3. Castle. It's a toggle on and off that is utterly shameful that you should have to do that. Why the whole point of it is it should know whether it's because it's their move or something. I don't know. So we castled. Everything's fine. I'm not in a bad position. I can easily win this game. I'm 1389 provisional. They're 1282. So I should still be getting like 40 rating, up or down or something. It keeps lowering. At first you get like 150 per game. Or you lose it based on, win or loss, and then it goes down to like 80, then it goes down to like 40 and 20, and it'll eventually be like 10. So the point is, like, you could be stuck at 1200 now, struggling to get to 1500, but if you make a new account, and you just win one, lose one, win one, lose one, you'll stay at 1500. So the amount of time it would have taken you to get from 12 to 15, even if you win every game, is still way harder, more time consuming, than if you just make a new account. And then you just are more likely to stay there. So they go queen to G3. King H1. King H7. Sometimes that can be a mistake for some reason, I'm not sure. But you want to cover that so even if he sacks the bishop and had the queen on there, he wouldn't be able to do it twice. I like that they're taking a little time now, at least. So clearly this guy's an opening master at fucking 1200 rating. Like, this is a pretty solidly played game, or at least nobody's making any obvious mistakes. I want to be able to flex and say, look at these people that I'm beating with no fucking... and under such a distracted scenario. That shouldn't be that bad, but it can be very annoying from time to time. So let's win this game, then we can, like, watch a video of something. I like how freeform these sessions are. Like, I was even thinking, like, let's try to play a game in this circumstance and what game would work. And this is one of the best ones, because I could be playing at a Grandmaster level right now. Right? It wouldn't, like, if I was that good, whatever. Like, you could be playing theoretically at any level that you want. So you could play Go, you could play Shogi, you could play Scrabble, something. So he castles queenside. I don't know all the symbols for that. It's like O-O-O. Like, what the fuck does that mean? That's not what the king is represented by. That's not what the rook is represented by. And then it's like O-O if you... What are these, like, fucking emojis? Like, little faces that you're making? So here... Pawn A5. Pawn A5. We always end up seeing cops on these fucking drives. Almost every day. Get arrested for fucking, not texting but playing chess on your phone. Like, where's the law that says I can't do that? Is that lawful law under subject jurisdiction within a tacit agreement? The way that Darrell Brooks would try to talk all these legal terms. So I'm down to 7 minutes, he's at 11. There's no chance that I'll ever flag them. But maybe this 15 plus 10 is a little bit too short. But I do kind of like it for... I personally just hate increments in general, because I feel like I'd rather it be a fixed amount of time and know what you're working with, so just make it longer then. Make it 30 minutes. This will end up taking about that long anyway, probably. But no, I do like they're burning some clocks, so they go queen back to F3. They go back queen to F3, and so now... Pawn A4. Just trying to push on the queen side in a way that may or may not actually be good. No, this is clearly an untapped industry and market that you're able to, you could have so many good choice-based games, turn-based games, story games, even multiplayer games, right, within the turn-based strategy context. Anything besides a real-time game, besides a shooter, besides mechanics like that, besides stuff where you have to move around. There's a lot of games already like that would be so good. Just with, like, full voice capability. So we're pushing towards the king side, queen side. So this is going to be, we did pawn to A4. Now he does pawn to A3. So now... knight a5, knight a5, so you attack his little bishop there, trying to get the other pawn through, I suppose. You know, none of these ideas are particularly novel, but in fact, if he just went to like b4, b3, b5, I might not be able to even stop him from just... No, I guess I could just move my knight again. I could move my knight and then the rook's covering. But he ignores it, so what did he do? I kind of missed what he did. He goes rook to like g1. So that's the rook, obviously, that he castled with. So now you knight c4. So they got 9 minutes, I got 6 minutes. Actually not too bad, so that's a trade that I typically like. So they capture back with the pawn from d3 to c4. Knight d5. So I capture their knight. Finally, it should be safe to do it now. There's very little material left on the board. So now they naturally just should take back. Moves like this should be relatively quick. Now they can take with either pawn. If they take with the pawn, though, towards the queen side, like on c4, it opens up maybe too much for me to bring my own pawn in. But they probably have an incentive to take the other way. So the knight is on d5, waiting to be taken. They have the rook behind the thing, behind their pawns. They have the bishop, darks for bishop, and they have the queen. I have the darks for bishop, the rook, and another rook. Wait, so how did this happen? Where's their other rook? How could I be up anything in a meaningful way if... So they go pawn to d5. Pawn to d5 is what they do. So now I should ignore what they're doing and just pawn b5. Pawn b5. Another cop. But see, you could only say like, oh, I'm adjusting my GPS or something. I'm not really texting, so how do you interpret that? Right, that'd be a great way to talk your way out of it. So I went pawn b5, then they go pawn to g4, and so now 8. Okay, now it's starting to struggle on time a little bit, 4 minutes. So we get in line with this king. I can't really see the queen side even too well. Like, this is the most fucked up setup for anything you've ever seen, but like, part of it gets cut off by my steering wheel, but for most of the game it didn't matter. In fact, it's almost a good thing that the queen side castled, otherwise this would be a problem. I don't know how to... So they went pawn to G, probably G5. Pawn C5. So it instead did, I said pawn C5 and it did pawn G5. So now I'll lose the game because of that. Nice game, nice. Oh my god. So fucking annoying. Like, you can do so well for the whole game and then I'll do this. It should have a protection when it knows you're just blundering a piece. It should ask, like, are you sure? I'd love to see Bullet try to be played like this. There's no fucking way. It's, first of all, just too slow at even recognizing your voice. I'm down to 3 minutes, so quite frankly, I should not play even this. I should almost just do classical. Right, this is insane. Like, I'm fucking... So they do what seems like H3, the capture. I think. I can't even see it. The capture on H3, so I'll pawn H3. Pawn H6. But that was my bad. They took on H6, obviously, not H3. God damn, these people are so fast, though. Right? Again, I'm already not the fastest, obviously, but especially like this. No, I've done a lot of scuffed setups. This overall setup is scuffed in itself, but this shows you I'm just bored of reacting to stuff, or I don't even know what to react to. So I captured back on H6. No, the bishop's covering it, and no, it's not. But I mean, the king's covering it. Well, they are burning a little bit of clock here, which is not bad. This will help you try to learn visualization in your head because you can barely see the screen or you're not looking at it all the time. And it'll help you learn notation because you have to. But just again, remember, the queen side is always the lower letter, the earlier letter. So like ladies first. That's why A is on the queen side. And then you could probably give a check with the queen on the light square diagonal. I think I saw that before. That's why the bishop could take the pawn then, but I can't really see it right now, so I don't know. Because he can just take that pawn on the light square. But I guess he would have to take it with the pawn, though, because the rook is still covering it. I like that he's burning clock, but I don't know what's so substantial about this position. He seemed to be confused by that one pawn push move, too. Like the F5, because it wasn't what I meant to do. Or wait a second. Or no, maybe... I don't know. Maybe that wasn't the one, or I forget. No, never mind. This one is adequately covered, so it must have been something else. So I can push it up to there. I can push it up one more, like to F6, and then block off f4, and it would allow me to block his bishop off altogether. So he goes queen to h5. Thereby double attacking that. And maybe I can't do anything about it. But no, I can do what I just said. Pawn f4. Pawn f4. Okay. It captured something else unrelated and I get mated. Okay, I may very well not ever use this again. I'm not too happy with it. It's not a good system. Like, it's just not. It's not. It's a cool idea. It just doesn't work. It's just not ready yet. As in, still a fine position. But, like, again, I could be better to maybe compensate for something, but it's so fucking stupid that it just doesn't get even remotely what you're trying to do or say. Like, it does things that don't even make sense. They have nothing to do with what you're saying. Or it'll sometimes initiate, like, a surrender vote or a draw offer. But you still have to, like, confirm it, which is good, but... .93% accuracy. He must be cheating. But... it didn't feel like it was much lopsided of a game, but obviously... whatever, dude. Here's another absolutist ideation that we have is some sort of, in a short story, basically, I had written like this, perspective from a character, like, the society that will condemn success, they'll call it, like what we see in modern society, they'll call success privilege, like your parents worked hard and they earned money not just for themselves but for you, but they'll call it privilege. So they'll condemn it and say, oh, it's a bad thing. And they want to tear everybody down and make them suffer just because they're not as privileged as having good parents. That's the only true privilege in the world, is having good parents. But you would stigmatize success and say, oh, that's a bad thing. Oh, it's privilege. And then you would glorify suffering and struggle and act like, oh, well, being poor is a good thing because you got to pull yourself up by your bootstraps and work really hard and struggle and suffer. Now, that may be respectable to a degree, but in this broad sense, you glorify it like endlessly through overextension that you keep, breeding, overpopulating, amalgam theory, so then you end up creating more suffering. If you truly valued the human state and condition and every individual experience, you would not overextend it that way. You would keep it minimal. You would sort of do the village of 100 concept, but instead, like when people have kids and then they say, oh, I'm working 3 jobs to take care of them, it's like, and you're complaining, it's like, you didn't have to have them then, but, there's no regard for human life in that way. But yeah, that would be the perspective, like, a society that will trick you into believing that success is a bad thing by calling it privilege, etc., or a society that will trick you into believing that suffering and struggle is a good thing, because they glorify it and, oh, you got to feel good about yourself and so gratified. Look how hardworking, look how accomplished, right? When really all you're doing is playing into that. Like, you can be a peasant and work hard all your life and have nothing to show for it. And you can be, it's not really inherently valuable. So you should make sure that what you're doing actually has substance to it. But it's a way to control people, so you make them feel proud about their suffering, like, oh yeah, make them struggle, suffer, work hard for nothing, and then, the other side that, oh, if you are successful, that's a bad thing, and we should all tear each other down and be sort of regressive with our mentality. Okay, so today I'll do a couple different things on YouTube. I've been enjoying watching this, so this will get me back in the mood of like watching trials and sort of reacting and having, I gave a really good analysis on the Jodi Arias trial many, many years ago, right, on some other stream that I was doing. That was actually, I was doing it sort of, offhanded. Let's just watch some of the Jodi Arias trial. It wasn't when it was going on. It was way after that, right, like 2018 or 17 or something like that. but I was giving like an in-depth analysis, just, sort of tongue-in-cheek, and I would do things like that offhandedly. I wasn't taking it super serious, or I didn't expect it to be super serious, but then as it went on, there were some really good takes and analysis in there, right, psychological analysis, etc. So I did kind of like that. So I did that one. I talked about that other one, I can't remember the name, like where she texts people. She texted the guy and told him how to kill himself, or encouraged him to kill himself. It was like his girlfriend, right? And she's kind of blamed for it. So that trial, which I can't remember, basically the texting suicide trial, right? And then Darrell Brooks, I found pretty funny. I watched that when it was kind of current. And then, some of the controversial ones, Casey Anthony, obviously you could go back, and O.J. Simpson, although that one's kind of tired, but I could sort of analyze it. Again, I'm not just analyzing it legally, I'm analyzing it kind of just logically, absolutist tendency, I'm looking at it psychologically, all these other dynamics that are in play, right? And especially like Judge Ito having the stars in his eyes from the cameras and being very unprofessional as a result. So what you have is the ability to look at it from a perspective that, I don't know, like, what were some of the other ones? There's one other big one like that. There's Jodi Arias, there's Casey Anthony, there's like one other one that, like, they got away and it was controversial, right? Like, everybody, I can't remember. It's just like Casey Anthony, but, they got away and everybody's, like, convinced that they did it, right? But they couldn't prove it or whatever. I mean, kind of like O.J. Simpson, but yeah, we could look at those. This guy's obviously a clown. What I always say, I'll watch some of the Darrell Brooks thing, and then I kind of want to watch some Jesse Lee Peterson clip. Whatever, it's always fun in terms of, it's always fun with respect to, it's fun within the perspective of being able to, again, he says some controversial things, he's a little stupid at times, but he also says some good things, and he does identify correctly an absolutist ideation, whether he realizes it or not, or whatever you want to call it, when he says, like, oh, there's no such thing as racism, sexism, homophobism, whatever, deadbeat dadism. I don't know what that one really means, but whatever he says, like, it is correct on the premise that those things may exist, but they're not the defining factor. In other words, if all it takes, this is how an absolutist would say it, if all it takes for you to kill somebody or hurt somebody or treat them badly is their race, then it's not a race issue, it's a you issue. In other words, you're just looking for an excuse, so it's a human nature issue. People of the same race have always hurt and killed each other anyway throughout history. There was always conflict, so conflict is a human quality, not a race quality. It might be a reason behind it, a motivating factor behind it, it might be an excuse for it, it might be a benevolent pretense for it, to try to guise it in, like the white man's burden or something that people say, said throughout history. You may try to dress it up behind that, but the reality is very simple, that there is no basis. Like, it's not because of race, it's not because of gender. If everybody was the same race, there's still conflict, and that's not just a hypothetical, that's even true in parts of the world where that's been the case, or where it was the case, earlier throughout history. You can always see, it's not like everybody was holding hands and getting along, and then, oh no, all of a sudden we meet a different race and now all hell breaks loose. It is often an overlap. This is the part that's a bit nuanced that people don't really get, that I've always said. The first time a culture or a society will come upon another culture or society, like one country comes upon another, could happen to overlap with it being a different race. So, like, if the Europeans are meeting the Native Americans for the first time, it's not a question of the Native Americans' race that's the issue. It's the culture differences, it's the technological differences that allow them to be, in a position of power to attack them and stuff. If their technology was more even to the Europeans, then it would be a lot more difficult. They might have thought twice. They might have just tried to tax them or do something else, right? But the point is, the first time you come upon a new society, country, right, land, territory, the first time you come upon that is also the first time that you decide to, that it happens to be a different race too. But the whole fallacy with that, again, the Europeans just wanted to find a trade route to India, and Indians are a different race than Europeans, but they fully intended to trade with them at that point. And, later on they obviously do colonize them, but that's besides the point. so it wasn't that the race was the issue. They respected the, if you will, the culture and the technology, etc., of India, right, who is in a more advanced state than Native Americans. So in that more advanced state, the best way to protect yourself isn't to say, oh, racism is bad, and oh, big bad Europeans and white men. It's to say, let's have a centralized government, let's not be warring tribes scattered about, like sitting ducks in a historical context, and let's have this play out, where the worst that they'll do is to colonize us and tax us, not to just straight up kill us and take our land, because even if it seems like a cynical way, well, we're of more use to them that way, and it's also like, it wouldn't be worth it to try to conquer India because they were more powerful, not more powerful than Europe, but like more powerful than the Native Americans. They had better technology, they were more centralized government, right? So it makes it very difficult. So you'd rather say, okay, let's just trade, or at worst, let's just try to tax you and colonize you. But we're not, it's the layers that are defined not by race or something like that, right, but by the means that you have. So that technological disparity is the biggest factor, right? So if the Native Americans had better technology than what they did, even if it wasn't as good as if it was better than Europeans' technology, then they would have been the ones attacking Europe, maybe. Or if it was equal, there's no way Europe would have just said, oh, let's just take this over. We would have said, okay, we respect it. You have guns. You have a systematic government. So we're not going to mess with that. We'll just try to trade. We'll try to, respect that. Then if it's a little worse than yours, so again, if it's better, if the Native American technology was better than Europeans, they would have attacked Europe and maybe done the same thing to Europe as the Europeans did to America. So it's not about their intent, or it's about their ability. It's about the technology. Then if it was equal, we would have just traded. Europeans would have just traded, and that would have been fine. Right, they wouldn't have tried to attack or fight. Then if it was lesser than Europeans, but not by a huge margin, they would have said, okay, we'll colonize you a little bit, we'll tax you a little bit, things like that. And then the final stage is if it's far inferior, like it actually was, right, the technology of the Native Americans is so far behind the Europeans that now it seems like that's very tempting. Our technology is so much superior that we could easily do it, and that's basically what ends up happening. So, again, none of that is about moral decision-making, like, oh, we're choosing to do it based on morals. We're choosing it to do it based on ability and technology, such that you're able to decide that, again, is it really worth the trouble to try to conquer them? Would it even be possible? So that's why other countries you look at, like, oh, you're not going to just go and invade China. You're not going to just go and invade India, right, because it's so far away. Well, I guess, the Americans were pretty far away too, but it's so far away. Or you're in a case of they're more centralized government, they're more tech. So again, let's do a little victim blaming. The reason why the Native Americans suffered their fate and died out, basically, was not because, oh, the big bad evil Europeans are coming over, because those traits are universal to all humanity, right? We've seen conquering and empires and subjugation, slavery everywhere in the world. So that's not really pertinent. That's a constant. What was the defining factor there? It was actually the Native Americans' fault, that they were so complacent and content that they, first of all, didn't have very advanced technology, despite having a paradise of resources all around them, right? The Americans were very, not resource deprived by any means. And so they didn't have technological advancement, so that's kind of their fault. And they also didn't have a centralized government, really, because they had all these split tribes. And so that's also their fault. So what they did is they left themselves as a sitting duck in a historical context. So the big picture is, yes, the evil Europeans came along, but they wouldn't have been able to do that, or certainly not as easily, if they had better technology, which was fully within their control. They had plenty of resources, and within the context of having a centralized, organized government, where, again, that would be far more fearsome to go against. And you might just think twice and say, okay, we're not going to... But now when there are all these split tribes fighting against each other and scattered about, it's not really going to bode very well for you. We can do a similar thing like with Hitler or something. Again, I'm not saying these things, I'm just observing. Like, oh, it's not just that Hitler's a bad guy. He could have been just as bad walking down the street, and he's just some crazy guy. So at worst, he might kill one or two people, like a serial killer murderer, but then he would go to jail. So the real failure of society is multi-layered. The fact that they allowed him specifically, as bad as he is, to come to power, any form of power. That's failure number one. Society should have better judgment than allowing that to happen, right? That somebody this bad could be given any amount of power like that. Then number two is to allow anybody, even if he was a saint, even if he was better, to allow anybody to get the amount of power that he did, both over the media and the government, where you become a dictator and have basically total power, even if it's more so the party, whatever, but people always personalize it to him, the Nazi party. But to allow anybody to have that much power, even if they were good or not, right, is a failure of society. So you failed, number one, by letting this big bad guy, this terrible guy, come to a position of power. That's failure number one. You should have had better judgment. Then number two is that you allowed anybody, even if they were better, even if they were perfect, right, even if they're an angel, you allowed anybody to come to a position of total power, where that should never happen no matter what. And then number three is just perhaps not holding them accountable and preventing that or stopping that sooner. So it is a failure of society in that way. And the biggest point is that this is my sort of framework, is assume everybody's the worst person ever. So then the amount of power you would give them would be limited. So you would have checks and balances. You would keep them under the spotlight. The media would be constantly criticizing, holding a microscope, checking everything they do, kind of like what they did with Donald Trump. So that's actually a good thing, right? Even though at times it was hyperbolic and unfair and biased, the reality is it's a good thing to have somebody under a microscope like that, but it shouldn't be selective. Everybody should get that same treatment. So that's a good thing that it's serving as like a check rather than a propaganda tool and reinforcement. So the reality is that you're in a position where you have this point of, again, the model should be power should just be only a tool that is useful at times for certain purposes like policy, and you want them to be a useful idiot, and that's about it, and it should be held accountable to its usefulness, not just overextended and glorified for the sake of just being what it is. And then beyond that, you have the simple ability to realize that you have the simple ability to realize that you have, what do you call it? Just the idea that, again, don't allow a bad person to come to power, but even assume you can't judge that for some reason, right? So this is how power should be. It should be limited. It should be tied to function and usefulness, and it should be like this. In other words, it doesn't matter if they're the worst person ever, right? They can only do so much bad because they're limited. They're held in check by other branches of government, by the people, by constant media coverage, scrutiny. They're held in check. So they're given only enough power to do what needs to be done functionally, policy-wise, right, as far as people want. But anything beyond that, you're being held in check constantly. You have other branches, you have checks and balances in society. So you could be the worst person ever, you could only do so much bad, or you could be the best person ever, you could only do so much good. So now you're not leaving yourself at the mercy of the individual and just hoping that they're good. You're holding them accountable in check to say that you would not be allowed to it would be the system. The system would prevent them from doing too much, and you would never allow them to have total power or too much power. And so now you have a case of, again, it could be Hitler, but he'd be held in check. He'd be under constant scrutiny. He wouldn't be stopped from having control over the media. He'd be, constantly under the public eye. So even if he wanted to do something worse, he wouldn't be able to. He wouldn't have the power to. He'd be constantly held back, held in check. And then the other point is that, again, you could be the best person ever. So the point is you're not leaving yourself at the mercy of, the reason why, this is what I hate if people were to say this. This goes so much against the absolutist tendency. You would say, the reason why the Holocaust happened, you see, is because Hitler is just a bad guy and he was so evil and how terrible. But in other words, so all it would take for that to happen again is, there could be somebody just as evil and just as terrible, right? So you're making him specifying the conflict. You're giving one man a monopoly over sin, right? It's a fallacy. So what you're doing is, assume somebody like that came along. Assume there's people like that in the world right now, but they wouldn't have the power to be able to do what they did. So that's more important, right? Sure, he can be a bad guy, right? Nobody would want to defend him, but I'm saying when you enable somebody that much, when you give them so much power, that becomes the issue. So you should always hold everybody in check. And so the point is that don't leave yourself at the mercy of, oh, this guy's bad, that's why something bad happened on a massive scale, or this guy's good, so I don't know, or we're hoping that somebody's good, right? Don't leave yourself at the mercy of arbitrarily whether this guy's good or bad or not. Either have better judgment to be able to see through somebody, which clearly public groups aren't, the public of countries isn't very good at doing that, right? They're not very good judges of character based on the kinds of people that they end up electing or whatever. Because there have been countless that have gone usurpacious, etc. But the other point is that, again, don't leave yourself at the mercy. Like, oh, all it would take for something bad to happen is for somebody to be a bad person, right? Oh no, I guess it'll happen again. Right? That's not solving the problem. So the problem is solved by structure. And you say, well, they could be the worst person. Really, this is what you can assume. This is what you could assume. Assume everybody is Hitler. Everybody has those same innate human tendencies, and it's only the ability of power that you give them that would allow them to act on it. So you'd say, okay, we're electing this person as president, but we're going to hold them under a spotlight and make sure, right? So you may be saying you're a little cynical, a little too careful, or like, why would you elect them if that's the case? But you're assuming that everybody's like that or has certain negative tendencies, etc. So you would make sure, like, okay, maybe they're a saint, but let's just be sure they're a saint and not glorify them too much or be blind to what they're actually doing. And the major enabling element of this is the media. You see that in at least modern society. It's interesting to look at the sort of progression of that through history. Initially in history, it would be Darwinism, basically. Like, men would dominate over women. Sometimes, they might rape them, they might do whatever, right? And that was just sort of the natural order. Not saying it's good or that should be the case, but why did that happen? Nobody was sitting there in a government seat saying, oh, we want to treat women badly, we don't like women, we're misogynists. No, it's like physically nature makes it so that for whatever reason, on average, men are more physically imposing than women. So naturally, men were in a position of power over women for that reason. Not saying whether it should be or not. So we're just observing the nature of power. Now you go through the next era and you say, well, what happened then? You had, based on like either capability, meritocracy, like, oh, this person's a good leader, they're highly capable, right? Hammurabi or something, Hammurabi's code. Either that or, well, actually, maybe I'm jumping the gun. It would still be sort of power. This person conquered our people, or they won a war or something, so therefore they're the leader based on their power and capability, which would be a form of meritocracy. So they're the king, and until they get overthrown, right, that would speak for itself. But that's a form of meritocracy at least. So you're letting, at first it was your natural physical ability that nature decided, basically, that men are more physically imposing, that decided power. Then it was meritocracy, like your ability to conquer and lead, and your ability to just, you're the king because you were powerful enough to do that, to win a battle or something, and then everybody follows you because of that. So they acknowledge kind of the nature of your power, that you are a despot, you are a king, right? But they, there's no sense of like people sort of accept it. That's the thing. It's sort of accepted. We know you're a king, we know you have power, and we just let it happen, or we don't dare to question it because we'll be killed or something. But there's less a sense of questioning it at that point in history. So you go from the physical aspect, you go to the meritocracy aspect, then you go to like these divine kings, and people sort of, God says that we deserve to be king. It's one of two things that happen next. Either divine kings that say, oh, we're just meant to be kings because God said so, and nobody questions it, and they just go with that. Or number two, it'll be nepotism, where it's just a dynastic rule by descendants of the throne, descendants of a generation of rulers that indeed may have started with meritocracy, like Genghis Khan was clearly an example of meritocracy, but then, his heirs inherit it, which is not meritocracy. So an absolutist hierarchy would be somebody would rise up like that, like Genghis Khan, but then they would choose a successor, or a successor would rise up naturally based on ability, not based on them being a heir of theirs, right? They would be totally unrelated, more than likely. Like, what are the chances the most capable person happens to be related to you? But moreover, they would either be conquered by somebody else and then they would take over, thereby proving they're superior, or they would, again, choose somebody, or somebody would earn the right to sort of take their place in a more, normal sense. Like, we're just trying to prove who's the best candidate to be my successor. And so that would be the meritocracy. There's nepotism. And again, like the divine kings, we are the leader because we should be, because God said so, something like that. And then beyond that, you have one final point as we get towards the modern era. Again, instead of using religion and the divine king aspect, instead of using nepotism, even though that still plays a role, instead of using meritocracy, although that has some role, what we have had in the modern era is the media. So if the media glorifies you enough and protects you and coddles you and decides to, if it decides to criticize you, so that has tremendous amount of impact. Right, whether, again, that's why Hitler was able to do what he did, because he controlled the media. He took it over. They were pushing Nazi propaganda. He was able to, Stalin was able to do that. In Russia right now, you're able to do that. In China right now, you're able to do that. In the United States, kind of is true too. So all these things are true, and so therefore the media plays a key pivotal role in the modern perception, where it becomes a cult of personality basis, it becomes popularity contest, it becomes something else along the lines of something along the lines of that. So you go again from the physical advantages of nature, define power, to now meritocracy, your ability to conquer, your ability to lead and rule defines power. So almost like power for power's sake. If you're strong enough to be the king, I guess I can't question that because you just did it. But there's more of like a fear factor, like, oh, if you question the king, you'll get killed. So therefore, just don't. And then throughout a lot of history, that's actually what happened, right? There wasn't this sense. It's interesting how much people accepted that throughout history. But you would have certain pretenses where you would just blindly accept it, like, well, because God says so, or because of some other decree, right? People wouldn't have a very high opinion of themselves as the ordinary sort of peasant class, if you will. And so now you get to a point where, again, you go physical advantages, some form of meritocracy, some form of divine will, some form of nepotism, some form of media control, propaganda, cult of personality basis, popularity contest, things like that. So that allows you to realize the fallacies and the means of control. But the one that we should be most wary of in this modern era and day is that of media and sort of information control. So let's look at some of these moments here. Right, that was sort of a template story that I had written, like, what did I call it? It was, I would write little segments here and there of it. Basically, the whole history of humanity, where every era is looked at. You could look at it like a time traveler going back, or you could just look at it as like one immortal person living through all of it, or just looking at it generally. So you would look at it objectively and see, like, what does that say about, what does that tell you? What does every era tell you about it? So you'd go through different periods of history and see, like, so you'd go from the beginning of mankind, talk about cavemen and that part for a little bit. Then you would go through the earliest civilizations. It had like history in the name. Oh yeah, like revisionist history, I think is what I call it. So you would go through, and not that it really is revisionist history, but you would just kind of, you as the observer being able to objectively see all of this would understand the nature of humanity and history and existence the way that most people don't. Even by studying history, most people don't get it. And so what you have is, again, you could do it in a stupid way, like a time traveler goes through all of this, or you could see that, again, some immortal being is living through, like one human who lives forever, goes through all this, and keeps hiding their identity to try to survive and playing a certain role through certain events. It's almost like a Forrest Gump, now that I think about it. I didn't think of this at the time. But, yeah, like a Forrest Gump, who instead of going through significant periods of American history, you would go through all of human history, and you would always be sort of changing your identity, hiding your identity to make so that people wouldn't be able to tell that it's you. That is actually an awesome thing. But my template premise of what I had written was more just like, again, you're looking at certain eras and observing certain things and seeing what they tell you about human nature and society and everything like that. And so you get to a point of, where that's incredibly valuable, because you have this, have the ability to realize that, somehow people don't look at it objectively, and so there's too many preconceived notions. You would understand human nature and tendency and universal aspects of society, so people are so blind and ignorant to it, or they think, oh, it could never happen to us. So you realize, like, the modicum of control in every era. Like, at one point it was religion that was used to control people and keep them in line. At one point it was something else. At one point, so in the modern day, it's just another form of the same thing. It's not that, oh, you're not being controlled. It's just that you don't know how, or you're too stupid to see it until it's too late. So I love these sort of conspiracy theorist arguments. Like, you'll call them that now, and then 50 years from now, you'll look back, our society will look back and say, oh, they were right. Just like every other time in history, that's true. There was some conspiracy, something that was quelled by the government, by the kings, by the church, whatever, and then all of a sudden, we look back in history and say, how could they not have noticed that? How could they have let that happen? But, how could Rome have fallen? But we don't see it as it's happening to us because we're kind of dumb that way. So, let's see, what is this? Bizarre trial, Darrell Brooks, oddities and outbursts of the Waukesha, I forget how you say it, parade. So we're starting in 3, 2, 1. And this will show the way, that's what it is. Now the problem with this is this, like, the sidebar thing where they'll keep talking over it, which I don't want to see that. Full recap of the incredible trial, Darrell Brooks. I always call him Darrell Brooks. But what we have is, I'll watch this. I'll watch something from Jesse Lee Peterson, possibly, too. I don't want to see this, though. Fuck this channel. I just want to see moments from the trial itself. And now the fucking screen turns the other way. I'll just kind of keep doing random ones. He tears up the judge's order, but this isn't long enough. Some of these are really funny, though. Obama ad for Kamala, even though he at first said, I don't endorse her. This one, Darrell Brooks trial. Brooks upset over judge's rulings. We're starting in 3, 2, 1. Accept for value, return for value. I was going to make a compilation, or I told my friend, but it's obviously a lot of work. Make a compilation of every time he says lawful law, or tacit agreement, or the sovereign citizen thing, or even under subject jurisdiction thing. And every time the judge says Illinois versus Allen, she says it like a million times. It's not her fault, but she's a little bit too nice to him, though. Way too nice, in fact. You look at other trials, if even the counsel interrupts, well, he is the counsel too. If the counsel interrupts the judge, they get mad and they don't stand for it. He or she lets him do it constantly. Maybe she wants to avoid appeal and mistrial, but it's still too much leniency that she gives him. So let's see, when Brooks has his little outburst. I was trying to do the chess thing, but it's kind of frustrating, so maybe I won't. It's just interesting to me what that could represent, that you can do that at a high level and make a mockery out of it. And of course, just doing it isn't enough. We have to record it too. "73 pages. I want to get to the point where he says something, but I also want it to be accurate on the timestamp. So we'll do Jesse Lee Peterson something, because it can both be funny but also interesting and insightful at the same time. That's the nature of him as a person. He says things I feel like to be insightful at times, to just sort of instigate stuff and, you know. The court has the final. Okay, this is kind of boring. I want something funny. Just the way, like, that's the thing. You could say, oh, he's a bad attorney. He represents himself poorly. But the reality is that you could be the best lawyer ever and you wouldn't do much better, because it's just a hopeless case. The way that he did it was so bad. right? He does come up with some good arguments, like the warranty, he comes up with some good things. Like, really, if you were to try to argue that, the fact that he honked his horn, so that means he was trying to lure people, even though it's dumb and inaccurate, right? What else are you supposed to do when you deliberately just run people over in a parade? Obviously, I was honking, so I was telling them to get out of the way, it's their fault. Or, the car had a warranty on it, some recall, even though it didn't apply to that car. The throttle body type shit. Him being quiet for this long is actually an achievement, but I was going to try to do like Hearthstone or something, like Heart Speak and stuff. I could do it on my other phone, I guess, but with mobile data. Except for value, return for value. If you haven't seen them, it's your choice, okay? He starts throwing the evidence in the trash and then complaining he doesn't have it, or says that he lost it. He does a whole gambit with the letter. I had a letter from his ex-girlfriend. Okay, this isn't really too interesting. Let me try to find another one. I don't want to watch these in short form clips, but some of his cross-examination stuff isn't actually that terrible, though, for somebody who's obviously not a lawyer, who seems like a bit of a moron. It's not actually that bad, though. What you got to realize is like the hopeless case fallacy. Like, Juan Martinez does such a good job in the Jodi Arias case. No, he doesn't. He should have gotten the death penalty if he did a decent job, because it's easy for him. It's a cakewalk. If you reverse the attorneys, put Juan Martinez on Jodi Arias' defense, and put those defense attorneys on the prosecution, and the trial outcome would be very much the same as it was, because he's not suddenly going to win that. So you have to realize how unfair that is. Like, the truth is on your side as the prosecution, that she is guilty. She stabbed the guy 17 times. Like, what are you supposed to do? Right? The defense has it a lot harder. So don't fluff up somebody just because they have an easy advantage and an easier case to make in the first place. Right? So that's number one. Okay, so this is Darrell Brooks questions his ex-girlfriend. It's like 58 minutes long, so we'll start in 3, 2, 1. The problem is the beginning of these can take a while to get into the flow of anything. I want to see that clip of Jesse Lee Peterson talking to the atheist girl, because I'm something of an atheist myself, but then I always say it's not really a label. Subject jurisdiction, count 1. Take a sip every time. She kind of indulges him too much. Or he keeps saying, like, the prosecution has to prove that they went to law school or something. Like, you think they'd let them sit there? What is this, some sort of Furio Tigre? Somebody did get away with doing that, though. That sigh is a sigh of 1,000 lifetimes. I don't actually know fully what that even means. Subject matter jurisdiction, the fact that you have the right to this jurisdiction, basically. Right, like, that you'd have the right to be a judge in this county and make decisions here, but you wouldn't be sitting on the fucking bench if you didn't have jurisdiction. So what is your point? Like, these are not really issues that are ever part of a trial. One thing that they almost should have done, though, is had a jury placement in a different area, though, so you would have heard that. He makes a good point with that later. Like, he'd have, everybody's going to know exactly what's happening and be personally involved with the community too much, where they won't be objective, because they're right where it happened. Everybody in that county is going to know, so you arguably could move it to another county to have people be objective about it. That is actually a fair fair request to make. It's not that you have to do it, but I probably would suggest it. Then the outcome would have probably been the same because he is a clown and he is guilty, but you wouldn't be so close to what happened. Like, oh yeah, my friend got killed, or like, you know what I mean? Or my friend's friend got killed, so I'm personally involved because I live in the same area. Like, it's not a good thing, right, to find a jury that close to when something happens. You could say that about a lot of cases, but for something this much of a public spectacle and that would have been on the media and the news this much, right, if it's just like a single homicide, right, they just kill one person, that's not a huge deal. You won't hear that much about it. But this guy is a big public spectacle. Everybody around the country would have heard about it, but at least you're not in that media community. So now Erica Patterson comes out. That look he gives to her, like, just... Look at the histrionics, and he's mumbling under his breath. So the defense calls Erica Patterson his ex-girlfriend. I have to give him some mild amount of credit, though, because think about what an impossible case it is to do. I'm not going to pretend like I would have done better, or even an experienced lawyer would have done that. I mean, they would have done better and not wasted so much time, but it's like that Jodi Arias trial is a good example of that. Or this must be the first time she's been there, or maybe she just says that. What did she say? Yeah. You're supposed to say, I do, but that's what you should have said to Darrell Brooks if you got married, but they never did. That's the real crime here. So it's his witness, but wait. It's hard to know whether she accused him of assault and stuff, though, so I don't know to what extent she'd be in his favor, against his favor. Like, why would she be his witness if she would then be inclined to say more positive things about him, right? She's not the prosecution witness, or maybe, I don't know. Nobody would really be his witness because he's a clown. Like, who's going to be trying to help him? Shuffling through his papers, like, all this is pretty normal stuff. Sometimes people are unfair, like with they're being unfairly harsh, but every lawyer takes some time, and you gotta, he's actually not that bad when it comes to the questioning, I have to say. He's kind of quick with it, to the point with it. Well, I mean, he'll kind of ask one question after another relatively quickly. He's not as bad as you would think, given the circumstance, how unfair, how hard of a trial it is. See, this is perfectly reasonable. He's just working out of his jail cell. I in a way, I admire the circumstance. I would love to see that play out, like in a real setting. Somebody who defends themselves well and successfully. Maybe somebody who's even a lawyer who's accused of something, like presumed innocent, would have been perfect. That they kind of wasted that opportunity, right? It should have been that he was defending himself. Or, Phoenix Wright obviously does that. The only reason why I'm watching this is because I want the timestamp to be correct. But yeah, the prosecution's always whispering, and they don't like... He doesn't like that, and he said they're laughing at me and whispering about me. Or like he always impugns the court that somebody might have taken it. But no, I would always analyze Phoenix Wright games in that same way. And sort of, I don't know, I would have a very in-depth style. Like, I'm not a lawyer, but I play one on stream or recording or whatever. Okay, go ahead and ask your fucking questions, dude. She doesn't seem... What do you do for a living? You're starting like small talk. November 1st, 2021. Let's see. So he's setting the stage for what he was doing. It was like over-responsive. She's saying too much. What were you doing? But I guess, like, what were you doing? I had a sandwich. Then I took a shit. Then I went and took a nap. Then I watched a TV show. Like, I was doing all those things. It's very broad. Yeah, you're supposed to say over-responsive there. I guess he didn't... Yeah, see, that was a legitimate over-responsive objection at that point, at the first point. The objection from the state is overruled. You were drinking, so now you're not a reliable witness because your judgment was impaired, or something, you know. Do you recall... Any phone interactions? I love that. What do you mean by you? To be fair, that's a completely fair thing to say, because pretend he wasn't defending himself, you would never say you then. Is that usually the name you refer to the alleged defendant by? And you're not an alleged defendant. You are the defendant, but you're an alleged criminal, right? A defendant is an alleged criminal. This is kind of hearsay on himself, but I don't know. Would it be fair to say, do you recall, these are actually pretty normal phrases, but he maybe overuses some of them. Do you agree would be a very common one. Do you agree that something, something? the state's being pretty judicious here by not objecting to every single thing, but then again, there aren't too many good objections, so these are not bad questions. Really, alleged defendant is a misstatement because he's not an alleged defendant. He is the defendant, right? That doesn't mean he did anything wrong. You could be proven innocent. A defendant just means you're accused, right? And then, you would be an alleged criminal, and if you're proven innocent, then you're not, right? So there's no such thing as an alleged defendant. You got to figure out some Jesse Lee Peterson type shit after this. This is mildly entertaining, but it's actually not that bad, so it's almost not that entertaining. It's got to be more over the top, but he normally does that when the jury's not there or directly with the judge and stuff. But no, I like his flow of the questions. It's actually not that bad. He doesn't take that long. He's usually pretty well prepared. It took him a little bit of time, but actually not that bad. Let me back that up. That's like a normal thing that lawyers say. Things got a little chaotic, okay. That's almost you characterizing it in a negative way, though, that a defense attorney wouldn't want to probably do, but it kind of can't be helped. That's more of a prosecution question, like, things got a little chaotic, so that makes him look bad. Objection, you couldn't have been at the park for a second because you physically couldn't have moved that fast out of the park. It would have had to have been more than a second. I love that one by Phoenix. A lot of Heart says, it's a classic objection. A lot of Heart says it's after midnight. It was on Christmas Eve, just past midnight, a few minutes after midnight. Objection, doesn't that mean it wouldn't still be Christmas Eve and it would therefore be Christmas Day? That is actually perfect. Like, it's the sort of thing that you might believably say, but you don't realize. It's a few minutes after midnight on Christmas Eve. Okay, let me switch over to the Jesse Lee Peterson. I want to see that chick. There's like an atheist chick, I think, who's also like a lesbian or something, and like, I remember sort of being triggered by it, maybe on both fronts or something. It's like this outward insistence on religion that becomes annoying. It's like nobody's stopping you from being religious or saying that you can't be, but it's just that if you are, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not going around telling people not to be religious. I might point out some fallacies and flaws and contradictions with religion because it's such an outward process throughout history that has such importance, and so many things are done in the name of it, and so many things are, it's such an important part of human history that it's worth studying and having positions on and dissecting, but I'm not even saying ultimately not to believe in it. I guess my premise would be that you have, you would basically say it might be useful for you, it might give you structure, it might give you peace of mind, but it doesn't mean that I would personally want to do it myself, right? So I might even see, okay, it's a fallacy, it's not real, it's not true, but it might still give you a certain peace of mind. So in the same way that I would say entertainment and escapism can be useful, right, to your peace of mind, state of mind, so too can religion do that. So what you need now is the ability to, I would have to switch that in a second here. I really wanted that chess thing to be more viable, but it's so frustrating. I'll play well for a while and I'll be winning, and it fucks up my provisional rating on a new account, and then they'll say, oh, well, or the fucking voice recognition will fuck up, and I still have to interact with it so much with the screen, because I have to keep turning it on and off if I want to talk about other stuff. that is a pretty wild thing for you and me to do. Like, it's one thing to watch videos and react to them. I found, like, the ultimate cheat, though. Just don't even show the video, which I don't want to anyway. But then I can still react because I can just say what point we're at with it in terms of the timestamp and everything. And so... So let's see what we got. I kind of want to switch this. I just want to see that briefly, but I don't know how I'd even find it. It's like an atheist chick. Maybe an atheist lesbian chick that Jesse is talking with somehow. And the reason why is because I just remember seeing that before. Maybe I'll do it later on. Let me see. Yeah, that trial had some pretty good moments, and you would basically be able to see that, or, you know, this is one of my takes, like, on global warming, people who feel so self-righteous about it. If you really cared about it, you wouldn't live in modern society this way anyway. You'd be like Amish, or you'd be like something else where you have, you know, you could live in a very limited area, like in a limited minimalistic lifestyle. So you'll live a highly wasteful lifestyle in modern society, and then you'll say, well, I recycled one little fucking can, so now I feel good about myself. It's a very half-mast perspective that you would have there. So this is the thing that probably triggers me the most out of anything. It's like this auto-rotate thing on my phone that you can't really turn off, otherwise then it won't rotate at all, and it's like very janky. So like right now, it's horizontal. Okay, now it changed. Like I hit a bump in the road and it changes now to vertical, or it changes from vertical to horizontal. So we go Jesse Lee Peterson. Oh, I don't know. It's almost like you gotta pull over whenever you want to change something. It's too fucking hard to navigate this. So fucking annoying. Like, you shouldn't do this sort of thing while driving, but they could make it a little easier. I guess you could try to use voice for this too. But then when I'm talking so much, it becomes difficult because you have, you know, I don't know. It really is fucking annoying. I hate it. This fucking phone is garbage. Hang on. It is kind of an old, shitty phone. That's why even if I was saying, oh, if I do something like Hearthstone, I would have to do it in such a way that... Okay, so here I'm going to watch the other thing I was talking about, which is it's called Atheist versus Preacher, and it's by Jesse Lee Peterson, and he's talking to this woman. The video is like 27 minutes long, just in case there's other ones like this one. Atheist versus Preacher, and it is some woman who I think is also a lesbian, or maybe not. Maybe I just remember something. I remember seeing part of this, and she talked about like flavors of ice cream, basically to analogize preference in partners. But I don't think that had to do with her sexuality. I think it had to do with her ability to be with other races. Like she said, "Oh, I'm with a certain race," or like, "Do you like a certain race?" So that's basically a good point. Like that, I would probably say something similar, right? Being with someone in a sexual, like for example, okay, I typically have liked white women, and especially I like women with blonde hair, although that can depend, right? So that's been my main preference. And I like women who are a little tall, right? Although not always, actually. There's only one woman who's been taller than me that I've been with, but I guess it's just harder to find. I'm like 5'11", so how often do you find a woman who's, you know, taller than that? And how often is it, a situation where you could be in a relationship with them, like they're not already taken, or so it's very, very rare that you find someone like that. From my experience, there's only ever been one who's been like actually a good compatible relationship option and whatever. So the point with that I find kind of amusing is that, again, it doesn't mean, oh, you're biased against short people because you like a taller woman. It doesn't mean that you're against men, that you like women, or it doesn't mean that you're it doesn't mean that you are against other races. The fact that you typically have liked white women, typically that's the areas that I've lived in have had mostly white people in them, right? That could be part of it, or this is just my preference. Or so even if I say, oh, I find you more physically attractive in a sexual specific sense if you're white than other races, that doesn't mean that you're saying something negative about other races. That's just my personal preference, right? Why would you judge like again, you're not saying something negative about them. You're not saying you're ugly or you're bad people, or I think less of you as a person. It's a very specific context that you're talking about, like only the sexual context, only the attractive aspect, right? So it's all subjective and preferential. And then we get into this thing about like objectivity and asexuality. Like, I hate that term so much. I think it's so stupid, because you're going to be into certain things. Like, let's say I'm asexual, right? And I've always been asexual. But I find, let's hypothetically, even though, again, I disavow the term, if that was true, it's like I find certain contexts or imagination or scenarios or psychological tendencies, I find certain things attractive more so than people. But that's just because my imagination is good. Anybody who's even in a relationship, it's like, oh, I like being whipped, or I like being something, in a submissive position, submissive situation. And so it ends up being exactly that point that you have, like you can't see the difference between that's with human beings. It's imagination plays such a key role. Even if you think, oh, I'm attracted to this person, why? Like even the tall thing I was talking about, it's not just that, oh, she's tall and that's rare and unique, so I like it because of that. It's also she's alpha, and part of the reason why she's alpha is because she is kind of taller, so therefore she was always the center of attention, and that kind of goes along with it. Not saying everyone who's tall is like that, or not saying everybody who's short is timid, but there is a certain overlap that she sort of played into that. She even wore like platform taller shoes to make herself even taller, to stand out even more. So like, she's obviously playing into it, and she's alpha and stuff like that. So it's a preferential treatment that you can't look at these things in a myopic way. It's like, I don't know, people sometimes turn it into, if you don't find every race equally attractive physically in a subjective sense, then therefore you must be racist against them, even though it has literally fuck all nothing to do with that. So in other words, if I don't want to have sex with you, I have something against you and your whole race. Like, I don't want to have sex with most people probably, like, you know what I mean? It's a preferential basis. And there's always exceptions, too. I'm not saying that as a hard rule, like, oh, I've never dated anybody of color, or I never would do that. It just means that, again, based on the environment that you're in, the majority of people might be one race. Based on just the personal preferences that you have, you might prefer that. Like, it doesn't... So, again, you're not saying anything negative about them. So I think that point is good. But we're starting in 3, 2, 1... Or it fucked up, but it's atheist versus preacher, Jesse Lee Peterson, and some woman who is an atheist apparently. But no, that's just the term atheist is itself a fallacy, the way that people pose it. You could just say you're religious. That's an outward thing to do. Being an atheist is not an outward thing to do. Everybody is born, when you're 5 years old, you're an atheist. You haven't been indoctrinated into a religion yet. So you can choose to outwardly believe something, and I'm not telling you not to. But to say that an atheist is doing anything outward and defining them by that and labeling them as that is utterly ridiculous, because there is no basis to it. When you're born, you're atheist. We're all born atheists. Now, you can choose to believe something at some point in your life. It usually requires external factors. Like, again, if you were born in the jungle and you lived off the, nature, you might come up with your own religion, but you would never believe in the specific ones out there, right? So you have to be indoctrinated into the church at a young age, or whatever the case may be. These are not things that you would just naturally do on your own, right? If you were just born in the middle of nowhere, separated from society. So this notion of, like, why are you an atheist? There's no such thing, right? You're an ignorant animal who has slightly greater self-awareness and intelligence than other animals. All of a sudden, the universe doesn't revolve around you. You weren't created in God's image. You wouldn't be aware of God even if there is one. We know far less about the universe than, we know a fraction of all there is to know. But we would think even thousands of years ago, we would know all these answers and have all the answers. So that's the insidious temptation of religion. Religion offers false certainties and absolutes and all the answers, whereas science, or again, just science or objectivity, would just have more questions. We don't know. We don't have all the answers. So I'm not making any claim by saying that, right? You're just saying we don't know everything. We don't know what God would be like. We don't know all the answers to that, right? And so rather than claiming false certainties and absolutes, you would just acknowledge we simply don't know. We're just simply ignorant animals who have slightly greater self-awareness and intelligence. And because of that, we have such an insane ego that we think everything revolves around us and that we should know everything. Why can't that just be the answer? We're just ignorant and we don't know. That doesn't mean there isn't a God. That doesn't mean whatever. But all the extrapolations are psychological, that you have like some sort of need or desire or something for some comfort, or it's like a psychological basis. It gives you a sense of certainty and structure and peace of mind to believe in God, but that doesn't mean that God is absolute or real or something like that. So there's no evidence to specifically suggest the kind of thing that people say and the exact dogma that people say. It also goes into don't specify the conflict. If you want to believe in a God-like figure generally and say, okay, there is some God-like being that created us, okay, cool. But then going into all the details and the specifics, like, oh, it was Jesus and he came back to life and he's the Son of God and all this minutia, and you can only eat meat on Thursday, or like whatever. They have all these weird ritualistic things. Getting caught up in all that minutia is meaningless, because even if there was a God-like figure, you're kind of specifying it too much and saying, well, every other religion is wrong and mine is right, and it becomes arbitrary. And it also goes to the point of basically realizing that, it reinforces a lot of things in society that are basically, already show you that the human incentive, like killing people, is wrong. Okay, I can understand why people believe that, because they don't want to be killed. I can accept that on a functional, practical level. But then, God says it's wrong to kill people. Now we question it because we say, well, we say that, God says it, so you try to put it above that. Well, what's the use in doing that? Now you can't question it because you say, something like, you say something along the lines of, it's my subjective word against yours. Even the vast number of people, it wouldn't matter. Like 1 million people say killing someone is wrong, but one person says it's right. So it's one subjective word against another. So the only way to win that is to say, oh no, it's not a subjective word, it's a higher measure, it's a higher standard. And that is obviously that, God is saying it. So you bypass sort of cognitive dissonance or the subjective human standard that you have, like one subjective view versus another. Right? That's part one. The other part of it is, again, the rituals and the traditions are arbitrary, don't specify, don't get lost in the minutia. You would have to make this very heavy-handed claim that you have, that you are right and everyone else is wrong, or somehow you could say every religion is talking about the same thing, but they just call it by different names, but that's kind of too convenient. The reality is that it's arbitrary, and it is very specific and arbitrary. And the reason why is because it's too, you get lost in all of that specific stuff. And you'd have to ignore a lot of things that science or history would tell you Like, sometimes people will be incredulous. Like, you really think we evolved from dinosaurs, or which we didn't. But I mean, they'll question evolution, but it's like, you can observe how evolution works, but, rather than doing that, like, that's often what superstition and religion is. It's like something you can't explain, especially at that point in history where we had less technology. People couldn't explain something, so rather than somebody saying we don't know, it's this unwillingness to be puzzled. We'd rather claim an absolute and say, oh, well, let's just try to explain it, and act like, oh, God did it or something. So that doesn't really answer anything. And one other point is always what I say is, if your justification for God existing is everything needed to be created, so therefore God must exist to create it, then your logic dictates is you as the claim maker that everything must be created, and so therefore you have a contradiction that God too then would need to be created, because you're saying that everything needs to be created. And if you say that God is exempt from the need to be created, then why can't everything be exempt? So if you're stating an absolute, saying everything must be created, so okay, I'll give you that premise, but then okay, God creates it, but then God is also part of everything. God exists, so therefore God also needed to be created. So in other words, you're saying, like, what are you telling me, atheist, that the universe just came out of thin air? Wow, what a crazy argument that is. Also, God came out of thin air and created the universe. Wow. So, like, in other words, you're still saying something came out of thin air. So to you, the universe itself could be God, right? Like, it came out of nowhere, we can't explain it. So I love that being used as an argument, though. Our ignorance of something is not an argument. Like, again, you were simply saying you don't know. I don't have all the answers. Society as a whole, science doesn't have all the answers. We don't know how everything works or why everything came to be or everything. We don't have all the answers. But then religion would say, oh, we do have all the answers. So they'd say, oh, how do you explain this? How do you explain that? But in a way, you can't explain everything, and they would fail to explain it. Right? Like I say, sometimes the best argument against something is a flawed argument for it. So if you really press far enough, you'll realize, oh, they're not really explaining anything either. They're just kind of posing false absolutes, non-accountable false absolute. So we're starting in 3, 2, 1. Welcome to the Fallen State. I'm Jesse Lee Peterson. Thank you so much for being with us. Are becoming, or they always were? Jacqueline Glenn, atheism advocate. I would always reject that title, though. I'm not an atheist, because everybody is born that way anyway. You don't look like an atheist. What happened to you? Treating like a negative. When you're born and you're 5 years old, you're an atheist. Everybody's an atheist. Thought process. She's talking like me. See, that's not even an outward thing. It's not an outward effort to not believe in something. So it's an outward effort to do something. To believe in something is outward, so you have to justify it. I don't have to justify simply not doing something. I'm not doing anything. That's just a natural state. So she was indoctrinated into the church and still saw objectivity. Starting questioning things, started thinking for yourself. Politics of the church, cover-ups of misconduct with little kids possibly. I don't know why that's so common. The church molesting young children. Molested Majesty twice in the course of the same sermon, like the way that Salieri says it so elegantly about Mozart. Alright, so they're just giving the background, but I love that standard, though. There's no such thing. Like, so I'll define you. If you don't drive a car, you're a walker, like you're anti-car. But you're not defined by not doing something. If you drive a car, you're driving a car. You're a driver. You're a car driver. But if you're not driving a car, you wouldn't define. So I'm not driving a car. I'm not driving a horse, riding a horse. I'm not riding a buggy. I'm not riding a plane. So I'm an anti-plane writer. I'm an anti-car writer. I'm an anti-this, anti-that. I'm an atheist. Like, you're defining somebody by what they're not doing, not by what they're doing, which is not a valid position. It's a false inherent. Nobody cares about them being gay. Well, I think there's been a lot of stigmatization. Nobody can tell, but you'll kind of see it happen. Even these terms are fallacy, like feminine. What is really feminine? I know we sexualize women like crazy in society, but it's hard to define these things. So they do talk about the gay discussion. I've probably seen the whole thing, but I think I got triggered by some part of it. This is many years back. You know, people say that like, oh, you can hide the fact that you're gay, or just don't tell anybody. But you'll have a picture of your husband on your desk if you're a man at work, or like you'll have basic things. You're not going out of your way, but sometimes you'll see it come up anyway. Yeah, I like that too. Just because you believe, quote unquote, in a religion doesn't mean you believe everything in it. Absolutely, although that kind of would be the dogmatic way you'd almost have to look at it. Selective standards or no standards at all, so that's how you'd be objective, and everybody does that. Like, nobody follows the Bible 100%, or you'd be committing crimes and doing all kind of things that are actually bad in today's So really the issue with this is the youthful indoctrination into something. Even if you think it's the right thing to believe it, let them wait till they're 12, 15 and decide for yourself. Even within Christianity itself, like, oh, Protestants are wrong and something else is right, like Catholic, it doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter. You're specifying the conflict. Fiance, so is she with a guy or a girl? I don't know why I thought she was gay. She was just talking about somebody gay. Yeah, outward insistence. Nobody's telling you to be an atheist. I might mock or ridicule certain things about religion, but you're always looking for something. You have an incentive. You don't want to feel like you're all alone. Listen to Mel Gibson and Signs. There's no one looking out for us. We are all on our own. And all it does... Oh, here we go. The comfort. Look at her spit. Let her cook. Let her cook. Oh, we get a 5-second delay here because of an ad. But no, she's sounding an awful lot like me there. Or it's like maybe 7 seconds, I don't know. The worry, the fear, the doubt, insecurity, the feeling of lack of love, all those things go away, and there's no feeling. You wouldn't need to feel, or you wouldn't need to believe if you knew. So even that, like, do you believe in God? I wouldn't need to believe in God. I could just know God was real. Right? It's like a sunk cost fallacy. You believed it, so you just want to keep doing it. So you always have some cognitive dissonance. It's not even that you have to assert that there is no God either. It's just like we wouldn't know. where people say that's agnostic, but even that's not right. It's like, you just don't know. We don't know anything. But the only arguments for why it would have to be God, or why there'd have to be God, is just that people want to believe it. Like, I just don't know anything, so... Yeah, see, critically think, scientific analysis. It's like, why do you even have to grant that? Like, we don't know. We are ignorant animals, and we don't know anything. So what's the problem? So you're not completely dismissing it, but also it's the cui bono effect. I'm not saying that there couldn't possibly be a God, but I know that the only reason why people say there is a God is because of their own psychological tendencies. There's nothing whatsoever to suggest it. So I'll just leave it at that and say, like, we don't know, and I don't care, and it doesn't matter until we find out. We all see what it is. Like, what are the chances thousands of years ago, with primitive technology and primitive standards and cultures, even then, people were so confident, oh, we believe in this God, we believe in that God. Like, different parts of the world, people always have that psychological need, so it has nothing to do with reality. They just don't apply it to religion. They don't apply their critical thinking to religion or something. He always tries to discredit them, like if you had bad parents. He's trying to conflate being religious with being good people, but there's plenty of bad people who are religious or claim to be. There's plenty of good people who aren't religious. Give no man a monopoly on sin or virtue, like everybody. Oh, perfection is a strong word. She's very respectful and, you know, she's got like an unintentional ASMR vibe going too. I like how people say that. She didn't have a lot of money growing up. Like, when she was growing up? No, when I was growing up. Like, I know what you mean, but she didn't have money, but she sent me to school. But wait a second. When she was growing up, how could she send you to school? You weren't even born yet. Were your mother and father the head of your... He really insists upon these old, archaic gender stereotypes. I just want to pose that example. My ex-girlfriend made 6 figures, and I didn't, so I guess I'm a beta, and she would, you know, I'm just telling you, let's say I made close to 40, 50,000, she made over 100. It's like, okay, go ahead, dude, peg me in the bedroom. I don't care, dude. I'm fucking... And again, it's not like that's why I'm with her. It's like, we're still friends now. It's just kind of like, what can I say? What can I say that, oh, you should stay at home and cook, and you should, if we had kids, you could raise the kids. It's like, are you fucking stupid? I'm making twice as much money as you because I'm smarter and more capable, because I'm just a badass person, and I'm a clown. Like, she's a badass, and, like, what am I supposed to say? I can't question your capability. If you're good, you know, you're fucking, you're a billionaire, you're Oprah Winfrey, like, who are you to say what these gender roles have anything to do with the reality? If you're capable enough, you bypass all of them. I think what was bad. And even that's a fallacy. Like, oh, I had a horrible childhood and I hated my parents, but that doesn't mean anything. Like, you can still deal with that, or vice versa. That's the name of his podcast, Fallen State. Plug. You only call it a fallen state as reactively. Yeah. It's more like you aspire in contrivance response to inherent man. You always should strive to be better. Perfect peace. I love how Jesse says all this too, and I don't mean the character assassinate, but he says, oh, don't have babies out of wedlock. He had babies out of wedlock. Like, so evidently what you're preaching didn't prevent you from doing that. I think I remember this exchange. Or he always says this, some of the same things. In dating. Yeah, this inherent, like, human beings are inherently bad or evil, but no, human beings are inherently just human beings, and then we call a lot of their inherent tendencies bad because we want to try to discourage them and stigmatize them and control them and try to create a different contrivance response state and counteract those tendencies. Well, that doesn't mean you shouldn't do that, but it means that that's why you're saying it. You go through history and objective morality, it's always different what people believe. Exactly. Wow, she's on point. So you see how that changes vastly throughout history. Oh, wow, she's fucking on fire. I feel almost like I'm stealing from her, but, I mean, I've obviously said these things, but... yeah, if it was absolute, then you wouldn't be able to do these things in the first place. It's not an absolute. It might be. But you see, even the fact that they have the option to be in a fallen state shows you it's not absolute, because then they have to subjectively come to that conclusion then, to come out of the fallen state or whatever. It's not about no, it's about I have standards of what is right and wrong, but I don't know them because they're not absolutes to know, right? But yeah, what is something somebody said the other day that's like, it's too convenient, and then it would be absolute, like, if it was so absolute, then you wouldn't even need to believe it. It would just go without saying. Like, I don't need to believe that I have to breathe oxygen. I don't need to believe... There was some little hot take moment that I saw the other day that was kind of similar. You're saying, like, oh, there's no inherent morality or something. I can't remember. It was like a short. Like, you were acting like, oh, he really dunked on him, but... radical homosexuals who outwardly insist. No, there is some of that where homosexuals do hate Christians, but it's a reverse feedback loop of, you hate them in response to them sort of hating you, or the perception that they hate you. Radical homosexuals, but you'd be a radical Christian then for preventing somebody from being homosexual. So don't outwardly insist upon your measure, as I say. Right, like, you can be whatever religion you want, but then don't come knocking on my door as, like, a Jehovah's Witness or some shit. Yeah, social Darwinism, people choose not to. That's the free market deciding. Is radical homosexual. Of who they are or who they choose to be, but either way, it's the same point. I love Ben Carson on that. He just so coldly, plainly says it. Yeah, they shouldn't force anybody to do anything. Yeah, they shouldn't really do that. Take them to court. They don't have to do whatever they want. Yeah, I would say that's wrong and stupid and baseless, because there shouldn't be any law that says you must do something. The laws didn't include a lot of things. And that's kind of a stupid take by Jesse, like, oh, they didn't have the right to do it, so they didn't lose the right. Like, I want to find that fucking little short clip. But yeah, the court thing is kind of dumb, but I would just say what she said too, like, they shouldn't convict based on that. Now he gets into the flavors of ice cream with sexual partners. I would say I discriminate, sure, but not based on superficial, not choice reaction elements that people can't control. I would discriminate, this person's dumb, so I'm discriminating against their stupid actions or incapability. I discriminate against incompetence. It's like you're discriminating if you're not in a relationship with somebody, but you're not obligated. She's really smart, actually. Like, she says things, she's very similar to me. Atheists think alike, atheists unite, except there's no such fucking thing. Radical, feminist, homosexual, lesbian. What does he say? Like, big black homosexual lesbian, the way he says it. Like, the way he describes BLM was fucking hilarious. On, like, Piers Morgan show. A bunch of radical, big, fat, black, lesbian homosexuals. She's being objective here too. She's not just simply preaching to the choir, she identify as that? She's voting for Hillary. Well, that discredits you right there because you're a fucking idiot. See, I'm discriminating against you for being a moron. I'm not saying you have to vote for Trump, but my God, you'd have to be dumb. They were being hysterical even then. He's going to start World War III. This is how stupid it is, though. You're discriminating against women by voting for Trump. Because discriminate would be from a base state. Yeah, in relationships, it's more like, you're discriminating against their base state of existence. Like, I don't like you, period, because of that state that you are. Not that, I won't be in a relationship because I have a different sexual preference, or I won't vote for you, or I won't something. Even hiring. Like, I won't hire you because I don't think you're a good fit for the job. Not because of your race. I don't know what he's even saying, but at least she says also. I prefer a liar who's loved by the establishment. Play with nukes, but he didn't do anything, so I love that propaganda point. Oh, here we go. The semantics. You're not as smart as I thought you were. The first half of the video, you're a genius. Second half, you're fucking a Hillary Clinton clown. And the fetus argument is like semantics. Oh, I thought she sort of stormed off or something. The way he uses the discrimination. He discriminates against black people. He says so many negative things about them. But that was a good conversation. I like her a lot, actually. Amazing. Their own discriminations. Tell that to the radical homosexual, then she rolls her eyes. Yeah, incest is a tough one. Honestly, if we came up with a medical way to prevent inbreeding from having negative effects, so if you remove that drawback, then what? No, she was very impressive, though. I respect her. She said some dumb things at the end, voting for Hillary, and what was the other thing? Like, not even pro-choice. See, I don't mind. Okay, you're pro-choice, but don't tell me that, the fetus semantics argument. You're only calling it a fetus, and you're only dehumanizing it as a fetus to justify killing it. In any other context, you would see that, oh, it's a cause and effect thing. So in other words, it's okay to kill a fetus because it's not yet a baby. But that applies to 100% of babies then. You'll never let them get to the point of becoming a baby because you'll say, well, it's only a fetus, it's not alive yet, so therefore I'll kill it. So, like, what kind of a backwards logic is that? It's not fair to even the baby. Like, let's say the baby was conscious and thinking to itself. Like, let me understand why these people are about to kill me or prevent me from being born and becoming alive, which obviously an abortion will do. They're saying, oh, he's a fetus, so therefore it's okay to kill it. But then you say, well, what can I do about that? It's not my fault, right? There's nothing I can do. You'd have to wait and let me become a baby, and then you'd have some reservation. So you're basically, it's a self-tell. You're admitting that you think abortion is wrong, which I'm not even saying it is, because again, no absolute right or wrong, but I would rather you just say, okay, you want to do it for convenience sake, and that's it. And that's fine. I don't even mind. I would disagree and stigmatize it a little bit, but I wouldn't say that you shouldn't be allowed to do that, or certainly it shouldn't be against the law. That's even a non-issue. But I would stigmatize and socially discourage it, but it's your choice. You should be able to do it. It shouldn't be illegal. It shouldn't be funded. You should have to pay for 100% yourself. But the point there is, again, you're admitting that you think it's wrong by having to say, oh, it's a fetus, and a fetus isn't yet a baby, and it's not yet alive, so therefore that's okay to kill it. So you're basically saying that if it was alive, that would be wrong, and you wouldn't be able to justify it. So if we consider a fetus a baby, which, again, in the logical, semantic sense, you have to make that connection, because you realize you can't have one without the other. So simply saying, oh, it's in an earlier stage of development is so logically inconsistent. You're not letting it get to the later stage of development because you're killing it first, so therefore you're saying, well, it's not alive because it's not developed yet. That is an immense fallacy, because again, the act of having an abortion means that, again, that baby is not going to be alive, and if you don't have an abortion, the baby will be alive. So you are literally ending a life. There's nothing, that's why people don't even like the term, oh, pro-life is kind of, oh, I don't like that, but that's what it is. If you have an abortion, someone is not going to be alive that would have been alive otherwise. If you do, or if you don't, someone will be alive, like, barring any extreme, other issue. But from the abortion standpoint, right, that's what you're doing. You're ending a life. Just because it's in an earlier stage, you're trying to, again, it's like mental gymnastics. I'd rather you just say it's convenience. You should be able to have the ability to do that for your own convenience. That's fine. Even though I would stigmatize to some extent, we can have that discussion. But don't try to do the semantics argument by saying, well, it would be wrong to kill a baby and it would be wrong to abort, but it's technically not alive, it's technically not developed yet, it's technically a fetus, so it's okay to do it now. You're basically admitting that you think it's wrong, but you have to hide behind that, right? So pretend the fetus is alive, pretend the fetus is a baby, which is what it will become, unless you prevent it from becoming one, which is, again, it's totally circular logic. You are preventing a human being from living. You are objectively preventing a human being from living by killing it before, by your logic, it's even born or it's even fully developed or fully alive. But that is a nonsense argument. Is you're saying, oh, you're again, I'm the baby in the womb thinking to myself, oh, what did I do wrong? Why did they want to kill me? And then they say, well, it's only a fetus, so it's okay. So I'm like, well, wait a second, wait a few months and I won't be a fetus anymore. Just wait, just give me time. But oh no, it's a fetus, so it's okay. So in other words, the baby has no choice. The fetus has no choice. Like, there's nothing it can do. It didn't do anything wrong. And, you're not giving it a chance to become developed. So I love that. You're preventing its development, but then you're also using its lack of development for, you will pay the price for your lack of development. One of my, like a chess quote, you didn't develop your pieces adequately, but, you're making it pay the price for not being developed, but you're the one who's preventing it from developing. So it really is a self-fulfilling. So in other words, that would apply to 100% of fetuses ever, that you could justify killing all of them then by that logic, which makes no sense at all, right? So if everyone did that, then you could just have abortion 100% of the time. It also goes to the fact of, if you have abortions, it's like, if you have an abortion, it's like, I don't know, like just the personal responsibility argument is more pertinent. So it's not a question of abortions or not. You should be able to be more responsible. don't have sex or have protected sex or whatever, and then if it leads to a pregnancy, take responsibility for it. Because I love that, my body, my choice. But what, it wasn't your choice when you chose to engage in sexual acts and when it led to a pregnancy, and that wasn't your choice? Like, again, assault cases notwithstanding, because that's not the majority of them by any measure, right, of the abortions that happen. The reality is that you're saying that, oh, it's my body, my choice, but it's only your body when you're pregnant. It's not your body when you're choosing to be in a relationship, choosing to have sex. It's not your choice when you choose to have unprotected sex or somehow don't adequately protect. And then it's not your choice when you get pregnant, right? It's not your choice then, but it's only your choice after the fact. So I find that inconsistent, and nobody cares in that context. We're not saying anything about your body. We're saying about the baby's body that's in your body. So I would encourage adoption that way. I always say, like, in a perfect world, there would be no abortion. So that on that basis, you would consider it in a negative light, because in a perfect world, there would be no health concerns that would require you to have one. In a perfect world, everyone would be able to be adopted. In a perfect world, nobody would be assaulted or raped. So in a perfect world, yes, nobody would have an abortion, and abortion is a bad thing. So don't try to turn it into something else. You can say it's a convenience, you can say it's a necessary evil or a necessary, thing that you have to do, but for health reasons or other reasons. But there is not a way to say that, try to justify it or try to turn it into a positive thing. People take pride in it. I've seen, like, it's just something strange about the way it's discussed. But no, she earns my respect. I didn't even catch her name really in that. But Jesse's a little heavy-handed with his questioning, but he's very deliberate, and he's, like, always very calm with how he does it, too. I actually did have a conversation with him, too. Let me look for those two clips, I guess. I'll rehash the one clip, and I'll rehash the... I forgot. I could rehash the one thing I said, and then I could also rehash the one... I don't think I'll be able to find it, though, really. There was some weird, like, short thing that's talking about inherent morality. You don't believe in inherent morality, so that it was acting like, oh, he really dunked on them, he really showed them, but it's really not, because, again, that doesn't mean you can't still hold it in standard, and in fact, that's the whole point. You're trying to say, oh, there's inherent right and wrong, but then why would you need laws? Why would you need police to enforce it? Why would you need constant social stigma, indoctrination, reinforcement? Why would people still do something wrong? Why, so you're not seeing that you have to actively uphold it. So even if you think it's inherent or absolute, it sure takes a lot of subjective human treatment to make it happen. I can't remember what the fuck the video was. Let me try to look through. Sometimes the way that YouTube history works is not the greatest. So let me go for a second here. I want to see a few things. So the two fallacies that Jesse uses are religion and, like, things to do with women. And so he always, and this is the problem that people have sometimes with perceptions, is, like, they'll see something as, like, an objective, like a, I don't know, like some sort of broad sweeping claim. Right, you're making, like, a broad sweeping claim or something just by having a discussion. No, you can just have a discussion. Like, that's all you have to do, and that's fine. Okay, I found it, so I just have to figure a way to to actually play it here now. My thing fell off. So it's a really frustrating argument, because people are acting like, oh, look at him dunk on him, but it's always these unpleasant truths. Like, you're claiming something that is true that is uncomfortable to believe, so wow, you must be wrong. Imagine saying that. So it's called, entire debate lasted 56 seconds. Let's listen to it. Or let me do the 3, 2, 1. Like, my false inherent morality isn't actually inherent. Wow, your argument is so wrong. Also, we need the law and constant social indoctrination to uphold this artificial morality that we subjectively construct. Like, what do you mean, dude? This is a really dumb clip. Because they're saying like, oh, it's like society determines what is moral and immoral, and they're saying it as an absolute, like, oh, so if society says slavery is okay and it's moral, then it becomes moral. But it does by their standard because they're doing it. Like, slavery did happen, so evidently it is just as subjective. You might not like it, you might not agree with it, and so the way that you conquer that isn't to say, oh no, morality is absolute. That's why all these immoral things by that absolute standard of morality still happen and have happened throughout all of human history, because it's so absolute that it requires constant human effort to uphold it, which means it's not absolute. That means it is subjective. That means it requires constant reinforcement and practice through externality, enforcement, laws, social indoctrination, stigma, etc. So, in other words, you're admitting it's subjective in practice. So how would you have beaten slavery? You would have had to socially come up with that notion and collectively agree as a society that this is wrong and we shouldn't do it, which is kind of eventually what did happen, right? A lot of people were against it. They have a war, kind of partly about it at least. Like, so this notion, oh, morality isn't inherent and it's up to what society says it is at a given time, but that is true because that's what they practice. So your belief in an absolute morality doesn't stop the reality of subjective morality happening, that terrible things happen all the time. And so, again, you're confusing the ideal with the reality. Just because your ideal is, yes, I would love a world where nobody ever hurts anybody or nobody ever kills anybody. That might be my moral and my subjective ideal. And many people may agree with that. However, if it was absolute, then it wouldn't be a concern. It's not absolute because it takes that constant upholding of it. So you have to win that argument and fight through social Darwinism, because if a society really does believe in something that is, they wouldn't do it if they didn't think it was right. So how did we get to the point where they thought slavery was right or genocide was right or things like this? Or how did they let it happen anyway? So I love this is one of the dumbest things I've ever seen, because you're not saying that you're treating it as an absolute, but realizing it's not one at the same time. So you just don't get it. Like, you'll say morality is absolute, but it requires constant human action to practice it and uphold it. But then you're also saying that, well, if it's subjective, that means anything can be subjectively moral. But it is from their point of view, right? So you're saying, how could it be subjectively moral to have slaves and to do all these terrible things? Well, it could be because people have done it, and they often don't believe that they're doing anything wrong when they're doing it. Otherwise, that's very hard to justify. If they realize they're doing something wrong, especially collectively as a society, they probably wouldn't do it so widely and so conspicuously. So you're acknowledging, like, oh, so all it would take for society to believe that slavery is moral is for them to just assert it or to practice it. Well, evidently that did happen. There was slavery in various societies throughout history. So yes, all it took was for people to collectively believe that. But that shows you how arbitrary and subjective morality is and human standards are. That they do change at the drop of a hat, and that's how simple and how easily manipulated they can be. So you have to stay vigilant and hold it to a high standard, and don't take morality for granted and take power away from people, and realize that you have to actively uphold something if you do believe it. Let me try to get it with the timestamp, but it's not really working for me too well here. It's only 56 seconds long. But yeah, that's true. A real slam dunk. I'm glad I never have to worry about anything immoral by your subjective standard happening, because I guess it's just absolute. So the fact that you have to actively uphold it, like, what if the police all change their mind and they don't want to enforce the law anymore? Suddenly it's not moral anymore. I mean, again, you can hold your own standard, but it's not, again, absolute would imply, an absolute is the fact that you need oxygen to breathe, to survive, right? That's an absolute. It doesn't matter what your subjective opinion is, you still need it, unless you use some major technological workaround. But with morality, it's like, oh, it's wrong to kill somebody, but people still do it. So you can still say it's wrong. That's certainly your opinion. Most people would agree with you. I would agree with you, but it doesn't mean that it's absolute. It means it's preferential. We want to believe it. We want to agree with it, but Yeah, it doesn't mean it's absolute. So let me look at something here for a second. I kind of want to watch this one out. It's kind of hard to. It's just a 56 fucking second clip. Or I wanted to see the Jesse Lee Peterson thing too, but... Okay, let me try it in a second here. So we're starting in 3. We're doing entire debate, lasted 56 seconds, starting in 3, 2, 1. Mic drop. I work with murderers and pedophiles all the time. Are they wrong? They are wrong by your subjective standard. Interest subjectively. No, because absolute would mean that it would be the base over. Why? I would just say subjectively. But if it was absolute, then you wouldn't need to say it. You would need to enforce it. I don't think you know what the word absolute means. Foundation for ethics, you have to actively self-enforce. You have to actively uphold them. Wrong by a subjective human standard. Second, that the cultural conversation changes. Yes, because that's what happened in the past. Suddenly they become moral because, again, they become protected by law, like slavery was protected by law. So all of a sudden, again, that society considered it moral to do that. Even, that would have had to have been the case. Otherwise, they wouldn't have done it. So that is all it takes is the collective conversation. So he's technically, objectively correct. I love this term of absolute. Like, define what you mean by absolute, because to me, just maybe I'm a stickler for definitions, absolute would mean that it goes without saying that it's inherent, that it can't be questioned. So if it can't be questioned, how come so many people can question it? How come so many people can do those things despite that? We might collectively hold and say, okay, doing this thing is wrong, and we all agree, or the majority of people agree, but if it was absolute, you wouldn't need to do that. Again, an absolute would go without saying. It would be an inherent, where it's as absolute as the air that you have to breathe, right? You need oxygen to survive. You really aren't going to see debate on that, and nobody has to uphold it or enforce it. It's just, it goes without saying. So you can say that's an absolute. You need food to eat to survive, right? This is not an absolute because you can just easily disregard it. I can't disregard, I'm just going to stop breathing because I don't feel like it. I subjectively don't think I need to, right? But you could do that with the other side of, you could just disregard the supposedly absolute morality by saying, I'm going to ignore it and just do a crime anyway. So this is one of those things that's like insidious and tempting, that is easy, like, he's even saying, it's a mic drop and this and that. It's easy to get lulled into these sorts of things that seem like, look, it's a short form, quick edit, hot take. But if you actually think about it at all, to me, the word absolute means that it's unquestionable. To me, it means that it's inherent. So unless, again, I don't know what definition of absolute you could be using here, but if you say that it's absolute, what that means is now it doesn't require subjective human reinforcement. It doesn't require subjective human law enforcement or anything, right? It would be absolute. So in the context of God, you would say, he would strike you down with a bolt of lightning if you did something wrong, right? It's wrong, so therefore God will punish you. But instead, subjective human beings have to punish you with law enforcement, with court, with, again, even social stigma. You have to be indoctrinated from a young age. If you were born in the jungle, right, you wouldn't have these same views necessarily. So you can argue for an end result. And let me watch it again. This is really incredible that, we're starting in, let me see. We're starting in 3, 2, 1. This atheist and this pastor We're debating morality. Ending literally feels scripted because it's such an epic mic drop. Let's check it out. I work with murderers and pedophiles all the time. Or they're wrong by our subjective view. Intersubjectively wrong. If it was absolute, then you wouldn't need to say it. So he's acting like it's his position. It's so absolute that you have to have this conversation about it and feel self-righteous about it. A foundation for ethics that you have to actively self-enforce and uphold. According to the laws, according to society. See, that also shows like no faith in social Darwinism too. Like, oh, those things suddenly become moral because society says they are, but then wouldn't you assume that that wouldn't happen or that shouldn't happen? But even when you look back at history, certain things we would consider immoral today were considered okay back in the past, and even, moral or at least morally acceptable, not, impermissible. So how can you say that's not true? So when you're saying that, it's like, okay, intersubjectively wrong, but let's just say subjectively. The point being that if it wasn't subjective, this conversation wouldn't even serve a purpose, right? So what do you mean by the word absolute? It's so absolute that I have to subjectively argue it with you, and you can disagree subjectively, and you can practice something else subjectively, like if you choose to just ignore it 5 seconds later. Like, here's an absolute. You have to breathe. You need oxygen. And even if you subjectively believe something different 5 seconds later, you still have to breathe, otherwise you'll die. Whereas with this, you could say, oh, it's wrong to kill somebody, and that's absolute. But then 5 seconds later, you believe something different, and you can practice something different just like that. So again, it's not being framed as, oh, you want to do that or you should do that. It's a question that if that's all it takes, then evidently it's not absolute, and that's why we put so much effort into, again, indoctrination and reinforcement and law enforcement, all these things that are subjective and require human input and interaction to be possible. Right, otherwise there would be no, then people could just do whatever they want, and it's a very strange thing. Let me watch it again. It's like saying what people want to hear versus because the word absolute doesn't mean a whole lot then. Because the worldview of ethics would require that you have, they are not absolute. Because you have to actively hold it up yourself, otherwise. Because, if suddenly the conversation changes and you change the law, then suddenly that would be right. So you would have, if it's no longer against the law and you change that, which you would think wouldn't happen, but that is how it works. It's as subjective as something being against the law. So, for example, gay marriage might have been against the law until now, and then the conversation changed to enable it, to make it legal, and so now suddenly something that was considered wrong before by society, enforced by its laws, is now considered okay. So that's all it took, is that subjective conversation and change to occur. And then let me look at the one from Jesse. But that's a perfect example of telling people what they want to hear versus what is actually true, like a inherent versus contrivance response argument. One person is arguing for the ideal. We want this to be absolute. We want to believe it, right? That is good to think of. But by saying it's absolute means that, okay, then I guess we don't need to do anything. It's pointless to even debate it, because if it's so absolute, then none of our subjective views or actions would have any impact. It would just be as absolute as the sun in the sky, or as our need to eat food, or as our need to breathe. So it would just go without saying. It wouldn't require subjective human input. But then also, it's a case where, it's absolute, but it's subject to all that, and then why would people still be able to do that? So, you're telling people, again, inherent versus contrivance response. You realize the inherent is, no, it's not absolute. It's subjective. People can just arbitrarily do whatever they want. Right? That's just a fact. It doesn't mean they should. But then you have to counteract that, which we actively do, again, with laws, with indoctrination, with, teaching our kids morality, with social stigma reinforcement. So through all those means, we actively uphold the illusion of this absolute. But if it was absolute, you wouldn't need to do those things. So it's not useful to pretend it's absolute. It's more useful to say, no, it is subjective, and so that's why we have to be vigilant and uphold it and try to kind of enforce and reinforce our views and try to uphold them in society, because if we don't, then people will just do whatever they want. So let me look at one thing here. It is going to be from a while ago. Let me just listen quickly to what is said. Like personal responsibility. So he's blaming other people. Making an excuse. He's saying cause and effect. So the fallacy of religion, fallacy of somebody who isn't religious but they do the right thing. It's impossible to do the right thing unless you're Christian. Like, you don't kill people, you don't hurt people. So it's impossible to be a good person unless you're Christian. See, this is like the outward insistence that you got. Okay, so today let's look at some opposite interpretation, which basically just means that this is a term that I would always use in my debate format, like, it means that, again, sometimes, I guess the simplest way to put it, like, sometimes things aren't what they seem, basically, that the way that you look at something can be in two distinct defining ways. So in other words, reality says more about or your interpretation of reality says more about you than it does about what you observe, more about the observer than what is observed. So for example, what you would say is, like, if you have a bad childhood, right, and your parents are bad people, that could motivate you to do one of two major things, or possibly other ones too, but like two vastly different things. So for example, you have bad abusive parents, so that makes you bitter, and then that makes you bad and abusive yourself. Or you could look at that and say, I hate how they are, they're so terrible, so I'm going to make sure I'm the opposite or as far from them as possible. And it could make you, the exact opposite, and make sure that you never do what they did, right? So you're so bothered by it that it pushes you in the other way. So it's the fallacy of blaming influences that comes out of this, like, in other words, you see some violence, and so therefore that makes you violent, like whether it be a violent video game or some other influence, right? you see it in some form of media, news, TV show, movie, book, etc. Right? So you see violence, and then you say, oh, well, that's why somebody went out and did something violent, because they saw it and they were influenced by something, right? But you could just as easily have the opposite interpretation of it, which is, I'm so horrified by that violence that I would make a point not only not to do it, but even to try to stop others from doing it, and I'll become an advocate and a pacifist and encourage that, right? So, in other words, it's not the influence that's to blame. Your interpretation is still within and under your control. So, for example, you'd see an act of violence portrayed, whether fiction or even reality, and you would be encouraged by it, like, oh, I like that, I want to do it myself. Or you would be repulsed by it and say, oh no, I hate that, I would never do it, and I even want to encourage others not to do similar things. So you cannot blame somebody for that. And one of my quotes is like, a portrayal is not an endorsement. So just because you portray something does not mean that, right, you write about something in great detail and depth, or a character, or you observe something, study something, discuss something. Just because you're portraying it doesn't mean you actually endorse what's happening. You're just trying to study it, analyze it, maybe it has some probative value for whatever, fiction, creative purposes, or other moral purposes otherwise. So it's strange to look at it that way. Right, in this age where everybody's so easily offended, it's like, you write a whole book about, like Tarantino will use the N-word in his movies. That doesn't mean that he's encouraging that or he likes it. It could be that he's observing the era, and to varying degrees of success, he might have something poignant to observe. Even if he fails in that effort, it still doesn't mean the reason why he's doing it is exploitative. Maybe he just, failed to effectively write it the way he wanted to, but you should be allowed to observe those things, and it doesn't mean that you like them just because you're using them in some creative or conversational, debate, extrapolative way. And so, again, you could interpret and apply things in vastly different forms. So you can't really assume intent and say, well, I assume exactly how somebody meant it or what they mean by referencing something. And then the other point is that this could also apply to like social interaction. Like the more somebody seems like very nice, but the only reason why they're being nice is because they want something. Right, something like that. You have to overcompensate, undue emphasis. The more you have to say something or insist something, the less it's true, or the more you're putting on kind of a pretense. And so it's like eye contact, this and that, all those performative aspects wouldn't be necessary in the substance of like amalgam theory, etc. You have like some sort of a you have like some sort of standard where you say you wouldn't need undue emphasis if there's actually value there. So it's an overcompensative basis. So somebody who's maybe genuine wouldn't need to say or do anything. They'd just be sort of seem indifferent. Like, oh, they seem like they don't care, or they seem like they're rude. But they're actually more genuine because they're not putting on a front. Whereas somebody who seems so nice and whatever, superficially performative aspects are good, they're actually artificial and fake, right? Whereas the other one is not. So right, there's some basis to that you shouldn't need to overcompensate or show off or place undue emphasis. You could just have a practical basis of you could have a practical basis of basically basically being able to consider, again, what is an overcompensated basis. Like, I think about that scene from A Clockwork Orange, right? What did they show to try to make him nonviolent? All right, this delinquent. They don't show him just images of peace, but they show him images of extreme violence. So it's like, that could desensitize you to it, but it could also make you feel, repulsed by it, etc. So Sometimes it's the opposite of what is actually happening. The more you have to insist something, the less it's actually true, or, the more you keep up appearances, shows that you have something to hide or something to cover up. Right? So the person, like an absolutist measure, an absolutist might not care about it. So someone who is actually genuine or capable, etc., will have this basis of they would come out looking very raggedy and not superficially very impressive. But the reason why they do that is because they don't care, and they're only focused on what actually has impact and significance and real value. So on the superficial level, they would seem negative, but they would not care because they're focused on what actually has impact and value. Whereas somebody who maybe isn't capable or etc., they would come out looking very superficially positive, but then not have much substance underneath it. So it's almost like they're doing that, again, to overcompensate and to cover up. Although the people that seem the best on the surface don't actually have that much substance, etc., vice versa. So it ends up being this consensual contrivance that people do. Let's all value appearances, so we have to go through so much time and trouble and effort and even undermine what could be of use and impact just because we value it, and then we have to suffer through that. So you say, well, the only reason why you have to shower, or again, within health considerations, but the only reason why you have to dress yourself up so much and do all these kind of superficial things is only because, you have to wear a certain tie and suit and this and that. None of those things have any inherent value or impact on anything, but because we place this sort of superficial value and we adhere to it and we're initial-minded and primitive in our thought, we therefore place emphasis, and now we all have to suffer through and do it as a routine, and then it becomes, even to the extent that it could be meaningful, it becomes a routine factor. In other words, everyone does it just for the sake of doing it. So now any unique value it could have had, where somebody chooses to go out of their way to do it when others don't, even that is gone. So now it becomes purely a routine, superficial basis that only has value because you choose to acknowledge it. Part of my talk called Superficiality Protest that I did, you don't need makeup, you don't need this, you don't need that, but it becomes such an outward false inherent that people become defined by not doing it rather than by doing it, even though it is an outward thing to do, just because we take for granted such a superficial basis of society and we place such undue emphasis and value on it. So even if it ends up being a waste of time and money and effort, society will value those things nonetheless. And it becomes important because, again, there's a lacking basis to what someone is doing, so you need the superficial basis to cover that up. In other words, somebody has no substance at all, so it all comes down to their look. Whereas if you had more ideas and thought and emphasis that way, you would not need to cover up or show that off and define people in such a way. And also, it means that you have something to overcompensate for, or, some imbalance, overcompensation, inhibition, was to make up for the inhibition of society, that you express yourself in those superficial ways rather than a way that would actually have impact because you're controlled in all those other senses. I saw this thing last night just randomly, a Shia LaBeouf song that is very meme-worthy. That was my first time ever seeing it. And it was very well produced, but you have to question more so why was it produced. But let me actually watch that. I'll analyze it in some sort of dry way that almost Ben Shapiro would do. I love when people take that seriously. People say, oh, Ben Shapiro's a stick in the mud and he's too overly analytical and stuff. But then they overanalyze and take seriously his reaction to WAP, right, the song. It's you're kind of missing the point that he's obviously playing into that, like, by taking it super literally. He's not, like, you're being kind of a stick in the mud by thinking that when he's analyzing it medically, that he's actually being serious and he doesn't actually get what he's talking about. But, like, he's obviously playing into it and doing it on purpose, at least in that context, even if in other times he might be a little bit obtuse and stuff. So what was that song? It's like Shia LaBeouf, Rob Contour, and it's like some kind of it's like one of those weird artful play type things that, like, where you see the guy beating a pole with a stick that's attached to, like, his genital area as, like, a phallic imagery, and he keeps hitting it aggressively. It's like whatever these artsy environments are that they're doing these things, I don't even know how to describe it. But, like, you know, I have to wonder what it just starts, and it's like, sir, this is a play, this is a theater, and you just randomly go into this thing on Shia LaBeouf. Like, who is making this? Why? What is the context? What happened before or after? Like, did we just convene this just to do this one thing about Shia LaBeouf? Like, I don't get how it came about. So, Shia LaBeouf live, Rob Cantor, starting in 3, 2, 1. The gay men of Los Angeles something. Walking in the woods. Should you go ask him for help? This is what Shia LaBeouf does in his free time, and then you see him at the end too. They missed the opportunity that you went up to him and asked for help, and then you were shocked. The chorus is pretty good, but it's not always the same exactly. I don't know even about Superstar. They're fluffing him up a bit here. Actual Cannibal Shia LaBeouf, and this is from 9 years ago, so that kind of phrasing is a bit ahead of its time. Then they have this artsy commentary part. And then you end up in a cottage, and what are the chances? Oh yeah, I forgot about this part. I wonder what... That zoom in on the kid is a little weird, but... Like, was it him who set the bear trap that caught your leg? And then here comes like a top 10 plot twist moment. Yeah, here comes the commentary thing again. But no, he's still alive. Shia surprise. And yeah, that's the twist moment too. That you can do jujitsu. Normal Tuesday Night with Shia LaBeouf, where he just dies, so he must apparently come back to life after this every time. It reminds me of like that Ultimate Showdown of Ultimate Destiny, where it's like so many going into such great detail about something. It's a good companion piece to that. Into such gruesome, articulate detail about it. You're finally saved from Shia LaBeouf. Or what was some other thing that I've seen that's like, or that Shia LaBeouf clapping at the end? This is what millionaires do with their money and free time. Set on a staged event of something to fluff themselves up about themselves that nobody else watches. Oh yeah, like Baby Shark, like safe at last. That's what that says too at the end. What happens after this? He just leaves? You went through all this trouble, you set all this up. At least that means he sort of vouches for it. Or is that a stand-in for him and I don't know him well enough? Like, what is he known for? I associated him almost with Transformers, right? So what else has he done? I wouldn't... That's the biggest inaccuracy of that whole thing. Not the fact that he's a cannibal and eats people and kills people in the woods and that he does this every Tuesday night, but that he's actually a superstar, Hollywood superstar. I don't know about that, dude. Like, Leonardo DiCaprio is a fucking superstar, not Shia LaBeouf. What has he been in? Like, probably just people thought his name sounded funny or rhythmic, so that's why they chose him, right? It's literally as simple as that. Like, random equals funny. He's definitely been in Transformers. Like, that's literally all I think of when I think of him. Yeah, Sam Witwicky. Fury. Okay, that was like some Mad Max type of thing. The Peanut Butter Falcon. I don't know what that is. Yeah, I should do a whole Shia LaBeouf gauntlet here. We already started trying to watch one with fucking Channing Tatum. Just like you hear their names and they're like considered these pretty boy type archetype. I don't know how to explain it. American Honey, Man Down. I don't know what any of this stuff is. 8.9. It's actually on here. On his IMDb. Rob Cantor, Shia LaBeouf Live. Music video. He played, I mean, I guess it makes sense. He played himself in that, but again, other than his name, you could substitute any celebrity in there. It just sounds maybe rhythmic. It's a very unique name. But it's like, how often do you find somebody with both a first and a last name that you've never heard of before? That was very unusual, but again, it's a great analogy to the, like, Ultimate Showdown of Ultimate Destiny, like, where you're going in such unbelievable, articulate detail about whatever, like, somebody, Batman runs him over with the Batmobile, and then whatever, they just go in gruesome detail about it. Raise a Glass, sneak preview, Am I a Racist by Matt Walsh. He makes some pretty good stuff to poke fun at, like, sort of the woke culture here. Trump-Harris argue over muted mics. See, there's something about the whole Harris thing that's so obviously curated, the same way that how could Joe Biden possibly get 81 million votes is because of how much the media covered for and sort of coddled him. Telegram CEO detained over failure to stop crime on app. It was kind of hard to justify, like, that you're trying to crack down on free speech, which the UK is doing a lot. And so there is something strange because, but no, like with the Harris thing, it's like they won't take questions from reporters. You would think that would sink their campaign right there, but apparently not. Or you would think, having an open border would disqualify you as a president, and everybody would hate you, but apparently not. So, like, how you get away with these things that are just, again, they're sort of non-issues that you're making an issue that nobody else could get away with. So that's why it creates a sympathy element for Trump, is that even if you don't like him, it's like you feel very, very much like the treatment is just inconsistent. Right, that's kind of an unforced error policy, though, like the border. Any other president, Bill Clinton didn't have this happen. Obama didn't have it happen. So it's not a party issue. It's not that, you needed a special bill issue. It's just you need to enforce the existing law. So it's very hard to justify that you would, accept that Mark Cuban's kind of losing his mind over all this. He's been very inconsistent. He offered to be the VP pick at one point. People just get so overly defensive and dug in, like, where it creates this false duality to which I am objective. Like, I don't really care. Tulsi Gabbard endorses Trump. See, like, all these people on different sides of the political aisle. Tulsi Gabbard's a Democrat. How will they discredit her? Some conspiracy theory about Russia, even though she's got nothing to do with Russia, that they had tried to discredit her before. Then Elon Musk, who was always a Democrat, right, living in whatever, or at least he was living in California. How will you discredit him? Or, again, even RFK, or even, like, you know, I don't know if Joe Rogan really has, but it goes beyond just the political aisle, because remember, even Republicans didn't like him in the first place, so he's done certain things to bridge certain gaps, right? People suggested, oh, maybe you should make Tulsi your VP pick, but there is something to this, like, it's bigger than just a party, because he was never even liked by his party in the first place. Oh, that is an unbelievable... There was somebody else, too, I was going to say about, like, how do you explain this? And people just keep discrediting, but even Trump himself was a Democrat historically, right? He lived in New York, and... So you never look introspectively and say, maybe there's a reason why this is happening. You just keep saying they're bad, they're bad, they're bad, and anybody who... Or they're even calling him Mr. President. Delayed reaction to Hawaii. I guess I didn't do the timestamp. But yeah, like, that's a conspiracy theory misinformation that was spread, that, oh, Tulsi has something to do with Russia. They were both, like, subject to this modern McCarthyism. He did say something negative about Gold Star families before, but... They'll say, like, oh, she's somehow a political opportunist, but she was always objective and critical of her party, right? So even when she was still a part of it. So she's objective. This might not matter too much, but people are freaking out over RFK. See, that's where he validated himself, because he was the one non-warmonger. He didn't start any wars, so this is actually validated. Didn't start any new wars. Yeah, here we go. It's hard to argue that point. Well, oh no, he's going to start World War III. Oh no, he's going to... Yeah, met with North Korea. Oh yeah, she was killed over that too. Oh, she met with Assad or somebody. It's like, what's the harm in meeting with somebody? I always say that, like, in a historical context. Yeah, if you could meet with Hitler, sure, maybe I could change his mind about something. What could it hurt, right? You might change his mind or learn something that could help you. It is ironic. Like, when do you lose credibility? So many people said, oh, Trump is going to... I don't trust Trump with the nuclear codes, and he's going to start World War III. But yeah, this is like a cross-party lines, bipartisan situation. But they'll say, oh, hypocrite, hypocrite. That's part of the reason why they hate him so much, because the military-industrial complex. It is interesting how much he's made everybody panic. Yeah, they kept trying to disqualify him. If he's as bad as you say, then nobody should vote for him anyway. Yeah, just for her criticizing Harris, even though she destroyed her the last time, Tulsi just pokes her head out every 4 years and I'm going to end this woman's whole career every time she tries to run for president. And Europe's going nuts, right? France arrested the Telegram guy. This UK is arresting people for memes online. I like how there are still some people who defend it, like veiled in, but it's actually protecting. It's not a good standard, even if your intention is good. Yeah, my whole thing is that still doesn't mean you have to vote for Trump, but certainly don't vote for Harris. I can't believe that people are duped into that. That there is a certain kindred spirits connection between them that is very important to see. Trump was accused of colluding with Russia, right, because he doesn't meet the mainstream political ideation, whatever, right? And then she's accused, even though she's a Democrat, right, of being something to do with Russia. But that's how you knew that was just a talking point of the time. What are the chances that they both have to do with Russia, even though neither of them have really anything to do with it historically? Right, she had served this country, so, what would make you think that? So, in other words, they were just calling anybody who they disagree with or anybody who's a threat to their power, right, the establishment, you're a Russian asset. So, that kind of exposes it right there, because two people on opposite sides of the political aisle, somebody in your own party you would dare to say that about, right, something to do with Russia, she's a Russian asset, how can you just do that? It's too convenient. So, it's like the Red Scare, McCarthyism. Anybody who we want to discredit will just say, they have something to do with Putin and Russia, even without any evidence at all. So even if Trump, you want to put something vague together, there's nothing with Tulsi. There's zero anything to prove any connection to Russia at all, right? Just maybe the fact that, she's open and minded enough to have spoken to them at various times, just like she's spoken to every country, whatever, she goes to meet Assad or somebody, that must mean she agrees with him, not that you're just talking to him. But no, I didn't expect a full-blown endorsement. See, Tulsi was always apprehensive about Democrats, even when she was one, but I thought she would just condemn them and say, vote independent or something, which she's just explicitly saying, vote for Trump. And same thing with Elon. I thought Elon would just say, let's give you a chance to talk, in the meet, but he actually specifically endorsed him. So these are some pretty powerful endorsements. You get Elon, you get RFK, you got Tulsi. So, that is good, but it is interesting to think about. It really doesn't bother me at all if he wins, but it does bother me with the one-party state we see on the other side. Because, again, keep him under the microscope just like you did last time, and things went reasonably well because, he's getting criticized every day. So I'd rather have somebody who's bad, quote-unquote, but they're being criticized every day for it, than have somebody who's good, quote-unquote, even though they're not, who's coddled every day, right? So lesser of two evils is at least they're doing what they should do with him, where they're holding him in check and, they're holding him in check and something, under a microscope all the time. So even if he is bad, he wasn't allowed to get away with being bad. So that's what you should do anyway. So if you were doing that with the current party and the current administration, I wouldn't mind. Then I'd be okay with it. But it's something bigger than that. Big fan of Tulsi. Just some of the comments. This is a woman vice president. Should look like. Yeah, a lot of people were actually suggesting that for whatever reason earlier, like why not make her your VP? But you should give all these people a spot in the cabinet: RFK, Elon Musk, Tulsi Gabbard. But somehow they'll find a way to discredit too. Like, I'd love to see how you can do that when people across the aisle. Yeah, that doesn't mean you have to agree with them, but it's hard to discredit the way that they've tried to. And yeah, I love that. You can test their false duality, how dug in you are and how obsessed you are with him and everything. Like, anything you say, if you say something critical of Democrats, oh, you must be on that side, but I'm really not, right? What if I'm saying, okay, vote independent or don't even vote at all, but certainly don't empower a one-party state? So that's kind of the thing. Like, it's a level of objectivity that you have to see that people don't have, that, oh, anybody who disagrees is just false duality, you're a Russian bot, or you're a, whatever, mindless supporter of the other side anyway. He definitely got some very good endorsements. I can't question that. We go from Shia LaBeouf to that, apparently, somehow. But, yeah, it's been an interesting story with Tulsi because, I don't know, like, at least she's what I call an independent thinker, right? Even like Bernie Sanders, no matter how much you disagree with him, he even wasn't independent originally, right? He wasn't even a Democrat. So he had his own ideas, he has his own beliefs, even if I disagree with them, right? You can respect that. At least he's an independent thinker, but they wouldn't let him win, then, Donald Trump is an independent thinker, and so they feel so threatened by him. And then Tulsi is an independent thinker, so they say she's a Russian asset. So, like, anybody who just thinks for themselves is somehow not accepted. Okay, so here I'll talk about an issue that often comes up, which is sort of like the credibility fallacy that anybody could be discredited if you look deeply enough into them. So, for example, an objective figure, like let's say a godlike figure or whatever, right? Even just an objective person will look into some subjective human tendency and observe it firsthand in great detail. And by doing that, they'll say, well, you have a horse in the race. Like, either your opinion on it or your view on it, even if objective observation is only based on, oh, well, you had this experience, so either it didn't go well, so that's why you feel that way, or it went well, so that's why you feel, whatever, you feel that way. Like, so you can't even objectively observe a process because they'll try to personalize and characterize it, even if the whole reason why you had that experience was specifically just to observe it. So you see how everything can be reduced that way, so everybody's opinion is only just a reflection or a reinforcement of their own experience, right? And that's not how it has to be at all. So, it ends up being basically very limited in scope. Right, so you can apply that to anybody. So that's why I say just focus on ideas, not individuals. Focus on, I had like a whole bunch of expressions like this. Focus on the idea, not the individual. Focus on the practice or the position, not the person, whatever. So when you do that, you're able to kind of see through the artifice of it, and you realize that a lot of standards in society overall are just like they're just reactive for, let's just reinforce our collective contrivance state, lowest common denominator, right? Even if it's objectively adverse. So like, let's glorify normalcy even if it's mediocrity, and we'll do that to say that basically we're trying to reinforce a position that we're already in the mass of people and stuff. So they're not really standards that are actually objectively high or anything good. It's just like we're all reducing ourselves to a lowest common denominator just to almost make ourselves feel better, like, okay, well, we can all be stupid together, basically. So a truly high standard would be exclusionary, or by definition it would be exclusionary, or it would be at least unusual or weird, but it would be very very unusual. So again, it's like, do you see what is necessary for contrivance? Like, I understand that it might be useful for society to indoctrinate people to behave a certain way, and even to behave that way yourself. So like, you're not always the center of attention or whatever. Not everything revolves around you. So you're willing to make that sacrifice. But it's one thing to realize that you're doing that, but it's another thing to glorify it and act like, oh, that's what you really want. And oh, that's a good thing because that means I'm a good person or whatever. No, it just means you're doing it for a functional zero-sum reason, right? That's the difference. Like, are you initial or are you contrivance response in your perception? So like, I'm going to be monogamous because society tells me to, because it's easier to control, to inspire the family system, etc. Right? So that's a sacrifice that you might want to make or that you might make. But it's another thing to say, oh, I actually want that, and oh, it's love, and oh, it's soulmate, and it's meant to be. That's like the way that you try to trick yourself into believing that you actually want something that is merely the contrivance state, right, response to the inherent tendency and desire suggested, etc. So when you look at it that way, it's a case where you don't seem to get that it's not that obvious, basically. So do you take a reactionary standard as inherent? Like, for example, again, even morality, we were just talking about this, killing people is wrong, but is it inherently objectively wrong, or is it only a reaction to the fact that people would inherently kill each other, at least to some extent, not saying 100% of the time, but it would be a tendency that people exhibit. And in fact, despite all the contrivance response, people still do it. And so now you feel like the contrivance response is, do you take it as a false inherent, or do you recognize the nature of the process? The reason why people often can't do that and why these glorifications exist is because it's cognitive dissonance, so they would feel very at odds with it. It's easier to acknowledge, it's easier to pretend like, well, I'm in love with this person, that's why I'm with them out of all the 8 billion people in the world, right? Rather than, oh no, I'm just doing it because of the nearness postulate, they happen to live nearby to me, I'm doing it because of certain overlapping factors, sure, but I'm doing it because it's easier for society to control that, it's easier for the family system. So it's things that you wouldn't necessarily want to do inherently, but you are convinced by society and you convince yourself to do them because it may be useful for you that way. Or, I mean, it may serve a purpose societally. And the problem is this overextension and overpopulation by a different standard, not the way that people use overpopulation now, but it's different. Like, the more people there are, the more sort of overextended everything becomes. There's a lot of things that you wouldn't need to do if there simply weren't so many people, like the village of 100 effect. And so the absolutist ideation would be you simply recognize that and you can address it yourself, but it's like everything becomes overextended. I don't know how to explain it. Like, assembly line process, it's like everything mass-produced suffers inequality, whether it be products, whether it be school, education, whether it be people themselves, life itself. And so when you mass produce it to such a wide extent, out of 8 billion people, all 8 billion are less human than they would be otherwise, because they're reduced to some sort of structure that they have to be in, only for the sake of, even with the benefits of technology, to try to overcompensate for that. But you would not be in a position to do that otherwise. Like, you wouldn't need to do it, right? If the world was a village of 100, yes, there would still be some sort of hierarchy possibly, but the world would be your oyster, so there wouldn't be any sense of you have to pretend like you want something you don't want. It wouldn't matter, right? That's the thing. You could do whatever you wanted for the most part, and it wouldn't make much of a difference. Whereas now it's like, oh no, you can't do anything. You need the permission. That's kind of overextension of a government and stuff too, but oh, you can't go fishing here because it's state-owned land, or somebody owns that, or you can't go hunting here because of some regulation, or you can't do this, or you can't say this, or you can't think this. Like, every little area of life is completely inhibited and overextended, so you're less alive than you would be otherwise. Oh no, it's that Shia LaBeouf thing playing on an auto playlist now. I wonder if this is actually live. I guess it says it is, but it seems kind of like dubbed over, though. Like they're just doing it for the visual effect. That's what I object to, is the superstar thing. But no, you realize the way that people place undue emphasis, like you have some need. It's hard to explain, I guess. Like overextension due to overpopulation, or just a greater population. The more people you have, the more regulation and control and reduction to structure. So like, oh, that's what it means to be a good person. Let's glorify it. So we glorify it and reinforce it to ward off cognitive dissonance. The absolutists would disregard all that and just do inherent base tendencies, or more self-actualizing practices. So it wouldn't be like, oh no, it's a good thing to be reduced to this half-massed, objectively adverse state, reduce the structure, because not just that that's useful for society to control me and keep me in line, but because that's what I actually want, because I'm a good person and gratified, and we glorify the standard, but it's actually, we glorify it, but that's why we glorify it, because it's objectively adverse and finite to everyone in a finite zero-sum existence. So you have to glorify it in some other way, or bypass cognitive dissonance, or you need like constant reinforcement through externality, social contrivance, etc. Yeah, why didn't you use jujitsu before then? Why were you so afraid of him if you can do jujitsu? Like, random equals funny. You could do anything with this style of content. And why would he be so happy about it anyway, about himself dying? Right, Shia LaBeouf claps. They should have done another fake out, like, oh, but Shia's surprised again. M. Night Shyamalan instead of Shyamalan, like. Safe at last, like they say in Baby Shark. Yeah, like, what would you expect them to keep going for? You've beaten Shia LaBeouf. So you can do jujitsu when there's a gun to your head. What happened to the gun, too, that was held to our head? Like, really, who comes up with this shit, and why? Why? And you put a whole fucking chorus together. Wouldn't it be funny if we made a chorus about Shia LaBeouf being a killer cannibal in the woods who gets decapitated? Like, maybe, but who, of all the things you could do with your artistic skill and talent, this is what you decide to do, and I decide to be reacting to it. I'm mainly doing this just to keep stuff on record that I've said in the past, right? And it's kind of like, it's a case where I'm too lazy to do it in any other formalized sense, and quite frankly, it's just too much. Like, I would never do it otherwise. So a lot of these arguments are at least enshrined for all time on this YouTube or whatever. I think some of them I didn't even upload. So that might have been some similar stuff, but just sort of defining some of my terms and different things. I think it's valuable to do that. That's why I could care less if anybody... watches it even or not right now, right? At least it's there, and I can kind of point to it if, somebody stole my take, or at least I had this take first before somebody else. But what you also have is, here's another good point, like the whole corporatization of certain social things. Like, the way that I always say it should be, don't say, 10% of our sales go to charity, because then you're just using it as an excuse to try to market yourself. Like, you should buy our product because we give to charity. You shouldn't do that. What somebody truly would do is behind closed doors. The company wouldn't do it, but the individual who owns the company or benefits and makes money from the company would therefore do it on their own without making a big spectacle out of it. So I would respect that more, instead of saying, we're going to tie this to the product so that you feel encouraged to buy it, and sort of reduce it to shameless marketing. So, we're only doing it to draw attention to ourselves and stuff, right? So you should do it as an individual who happens to be benefiting from that company, instead of, the company itself is doing it just so we get extra social credit points and you feel more like buying our product. That's not a very good standard to have, and I get tired of seeing that in advertising and stuff. Gillette did some really weird ones, like, with male violence or something. Boys will be boys, or some kind of whatever, like domestic violence or something, that they're trying to accuse their own users of doing that. I don't know exactly what the point of that is. There's a lot of this sort of shaming culture in Western society now, like, you should feel bad for being a man because men have done bad things throughout history. It's like, yeah, but there's billions of men, so like, what the fuck does that mean? Or, white people, but Russians are white, Europeans are white. Like, it's a very broad spectrum. So what do you mean when you say white or white privilege? Or you're doing exactly the same thing that, it's like an overcorrection fallacy. You think, let's make up for the sins of the past by committing new sins that are in the opposite direction. Like, let's punish modern white people for the sins of their ancestors, even though by doing that, you're doing the exact same thing by saying we're holding against them their race or even their ancestry is too broad, because then everybody is owed reparations from Genghis Khan's descendants, which is a large part of the human population in some broad, extension. So I don't exactly see that as being pertinent, where as long as you're not doing anything bad now, that's the best you can hope for, and just make sure you address the present. This whole idea of reparations, or again, even guilt, there's nothing to feel guilty about. What you do is what you do. That's what even Martin Luther King says. Judge them on their actions, the content of their character, not the color of their skin. And that also applies the other way. When you're saying, white privilege or white this, right? It doesn't matter that they're white, right? That has nothing to do with anything. If they're not doing anything wrong, then what's your problem, right? Just because, their ancestors happen to be white and they happen to potentially do something bad, but so did every other race on the planet at some point, right? Again, African kings enslaved other Africans. The Arab slave trade took place. There's all kind of genocide and slavery, and that's what human history is made of. That's not to justify or normalize it, but it's weird when you specify it, don't specify the conflict, like I say, where, we're going to say the only evil that's ever happened in history is that white people did bad stuff to Native Americans and to Africans, which of course genocide and slavery. But that is bad, but still, is that a function of them being white that's why they did it? Or did that just happen to be the case? But they did it because their technology was advanced. They did it because it's a human tendency that's happened countless other times. Like, if it's a white thing, then why did Genghis Khan destroy so many civilizations and kill millions of people? Then why did Alexander the Great do it? Or, I guess he was white. But why did, African kings do it then? Why did, the Chinese do it? Like, Chinese dynasties and emperors, like, everybody's done it, where it's conquering, subjugation, war. History is written in blood. So it's like, there's a lot of atrocities. So I don't get it, what you're really looking at. if you were to say, like, for example, if you were to say that it's a function of race, right? So you're committing the same fallacy that is an endless cycle, right? People feel like, well, what in the last several centuries, white people did a lot of bad things to other races, like, you know, slavery, segregation, and genocide, Native Americans, stuff like that, right? So now we should overcorrect and punish that white people simply for being white to make up for those sins of the past. But then 100 years from now, you'll say, well, I want to, now people will take revenge for that, the things that you did to white people in the name of, reparations or making up for that. And then 100 years from then, that you'll take revenge again on what white people did to take revenge for what you did. Like, it's an endless cycle, so you have to realize it was wrong what happened, obviously, but that doesn't make it right to punish people who had nothing to do with it. Even if you want to say, well, they benefited from it. But again, that's a slippery slope because, well, I guess everybody in Asia benefited from Genghis Khan, because if you didn't do that, then Asia wouldn't be the same as it is now. So you owe reparations to all the victims of Genghis Khan's descendants, if there even are any, because he killed so many of them. But it's like, it doesn't really work, because every area of the world was subject to some amount of subjugation by an empire, etc. Or yeah, like if Jewish people felt that way about Germans, like we need to punish Germans for what they did, but you know what I mean? Like that's not going to solve anything now. What happened was horrible, but you'd rather, let's try to stop it from happening again instead of saying, oh, let's punish people for what did happen, rather than that just leads to more hatred. What you get into often is the realization, like, not everything that people say and do needs to be reinforcing their current state. So like, oh, the only reason why you think that way is because it somehow benefits you or reinforces your way of thinking and your worldview, and reduce everything to that. Instead, you can be objective and say, I might have this view because of these circumstances, because of the life I live, because of certain preferences or circumstances I have, but I can still see, like, okay, this is how something objectively works, or whatever, some other process. So you get into some sort of other, I don't know, like if you really look deeply or think at all about something, you'll see through the nature of the process. So for example, somebody gossiping behind it, like somebody gossips to you about somebody else. They'll say, oh, this person was doing this. So that opens up your mind to realize this logical razor. If they're going to gossip about somebody else behind their back to you, what do you think they say about you to others, maybe even that same person? What do you think they say to others about you behind your back, right? So you realize it's the same process. So why would you be so naive to think, oh, they wouldn't do that about me? Of course they will, because they're showing you they'd be willing to do that about others. So that's the objectivity you can look at and see the larger process, rather than specifying it and saying, well, it couldn't happen to me, or it wouldn't happen this way. And so the same thing is true in a lot of things. Like, don't look at the specific example, like, oh, this is the result, or this is the outcome. Look at the larger process behind it and say, oh, this is why it happened, or this is the tendency, or something. So the signs of a primitive society, of course, by an absolutist point of view, would be like stimuli acme, obsessing over sex, and basing your whole society around it in such a way that you look at that and you see, how can I give an example? Because there is no such example. You wouldn't base your whole life around that. You can have sex, you can have kids, and the functional basis of society is proven there, like the incentive to insist upon that for family system and raising children. But the reality is that it wouldn't need to be the biggest point of life as far as like marrying and splitting your whole life and finances, etc., down the middle. That wouldn't need to be the basis. And so the basis would be whatever it might be. It wouldn't be stimuli acme preserved within a half-mast state, half-mast hedonism. So the people who would say, oh, we're not obsessed with sex, they are the ones who glorify it, right? Like, we're placing undue emphasis to try to specify it to only one person, and so we obsess over it in that specific permissible context. instead of just viewing it as an open-minded, open-ended, natural part of life that's just normal and there for all to see. And so now, like the nudist colony effect, that would be truly open-minded and not obsessed because you wouldn't care, whereas people who restrict and inhibit it and are inhibited in that process are able to realize and see it on the basis of this imbalance over compensation. The fact that you're inhibited makes you overcompensate and obsess over it in extreme ways. And so now you are encouraged to basically, reduce it to a structure like, so the one who's truly obsessed isn't the one engaging in orgies with no inhibition, because that's just, okay, it's just natural tendency, no big deal. The one who's actually obsessed with it is the one who bases their whole life around it, and marriage, and monogamy, and over-insisting undue emphasis on a single partner, going against the natural inherent tendency. So this objectivity is very difficult for people to see. That is the defining signature trait of what human beings are able to do. Self-awareness, objectivity, and above all, just the ability to think itself. So it's not emotion, it's not the heart, it's not, morality, like, humanity, like having mercy or something. No, it's the ability to think. And in that sense, an absolutist might seem cold or something like that, but that is actually what defines it. And so now you're basically in a position to see some sort of zero-sum incentive in most things that is disqualifying of other undue emphasis pretenses, and the fact that a pretense is necessary even as it's self-invalidating. And the whole self-defeating nature of something shows you the outward insistence and cognitive dissonance is so pure with a contrived structure, because what you have is you're trying to insist upon and reinforce and struggle with something that is objectively adverse and not your inherent nature tendency, but you do it anyway because that's what you're told to do by society so aggressively and so forcefully. So it is not a state that would be vouched for, and in fact, that's why an absolutist would be very selective with reproduction, because the village of 100 concept would be present. Like, unless your condition is really ideal or absolutely achieved, you would not do that, because you'd have all these reactionary excuses like, I had to work 3 jobs to feed my kids and I'm complaining and I'm struggling. It's like, nobody forced you to have them, so what do you mean? Just because you can't control your horniness and you can't use protection and you can't abstain from having sex or whatever, like, really? That's what we're supposed to feel bad about? You were horny and you had sex, you see, and then you got pregnant, and boo-hoo, now I have to work 3 jobs. Like, how about you control yourself a little bit in that exact form? So what you can do is you would have the ability to recognize a self-defeating, self-created process. You would realize, absolutists would say, most conflict is self-created, and the way that you can identify that is that you can see that people have much more potential and power and self-actualization than you might think, because it realizes that that's what it emphasizes. So, for example, that's why it would be harsh on belief systems. Don't believe in God because it takes away power from you. So you say, I thank God for this happening, or I wish this would stop and God should stop it. Realize, even if God was there, don't worry about that, because God's going to do what God's going to do. Your awareness or praying or input or impact isn't going to matter. Right, so even if there was a God, just let them do what they're doing, but worry about what you can do, maximize what you can control, right? And so it's basically like, whether there is a God or not, it doesn't matter, but human beings have tremendous potential, so maximize and focus on that. So assume there isn't a God, and everything is within your control, so do the maximum that you can, right? Or or there is a God, but it doesn't matter, so you can't control what they're doing, so just control what you can do. Instead of, we're just going to defer to God and be helpless and powerless and clueless and worthless. So, again, that's all the belief systems serve to do often, is take power away from people and maybe give them peace of mind to a degree, but that has its stark limits for sure. Okay, so today I'm going to watch more of that I've been doing a little on and off, is the Darrell Brooks, clips from the Darrell Brooks trial. Some of them are really funny. I've seen a lot of it as it was happening, kind of. I feel like I almost watched it live. Like, I would do it actually in these driving sessions, but I wasn't recording. Just when I was driving in general a couple years back, or maybe it was only like a year ago, and I would do these sessions like, I would watch like certain clips or certain parts of the trial, and it is very amusing. But I'll use this to maybe segue into watching some more serious trials. I always want to rewatch some of the Jodi Arias trials, some of the O.J. Simpson seems sort of played out, but Casey Anthony, and what's the other one? I always reference a couple of these. Jodi Arias, Casey Anthony, there's one more that I always talk about. Oh yeah, that suicide text trial too. Right, that she kind of, they had a name for it, but whatever. Like, all those are kind of interesting. I can sort of analyze them, and again, sort of psychologically analyze them more so than even legally, but whatever, just in a basic sense, I will question that. But this is more just for amusement. So Darrell Brooks rages at judge for pulling fast maneuvers, starting in 3, 2, 1. So the one thing I will actually give this judge a C- grade, though, for the trial. At first, it seems good, but you have to compare it to other cases and trials, and the pace that she lets it go at is extremely slow. You let him go on a rant once or twice to show, like, okay, I'm not being prejudicial against him, and I'm being fair. But then she lets it go on and on and on for so long that she almost tires out the jury, and now it becomes a problem where they just want to get it over with too. She's way too patient. You don't need to be that patient. And if you were like this in every trial, you're wasting the jury's time. You're wasting the taxpayers' money. It's not actually a good performance. It seems like that at first, right? But it goes on forever and it serves no purpose. He's just saying the same things over and over, and you're letting it happen over and over. You deal with it once, and that's the point of leaving it on the record. She kind of goes back and forth with him too much and gives him too much power. You could say, based on the end result, it's fine, but it's really not. It's just, again, you'll see in other trials so often. Again, I'm not a lawyer or anything, but I have plenty of experience seeing trials and examples of these type of things. Like, they'll do it once, even if an experienced counsel, this is a very common line, right? And don't tell me, she's going easy because he's inexperienced, because whatever, even letting him defend himself is questionable. To an extent, you have to, but when he behaves like this, you could almost say he's forfeited the right to defend himself, and he has to be appointed an attorney because he's just not cooperating. You can't deal with somebody just dancing around like a clown all the time, causing a ruckus, right? So in the past, before we had this kind of modern technology, you would just be, you would forfeit the right to defend yourself for behaving so disruptive all the time. Right, and that's it. You wouldn't be in the courtroom. You'd have to do everything by written note, right, if you behave this egregiously. But no, she puts him in the other room and keeps muting the mic. But what it really shows you is that in other trials, if an experienced counsel does something wrong or interrupts the judge once, right, there's a clip like that I've just seen. Like, an experienced attorney just simply accidentally interrupts him, and he says, he gets really mad and admonishes the counsel. He just, again, it's an experienced, good lawyer who just accidentally says one word extra when the judge is talking, and that's the final straw. If it happens again, you're going to get in grave trouble, and it doesn't happen again. That's how serious it is to interrupt a judge. This guy does it constantly, and she just lets it happen. That's not how you do it. Judges have a lot more power than what she shows. I'm not saying you have to abuse it or flex it, or you'll say, it could have caused a mistrial, but nothing would have caused a mistrial. Like, he's behaving like a clown, you're putting a judgment on record, and the next time he brings it up, he's out, or he's muted, or he's admonished and severely penalized, but yeah, she actually does a bad job because she lets it go on for too long. Again, and that's in the instance I'm talking about. This is a very commonly used line. You're an experienced trial lawyer. In other words, the clip I'm talking about says that. The one with Kyle Rittenhouse says that. In other words, they're using that to sort of admonish you to say you should know better than what you're doing. So you can't do that with Darrell Brooks, but it's the same standard. Like, they're giving them the benefit of the doubt. Like, you're experienced, so even you should not do something like that, but I'll give you the benefit of the doubt because you're experienced and not throw you out or something like that. But here, you're not experienced, but that's no excuse. Maybe there should be some other secondary standard that says, no, you're not allowed to defend yourself because you're going into these things too much. But no, you shut it down once, like, don't interrupt me again, and then you do, and then you're out. She would go on and give him second chance, third chance, fourth chance, fifth chance. So she was simply too forgiving, right? There wouldn't have been an appeal. There wouldn't have been a successful mistrial. There wouldn't have been anything. He's absolutely a clown. He's a clown. He's behaving like a clown. It's just not acceptable. And it really taints the jury's view too, right? Because it's like every time we come in, we see him freaking out, and then we're kicked out. It's like that'll, it's to stop his rant from tainting the view in the jury. But it's going to do that anyway because they're pissed that they have to keep going in and out like musical chairs with the jury, right? They don't like that either. So they're going to be in a hurry. You do it once, you nip it in the bud, and you move on. You can't just keep doing this shit over and over and giving him too many passes. So we're starting in 3, 2, 1. I'll put in place yesterday. Say for the record that judicial decision. Bring the jury out now. He's going to go on a rant. Still has yet to be proven for the record. Those are his 3 big things he goes into: subject jurisdiction, tacit agreements, and what's the other one? Lawful law. At least the other 2 are actually terms, but lawful law, Kohler. Some of these I've seen maybe recently or too many times, so I remember them, but it's absolutely hilarious. I find this unusually, unnaturally funny. Just, he goes on, and it's really her fault. Like at some point he's just trying to filibuster because he knows his life is over, so he's going out in a big spectacle, and you're feeding into it. I'm setting the tone, but I'm going to keep letting you fucking do this shit. Or he keeps doing this, I keep losing my papers, that's your fault. Rush to judgment, he uses that one a lot too. Rush to judgment, count 1. It certainly was not a rush to judgment. In fact, quite frankly, I could almost say judicial misconduct on the judge. She was way too forgiving, and the only reason why she gets off on it is because his crime was so egregious and obvious. But if it was a little more gray area where it's kind of, let's say he wasn't this stupid, let's say that it was an actual lawyer, let's say that it was a more nuanced trial where it's not quite as obvious what he did, you're giving way too much benefit of doubt, right? You're letting him get away with it because, okay, we know his crime was so obvious and blatant and his defense was so bad. He does actually make some pretty good objections here and there, though. There are some pretty good moments where he shows he's not a complete idiot, and she actually uses that to show his competency. Like, you made this very good objection that actually, I'm done, but you're not done, right? This commentary, rush to judgment. She keeps going back and forth. She lets this go on for the whole 20 minutes here. See, now even the jury's coming in. You would already have removed him first before the jury comes in. But no, I do like the scenario of a lawyer defending themselves, or somebody defending themselves. I almost want to do that in some context too. I'll commit a crime just to have that chance and show you how good a fucking self-defense lawyer can be. There's got to be a famous example. Somebody successfully defends themselves in a major way, in a very impressive way. Besides Phoenix Wright, I'm talking about in real life. He keeps going on about the same thing. Like, you have to. See, like, she even makes a spectacle out of it in front of the jury. Don't disregard. You have to kick him out and just let it go on. And have him be muted and either have a lawyer. Really, there would be a way to say he's not allowed to represent himself because he's shown he's not competent to stand, not to stand trial, but to stand his own defense. And you need to have a lawyer do it for him. You just force him, which you can do, especially when they behave like this. Or at least like lawyer assistants. So you can still defend yourself, but you got to write the lawyer notes from the other room and keep passing it in, and it would still go quicker than this. Wait, but I think the jury's still in there. Like, he knows what he's doing, and it's highly amusing, but he really gets caught up on the whole oath and jurisdiction and whether, let me see that one cracked me up. Like, I need to see your law degree of the prosecution. Like, if they didn't have a law degree, that's good for you. That means they're not good at doing their job, so you might get off the hook. No, I need to see your law degree from Stanford or whatever the fuck. Just doesn't stop. Nip it in the bud. Sounding like me, but it's just it's really, I really have I find things funny that are sometimes not meant to be, but this one is truly legendary. It's so good. Who is you? He says in one of these, who is you? Like, to be fair, that's an unusual circumstance because it's certainly, of all the things he said, that's the least true of them all. A rush to judgment. It was anything but, dude. It goes on way too long. And that's the one thing he said right, 8:37. Objection. Wasn't it true that if it's after midnight, it would be Christmas Day, not Christmas Eve? That was actually a +1 character point for Darrell Brooks. So I'm going to start my Netflix thing here, maybe tomorrow or something. Not seeking to be disruptive, but he is, or like, I'm trying to be disrespectful, with all due respect, but he's highly disrespectful. Yeah, she's doing something actually unprofessional here. Either kick him out or excuse the jury. You can't just let this happen in front of the jury. no judge would really put up with this. It's a very incorrect thing to do. You're letting it just drag on. The end result was still fine, but if it was a nuanced trial, this could benefit the defense a lot because it lets them go on and on about things in front of the jury. You could say it makes them look bad, but if they did it more slyly and the case was more in the middle, you'll maybe sympathize with them a bit. Maybe you don't know the law either, so this could make them look good, or it could filibuster for their favor. This is highly, highly unacceptable, right? Like, I would have ended this in the first 3 minutes. Just kick him out and just go on. And let him do it through written note only. Your oath. I present my attorney's badge. Bro puts forward a Furio Tigre defense, but at least that's impressive in its own way, because it's like the producers where you're trying to lose on purpose, where you're trying to make a flop. So Furio Tigre comes in to put up a pathetic defense for Phoenix Wright. But wait, how does he even do it if he plays both the lawyer and, I guess he's like defending himself. Or no. He's defending somebody else, Maggie Bird, right? So he's trying to lose on purpose so that he doesn't get found out because he actually did it. So he impersonates Phoenix Wright, even very sloppily. Like, it's not very convincing, but that's at least like he's trying to lose on purpose. This guy is trying to, and then they use that as a costume in like Spirit of Justice, where you can wear the Furio Tigre outfit. There's so many awesome things about that series, but I feel like he's gotten a little bit lazy. Like, where Aviary Attorney kind of does better with, like, the plot choices and stuff. It's sort of still too linear. Should not be held against him, but you know what you're doing. Like, this is not. But then why are you keeping them in there? Either you excuse them, which she does that a lot. There is a limit to, like, really. In a weird way, by her being so patient, the prosecution could call for mistrial for a judge who's going to get more to the point. But I don't think they care, because either they think it makes them look bad, or this video goes on way longer than it needs to, even though I am enjoying it. It is on her a little bit. Just like how even in some of these trials, like, O.J. Simpson's a bad guy, and blah, blah, blah. It's on Judge Ito as well as it's on the prosecution. They both did a bad job, but I think really it's more so Ito's fault. I'll simp for Marcia Clark a little bit. Because really, they don't do a great job, obviously, but the judge lets things happen that normally you wouldn't. And with the stars in the eyes, like with the media, he really was very irresponsible if you look back at that trial. I'm something of a judge myself with respect to and he's a guy who has nothing to lose, so he keeps holding me in contempt. He keeps doing that over and over. He just heard some of these phrases on Law and Order and stuff. It is a very unusual circumstance to do that. Like, again, think about that in the past. And she cites a few cases like, what if we didn't have microphones to mute or another room to do this? Like, you would have to do it by written word only, or you would you would just say you have to get a different lawyer. In this case, I'm going to excuse your attorney because you're not doing a good job or you're being inappropriate. So again, the prosecution might be happy with this, but I wouldn't be, because it's too much. You're being they just let her cook, but cook for too long, and let this guy fucking make a fool of himself. But he wants to raise a different issue, but he keeps bringing up subject jurisdiction. Holding me in contempt. What are you, Manfred von Karma? Contempt of court. That he's able to hold Phoenix right in just at will. The younger Manfred von Karma was a goat, though. The portrayal of him in Investigations 1 and 2 really humanizes him and makes him a lot better, because it's like, he's really not the bad guy, right? He just swims in the water with everybody else. If everybody hated criminals as much as him, they would get the right guy, right? Then he's put in an awkward spot of having to, like, he's so smart that he knows when somebody's not guilty, but he doesn't care, I guess. Or it's hard to explain that, because I don't know, like, he hates criminals and he really wants to see the guilty party get punished, but he also doesn't want to butt heads with Blaze the Best or somebody. So, like, most people wouldn't know any better. He knows better, but he just doesn't care, or because he's so smart that he doesn't believe what he's doing is actually the right culprit, right? He knows that. And, that's what's funny. Probably most of his trials over his 40-year undefeated career, the vast majority of them were probably guilty. Right? And quite frankly, you can blame the police. Like, how come you're bringing me the wrong defendant? That's why, like, in real life, if a prosecutor gets somebody innocent declared guilty, don't blame the prosecutor. Blame the police for putting them on the stand. I don't think the mother appears or testifies at all, really. Goodies used to go on a rant about Phoenix Wright. I guess I could have watched the Phoenix Wright thing, but I watched a couple episodes and it was so dull and dry and boring. It was actually horrible, because it doesn't get it. Like, it makes some major fictional error, right? You're taking a game and turning it into a show, and it feels like you're trying to be too much like the game, but not even in a way that works. Like, it takes itself sort of seriously, but then it tries to be over the top, and it feels sort of soulless. Perjury happens a lot and actually goes unnoticed if you actually pay attention. Like, there's a lot of easy perjury charges that you can do, and you can't really say, like, oh, I just made a mistake, because even if you do that, then it kills your credibility. Those are the two scenarios that I want to see, like somebody successfully defending themselves, and somebody also where the witness turns out to be the killer, right, where they get that far, like how they do it in Phoenix, right, where they accuse the witness and then it turns out to be the witness who did it, right? So somebody's like a very convincing, compelling witness, but they break them down, and then, it casts suspicion on them. But then what would happen is they would suspend the trial, because obviously, whatever, you would use that to show, because that happens a lot. Like, the person who calls the police will be the culprit, right? Like, oh no, I see this dead body, but then it turns out they're the ones who killed it, but they act like, oh no, I saw somebody else. But the point is that normally the police are not so incompetent as they are in the Phoenix Wright universe, where they'll figure it out before they go to trial. They won't go to trial and call that guy as a witness and then say, oh, now we think he did it, right? Normally they would figure it out beforehand, right? I saw a good little video on that a while ago, like somebody and their girlfriend did that. I can't remember the name. He know what he did. This one went on for a long time, and she said she was going to remove him, but then she doesn't. Kohler. That's one of his other phrases, except for value, return for value. This is how you become iconic, and how people make memes and jokes is when you keep doing something over and over, it becomes funny, apparently. And sometimes he wears his jail coat, sometimes he doesn't. I will not sit down. Darrell Brooks explodes. I could watch this shit all day. And actually, literally, because that's how long the fucking trial is. Oh, it's way more than, what you can get through in a day. You can watch it on 2 times speed. But no, I did the Crunchyroll thing just to show, I'm going to do the Crunchyroll randomizer. And again, I don't hold it against Yona at all. It was a good show. I was enjoying it. The whole medieval setting. It maybe moved a bit too quickly. I would have given a couple episodes. One of my favorite stretches of anime in the history of any show, and I've never even seen the full show, but it's in Monster, where it's the first few episodes of the show, where it's all this sort of hospital drama. That was actually super engaging, and I was almost hoping the whole show would be like that, but then it turns into, whatever. Like the kid grows up that he saves, and then he turns into a killer, and I didn't watch too much into that, but I know that's what it turns into. But the doctor hospital drama was actually so incredibly good that I was more engaged in that than anything else. So, I don't know, why was I even bringing that up? Just that it takes its time. It doesn't rush into going into that, but then once it does, I kind of lost interest. There's a good 2-3 episodes, I feel at least, that are thorough about that part, where it's an amazing scenario. Really, that deserves to be a movie. You have a high profile client coming in, and this guy's the celebrity doctor who's so good, right? He's a lifesaver, so he's their best doctor. So they're oh, the governor came in. I could be misquoting a little, but whatever, a high profile person. The governor came in and he's about to die, and we need you to help save him, even though he came in after some little kid, right, who's about to die too. So he decides to go against orders and not do the governor, and he goes and saves the kid. Now, realistically, it doesn't matter, because it's the kid came in first, so that's only fair, but they don't care. They're going to bypass that because, oh, this guy's a big figure, right? And maybe the kid's condition is also more severe, so he came in first, and it's more severe. Obviously, the governor's thing is severe too, but it's my whole argument with that is the guy's so you should expect that your other doctors are competent enough to do it too. So basically what you're saying is you don't trust any other doctor, right? It's not like he goes untreated. You don't trust your other doctors. You just say, oh, this guy's so good that he would have saved their life, just like he saves the kid's life. But obviously, the other doctors working on that governor, oh, I guess they just can't do their job. So in that way, it's an indictment against them. But it turns into this whole political thing, and his girlfriend, who's one of the main, I forget what you call it, the lead boss of the hospital, whatever. He goes ahead and she breaks up with him, and then it's a situation where It's a situation where that goes on for a little bit, and then it's almost like one of those darn man type things where, you say, stuck up rich daughter breaks up with her doctor husband and instantly regrets it, and then she tries to crawl back to him after I forget what happens, after he's proven right, or he somehow, I don't know what happens actually. He gets a big because everybody in the hospital dies because that kid kills him, I guess, but everybody in the hospital dies, and then he gets promoted and doesn't get punished and have it held against him the way he was before, right, because of politics. So then he gets the promotion he wanted that he was denied because obviously he didn't do what they wanted from a political point of view. So that was such an intriguing plot line, right? But again, I was just saying that to contrast against Yona, that they could have had an arc like that at the beginning and then segued into the upheaval that happens. It happens maybe a bit too quickly. Like, literally by episode 2, the guy's already dead, and the fucking crush, the first episode really overplays that. The whole crush that she has on the guy, I forget his name, who turns into basically the villain going forward. So it was giving me like very strong Fire Emblem vibes too, even though, whatever, any medieval setting, but somehow I just always associate with that, which again, Path of Radiance is a fucking amazing story. One of the best stories in gaming history, up there with Final Fantasy IV, up there with, I don't know, probably some other ones that I would point to, like Grim Fandango or something, just strictly from a storytelling standpoint. So, some of the other things I wanted to do, like, okay, Netflix is one that I want to do, and then I want to do Audible, and then I want to do maybe something like this, where I'm, like, going through a game story and reacting to that, or it would have to be something I've already beaten, because I wouldn't want to ruin it. But no, like, with Netflix, it's just, like, some sort of randomizer type gauntlet that I wanted to do, but also I wanted to do, like, something along the lines of, I don't know, maybe Harry Potter, but I think that's on Peacock. I always see ads for it, but that could be a companion piece with the Audible thing. So I don't know really what I want to do. This is what it's all about. Like, literally watch random YouTube videos that you would want to watch anyway, but just kind of talk over them, and that can kind of be fun. And whatever, it's fine. So let's do this as our little courtroom segue thing. I might not do some of the other trials I was talking about, but I think tomorrow I want to start the Netflix thing. So we'll just go on Netflix. We'll see what interests me there, and I can also start a randomizer there, or some sort of gauntlet where I go in order, like alphabetical order, and that's how I saw 500 Days of Summer, where just it was the first one because it starts with the number, not a letter. And obviously, if it's something I've seen before, I wouldn't do that. But I'm sort of doing this to try to introduce formats more so than actually do them, because doing them would take forever, right? Like actually going through every single thing on there in order by some randomizer, I would never actually finish it. But I like it on the basis of, you're able to basically do it like that. You're able to basically do it along the lines of, what do you call it? I forgot. Whatever. So this is me introducing the court format that I won't actually do, but I'm showing like, okay, I'll react to court trials and give psychological analysis or whatever, legal analysis, just speculation and just kind of seeing how it plays out, right? So that we could do with a lot of those Casey Anthony, etc. And then the better version of JCS, that stupid channel that just will show like significant, I always shit all over them. They'll show like a 10-minute section of an interrogation, and every minute they'll just say like 3 words. You see how she itched her nose. That's a sign that she's guilty. And that's it. Like, it'll give this very inane bullshit analysis that isn't even insightful at all. And that's why, again, I didn't think much of my Jodi Arias analysis at the time, but it was far better than that. So if people are so impressed by that JCS guy, maybe I should have saved that and uploaded it. I'm not saying it was that good. I didn't think it was that good at the time. But it's far better than that. It was much more in-depth, much more analytical. Right, so this is the court format that we're doing now. Then tomorrow we can segue into the Netflix format. Then from there we can segue into another, like, Audible / maybe Peacock for the Harry Potter sake. But just the idea of, like, sort of listening to an audio book and reacting to that. Many of which, obviously, these books I haven't read. A lot of mainstream. I mean, I guess, I was going to do it with Lord of the Rings. I have read those books, but it's been such an extreme amount of time, I don't remember jack shit about them, honestly. And then it gets sort of muddied by having seen the movies, too, that you kind of mistake certain things that did or didn't happen, right, in one. Because I really criticize those movies a lot for that, because it's like, even if they're good, they're really inaccurate when it comes to, obviously, the way that they translate it over. And then obviously you have Audible into something else, like basically Audible and then watching stuff, like that old Lord of the Rings thing, right? We could listen to the books and we could watch that old movie, the original Lord of the Rings movie. It's like an animated one from the 1970s from, like, the UK, I think, that isn't really all that well received, but it shows, it's the original story being shown, and it might at least be more accurate to the books. And then, so we could watch that and listen to one of the books, and then we could listen to the Harry Potter. That seems like an epic format to do, because I haven't seen them and I would love to see them. I've only seen the Sorcerer's Stone, the Philosopher's Stone is what it was originally called, but then it didn't sound badass enough for do they actually say that in the, I think they still call it the Philosopher's Stone in the movie, right? But they sort of changed the title, at least, of both the book and the movie, just because, not saying the Sorcerer's Stone is a bad title. The Sage's Stone, the Celestial Stone, the Great Elixir, the Red Tincture, the Next Element. Did you really think the substance of so many names would be limited to just the form of a stone? One of the most badass lines in the history of fiction by Bas Gran in the 2003 version of Full Metal Alchemist. And a similar line is said, I believe, in the manga by Dr. Marco, which is in Brotherhood. But he says it in a less badass way because he's kind of a timid clown. But this guy, Bas Gran's a badass. But my point is that they did that because, they thought sorcerer sounds more cool than the actual Philosopher's Stone. But that's obviously what it's called in, like, mythology, too. It's like a real-world thing that was sort of speculated about, like this sort of, almost like this magical thing that could do so many things, save life and turn dust into stone or turn water into wine or whatever. Like, there's some whole mythology about it. And then beyond that, you have, obviously, Full Metal Alchemist is all about that in a way, right, where the Philosopher's Stone plays such a big role. They copied Harry Potter, which in some ways, when you think about it, it kind of did, but based on the timing of when they came out, when Full Metal Alchemist started, at least, it wasn't completely from that. But maybe they copied plot lines later, I wouldn't know. But at least the core premise, like, about a young, gifted, not wizard, but alchemist, kind of similar. And then, a young, gifted person who goes through the Horcruxes, but instead of the Horcruxes, they're the fucking homunculi. Like, there are, I'm sure, some very significant similarities, but not to take anything away. But when I think about it more, it might be very similar, actually. But what you also have is the ability to do, yeah, basically that, the books, so Lord of the Rings and that, I kind of wanted to do that already. In fact, I was almost ready to do it, and then I just forgot. But I would do the watching, I guess, first. So I could watch the Lord of the Rings thing, I could watch it, then I could listen to the audiobook of something, and then I could do the same thing, watch Harry Potter. So, again, I've only seen the first 2 movies, I haven't read any of the books, and I maybe read only part of the first book, but that would be kind of a fun series to actually watch. And even though I've seen the Chamber of Secrets, I kind of forgot about it. I just remember some scene towards the end, maybe where they're like in the bathroom, and like maybe they're in like a urinal something, and they like maybe fall through and fall into the Chamber of Secrets, like by accident. Like that's how they sort of discover it, or I can't really remember, but there's something to do with that. There's like a scene in the bathroom. But the first movie I saw, obviously when I was younger, but then I saw it again like almost only a year ago, just because I felt like it, and maybe I thought I'm going to watch all of them, but I never did. But it's basically like I didn't remember anything, so the whole twist with Quirrell being the bad guy, I didn't remember that. Like, I knew it wasn't Snape because I know he goes on to be a good character later on, but yeah, it would be pretty fun to watch them. And I always prefer that. Like, if there's a game, I'd rather play the game first. If there's a movie, I'd rather watch the movie first. Because, like, you go from the highest level of interactivity to the lowest. A game is the most interactive because you get to actually control it yourself. A movie is moderately interactive because you at least get to see the visuals and everything on top of just simply the dialogue. And then a book is the least interactive because you have to imagine, based on the descriptions, everything. So what's funny with that is if you have a good enough imagination, reading the book could be more enjoyable than the movie because you might, come up with better ideas yourself than what the author did. Like, sometimes that does happen. What I imagine in my head is actually better than what happens for real. I've done so many edits of that, basically, like, where I come up with my own ending, like episode 5 of The Sopranos, or 4 or 5, where it's the mafioso guy. I come up with a better ending to it than they do, or something along those lines, where, you have this ability to say, the Avatar 2 ending, or even just a major story arc. Like, I come up with these, again, I'm not saying I could have written it better in the first place from scratch, but I can look at it and improve it. The Red John ending, right, even though that one's kind of difficult, parts of Code Geass. What did I say for Death Note's ending? I can't remember, but that one is obviously flawed. I don't know if I really came up with one specifically for that. All these kind of like fan fiction endings for better, alternate endings for something that was disappointing, right? Some of the ones I just named are some of the most disappointing in fiction history, like Red John's defeat, Kira's defeat from Death Note. The Sopranos thing isn't that big of a deal, but that episode was so good up until the ending of it. I think on this channel, none of my videos have gotten a single like, and they've only ever gotten dislikes, like some of them at least. Right, so, and they've hardly gotten any views, but no, I don't think I have a single like on the channel, and I have like maybe 5 or 6 dislikes through various videos, like one each typically, because again, they're not getting that many views, so of course, whatever, like the way I'm doing this is so weird, because again, I'm never showing it, which that's what normally they would expect you to show it. They would expect you to show your face too. They would expect you to not probably show the whole thing, and they would edit it down to the best parts, or they would expect you to not be doing it in the sort of scuffed way, with the scuffed mic, with the scuffed, setup, driving while eating sometimes. Like, it's very strange. But it's the only way I could really do it. right where I feel like I wouldn't have this much time, or I just wouldn't even bother to do it all. Or I might try to do just more like a formal review that's only like a few minutes instead of something more long form, which I mean, I kind of fit those into this anyway. If I'm effectively giving a review, but it's much more long form. Or again, I'm sort of reacting and reviewing it as I go, which again, it leads to some of those fun moments where I might have a theory and I might be wrong. Like, oh, this is going to happen, or this is what the character's all about. Even if I'm wrong, my theory could be more interesting than what actually happened. Or it could just be, fun to think about. Like, oh, that would have been cool if that did happen. So that's really what you realize. If you're so engaged and you're coming up with all these theories, you might actually come up with something more interesting or better than what actually does happen, as you sort of creatively extrapolate on a story. And again, it's not even that I'm coming up with it because I think it's an alternate thing. I think it might be actually, I'm trying to predict what is actually happening and where it's actually going. So yeah, we'll look at it in this order as far as introducing these formats. So Netflix comes next, and then Audible, and maybe, some companion piece with that, with like Peacock type thing. So yeah, let's keep on watching this. I Will Not Sit Down. Darrell Brooks explodes on judge and court, and we got a witness on the stand, which means at least it'll be more fast-paced because you're going to feel a pressure, or they'll be excused quickly at the beginning. So we're starting in 3, 2, 1. Questions, Your Honor. As to this particular piece of evidence, Mr. Brooks, you may ask questions. I don't consent to be called that name. This guy has way more catchphrases than I give him credit for. When was this made an exhibit? Why the fuck would he know that? Beyond the scope of knowledge is a good one. Argumentative. I feel like they don't use argumentative enough. When did you see it? When did you see it? He's like pissed. When did you see the video? When did you see it? They do laugh a lot there. You even see it sometimes on the camera. The amount of commentary he gets away with doing is insane. And just imagine if the prosecution was doing that. This is like the music video, I guess, where he's rapping like a clown, which again is sort of character assassination evidence, but it's mostly to show the vehicle. So I would sort of qualify it, which maybe she does. Please don't judge it in terms of the character or the personality of what he's doing, but look at it only to verify the vehicle. See, when it's sustained as to the form, that means it's actually not a bad question. Or sometimes even the judge will ask questions. This is like a Judge Ito thing, which is sort of improper. They'll say like, okay, I'll ask the question for you. I'll correct it because you asked it incorrectly. That's him trying to show off. assumes facts not in evidence, out of scope of knowledge, argumentative, relevance. That's the one they love to use in Phoenix Wright. That's irrelevant. Leading. Just trying to go over some of the most common ones that we see. I made this little instructive clip about Phoenix Wright objections, actually. The ones that you see most commonly. Compound's a good one. This video is going through the variety of them. Every kind imaginable, which you might think is common, but it's actually not. Normally it'll be the same ones over and over. Right. Or I love when you yell objection at the judge. You can't object to a judge. The judge is the one who's grading the objection. Right? Like, I object to what your honor said. You cannot do that. You can have a conversation about it and disagree, but like, objections are meant between the two sides. How can you just yell objection at a judge? Asked and answered is a very common one. That's very improper, so you're going to sustain everything. Because you asked, and he continues to go on. I see what you people are trying to do. Like it's a conspiracy against him. But no, they let him beat a dead horse of the same things over and over. You might think, oh, it's kind of sick to laugh at this, but I'm laughing at how much of a clown he is, not at what he did, obviously. It's horrible. And I'm not even really shaming him, like, you know, he'll get punished, he'll get what's coming to him, or he already has, but it's more so just amusing to see the way the trial went. Like, it's so ridiculous, and it's partly the judge's fault, right? You gotta keep the circus in line. You're giving him too much a benefit of doubt. Do you think I would be here this irritating? Yes, I do. You are fucking irritating. And you're trying to filibuster everything. There's technically no rule with that. Like, whether you can stand or sit. You can, you know. Or he's got to slam the desk more. Speaking of Phoenix Wright. Or there's all these, like, edited clips. Like, of, oh, yeah, the Johnny Depp trial. See, that was kind of improper. Because there was this feeling of public siding going on. The likability of Amber, again, I'm not saying the outcome would have been different, but the likability factor and Johnny Depp's popularity, it turns into something else. This is almost invalid. You being familiar with the video, identification of the deadly weapon, which technically, you know, in fact, I always use this case in a serious sense to bring up, like, gun control. So if more people did what Darrell Brooks does, now are we going to say that we should ban cars because people use them as a deadly weapon of mass murder, the same way like an AR-15? I'm not saying that, again, it's horrible and it shouldn't happen, and I don't wish for anything, but all I'm saying is, what would it take? 3 or 4 people to do something like this? Now you'll say we should ban cars because they're being used the same way. You know, it's not a fair argument because you could say, oh, well, a gun is made to shoot and kill, but it's not made to kill innocent people. It's made to kill, you know, game, like, you know, animals, hunting, sports, whatever, sporting events. challenges, things like that, target practice. So it's done for recreation, and it's also done for this self-defense and for uprising against government tyranny. Otherwise, you end up like the UK with the censoring your memes online. But yeah, so like all you would need is a few dozen Darrell Brooks events, and now all of a sudden we want to ban cars because you'll say, oh, like the AR-15. So blame the type of vehicle that they're driving. Like, it's not a fair argument. I would never fear a gun. It's not the gun that bothers me. It's the will. Yeah, she's way too nice. Like, you can't be like this. Or like people will celebrate the prosecution. They did such a good job. They didn't really need to do a very good job because of how bad some crimes are just more obvious than others, or like the truth is on your side. So like it's impressive. What the defense did on the O.J. Simpson case is really impressive because they kind of defeated the truth, if you will. But it's hard to judge just how good you are when right, like you have it's even like that in the Phoenix Wright games. Like, are you really doing a better job than the prosecution to win the trial if you simply win the truth? Like, your defendant is really innocent, so it's not fair to them, right? For them to win, they have to pull something dirty. So, the truth is always on your side. And when it's not, you actually lose. But the judge decided not to do it anyway. He actually doesn't say that much about the prosecution. He more picks on the judge. How can you even call yourself a judge? And, like, your oath of office, right? He almost ignores the prosecution most of the time. In fact, the prosecution doesn't do a whole lot of talking. Most of these videos are just him and the judge going on and on and on. That is what they do in Phoenix Wright. They'll just pull shit out of their ass in the middle of the trial. There is some unfairness inherent to the system because defense attorneys can't do some of the things that prosecutors can do. Prosecutors and the state are on the same side, so you have all the advantages that the state does. Defense attorneys are kind of on their own because they're, the state doesn't want to be embarrassed for the person they chose to be the culprit, right? The state doesn't want to help you. Everything has to go to the state, but it doesn't have to go to you. You can't just go to the crime scene and investigate. So the whole system is rigged against you as a defense, right? You kind of are the underdog. They have forensic evidence on their side. Like, what do you have? You have a fucking spirit medium, apparently. 30 seconds ago, you've been talking for more than 30 seconds. She could easily be making that up. They could easily be making fun of Darrell Brooks. I'm making fun of him right now. pretty quiet now. I object to that. At least he was quiet during. I kind of don't like it in a way. You could argue, like, it's more about the vehicle, I understand, but you can see how seeing him behaving like that, oh, what a clown, it'll turn my, there's a lot of things that can superficially turn you against something, so. The lyrics, the appearance. Because again, what does that have to do with the crime? At one point in my life, I dressed up like a clown and did a clown video, right? Like, what does that have to do with... You could easily cherry pick things from your childhood, and a lot of the times prosecution will do that. They'll bring something up and like, oh, that's relevant to something, but really the reason why they're doing it is because they think it'll make them look bad. So they get away with doing it, oh, it's relevant, but or vice versa, like, oh, this could be relevant, but I'll ignore it because it could make them look good. Right, there is a lot of that duplicity. But yeah, the mom even appeared in some video where her face is like all blacked out. So... yeah, this one I've seen. Some of these I end up seeing too many times over. He's trying to rebut what the prosecution just said. There's a lot of emotionalism too that comes into it, like the victim statements, but that's just to judge, like, the severity or whether he can be rehabilitated and stuff. Or yeah, like, is there a feed of the prosecution the whole time? Because we see him so much of the time. So like when it comes to the cameras, there must be one of her the whole time, the judge the whole time. He's probably right about this too. We have it on camera. He even probably says that. And you kind of can hear them too. Or like in that other trial, the Alex Jones one, you can kind of hear what they're saying in the sidebar very clearly. Pull that out of her pocket. But yeah, see, like, if you want to add a piece of evidence, you can't just pull it out of your pocket. You'd have to give it to the state first, right? There is some unfairness with that. I'm a defense attorney. I have to show it to the state first, and then they can accept it. Whereas she really can she doesn't have to show it to you. She'll show it to you in court. There is some inconsistency with that because the state has certain privileges and rights. That is kind of a good catch, though. I just pulled it out of my bag and marked it as an exhibit. So, like, I pulled it out of thin air. Like, it's not really accurate, but it's like semantics. Or there's one interaction as it relates he gets really mad. I heard what you damn said. It's not now, but